Okay, my dear friends, our fantastic spectators, welcome to my life. It's 2 a.m. We are here at one of the first Codeforces live streams on this YouTube channel, and I'm very happy to be here together with Nikolai. Hi, Nikolai. How are you doing?
Hello.
That's a
Hi,
face reel
everyone.
of Khan if you're not familiar. And we have sound on the internet. That's fantastic. I have my cup of coffee. Today we're going to have a bunch of exciting matches. Go visit the main page of Codeforces if you want to see more information. We'll have 5 matches, first 1-to-1. Each match lasts 40 minutes, and then we have 20 minutes of interview and break and, just chatting with our wonderful contestants. And then we'll have another 5 matches. These contestants were selected by, first of all, a registration form, and then they actually had to come. And then we split them into groups in the round of 30, 32, and 64. And so now here are the top contestants. All the fantastic sound notifications that you see now are from our contestants themselves, and we'll be able to see their screens and everything like this. Nikolai, how good is your site? Can you read what's going on their screens right now?
Not really. I'm not sure whether it's a Zoom problem or the stream problem, but I can see what they're doing. So hopefully our viewers can also see that.
Yep, it will be pretty tiny, and I think that would be pretty exciting. We'll be able to hear them every once in a while as well. I'll try to make sure that you'll figure out what's going on their screens. But in general, our competition is 40 minutes long. We'll have up to 7 problems. We hope that they will not solve them all. Problems are only available one at a time, and we'll see how it goes. Anytime a problem is solved, only the one who solved it first gets points. Every second counts. Gonna be fun. Nikolai, you first of all, you read through all the problems for today and tomorrow. Well, at least those that have already been seeded. Are they hard?
I haven't actually evaluated them based on their difficulty. It looks like we have a few random classical problems. So we selected the problems randomly from the whole Codeforce archive. So it can be that some problems that appeared like a normal problem on a Codeforce round 10 years ago now looks or perceived as a classical one. And then maybe our contestants will say, oh, why is this problem appears in a contest? But I think that most of the problems are actually quite normal by today's standard as well. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
We call those problems vintage problems. So anytime you see a weird problem that is unclear how to solve, that has, file input output. That was my favorite part of the selection. Like a bunch of our contestants have no idea how to read and write to file, which is very vintage. And we are now a couple of seconds away from the contest start. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's hope that things work, and good luck to our fantastic contestants. Okie dokie. If you want to follow, there is a link in the description of the video and on Codeforces. You see that you only have one problem available now. This problem costs 2 points. We actually changed the points when we were testing with our selection rounds. Can you tell everyone a little bit about the evolution of our points?
Yeah, so the original idea was to have the first problem cost 1 point, of course, and then the next problems would cost 2, 4, 6, and so on points until 12, I guess. But then it turned out that in that setting, the first problem that costs exactly 1 point does not really
There's a
make a lot
submission
of
already.
differences most of the matches. Yeah,
Submission on
yeah. The first
turmax.
problem is quite easy.
Is it? It's pending. There are some like API glitches. So when you see IG, it evaluates if he was the first one to solve the problem, but it is wrong answer. Already -2. That does not look good for St. Petersburg State University team on the upcoming World Finals, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this competition does not penalize incorrect submissions. So, don't test, just submit.
Yeah, so I think, the first problem should be simply to print ABC, ABC, ABC of length n.
What the hell? Where are the bugs coming from then? And
And we have
a
so
submission
many
from our
wrong answers.
only contestant from China who actually was able to go through. Can you go and check if anything is like weird in the system with this problem? Now I'm concerned.
That should be fine. I think they're just too nervous to solve the problem.
Oh my god, that's too many
see.
wrong submissions. Oh, we need help with those wrong submissions. I can see a person who can help us. Just a second. Right? We'll get one more GM on chat. Hi, Yegor. No, we'll only get his chair. I will not show it to you, but the shot that I see now in our commentary video call is just a fancy Secret Lab Titan chair. Well, you know how proper esports have chair commentators? That's Igor. Igor was eliminated during this tournament by... Was he eliminated by one of our contestants? Let me see. First round went well for him with a win 22/10 over Blue Diamond, and then second round Igor lost to jonathanirvings, who will be commentating a little later. Oh, this is pretty hilarious. Like, both of our contestants are very unhappy now. This is not how long it should take for them to solve the first problem. You know, too bad. Another submission of turmax incoming. Another minus. Oh. Okay, I'm the only one who can currently hear our contestants face palming and complaining. That's very cute. Yeah. Okay.
Let's see what's actually going on.
Oh, there's an okay submission. Let's go. Let's go. So, and now there is a cooldown period of 60 seconds for both athletes. To, you know, kind of reset, roll back to their template. A cool thing that first I came up with, well, I figured that would be fun to have, and then contestants improved, was we wanted this to be like kind of a monkey typing competition, if it makes sense. So I asked to not use any pre-written code. And
yeah, so they code each problem from the scratch, and then it makes sense because they cannot return to the same problem. It makes sense to just erase all the code that was written for the previous problem, so that one doesn't need to create a new project in their IDE or create new input-output files, whatever. Just erase the code and start with the template once again.
Yep. And it was very nice that contestants started sharing their templates with one another, just as a reference point. So now our Discord server has a collection of pretty cute and short templates.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, here's a problem number 2. Can you tell us anything about problem number 2? No, I should not call it number 2. It's problem B, and it's 3 points per this problem.
Exactly, yeah. So the problems have different difficulty based on Codeforce rating of problems. We select 7 problems. The first one is, I think, 1000 points. The second one is 1200, and so on. So each consecutive problem will get harder and harder, and therefore we give more points for them. So this problem should be of difficulty 1200. And we already have a submission on that problem.
Max was like reading the problem aloud and then thinking, and then again, like basically spelling his solution out. I have no idea what happened to his submission. Is it a compilation error or something? Too tiny to see. But I think it is now a solve. It is a solve. Yay. Let's go. So now our scores are 3 points to 2 points. And we are very lucky with this, because if the first 2 problems are then accepted by different contestants, the rest of the contest always becomes very close. Like every next submission matters. which is exciting. Original points were like you have a 1-pointer as the easiest problem, and then it is just a tie break. But now there is a way to, kind of pull a little bit and make sure that you score more points. And now we have Igor in our chat. Hi, Igor. How you doing?
Hi. How are you?
Let's go. Nice to see you. I hate you both for the fact that you have natural light in your room, and I do not. And our contestants are up to problem ABC. It's a nice format. Yes, I agree. Are problems available anywhere? No, sorry about that. It's a work in progress. We actually have a YouTube chat. You can also let us know who you're rooting for by just typing a username of our fantastic contestant in chat, and I will probably talk about them more. About clock?
Yes.
Need more information.
Yeah, I need to, but I need to finish reading it.
Why are you so slow? Our contestants are already typing, by the way. That's one of the most impressive things. Like, this was something I was hoping we'll get, and we got it a lot, is they're really fast at reading and typing. That's so damn impressive.
Yeah, we saw in some streams that participants made on their own in the previous elimination rounds that some start just typing maybe 10 seconds after opening the problem, which is, yeah, quite impressive.
It's also cool that you kind of don't have to read the problem in reality. Like, you can scan the problem diagonally, guess what it's about, because it's like probably, I don't know, a diff2a, right? And then you type it and then submit, and then you actually read the problem while it's like testing or something. Should be fun.
Yeah, that's quite funny. We have a clock and 3 hands on it, and then 2 points on the circumference of the clock. The question is, are they are they separated by clock hands or not?
Okay, sounds straightforward, to be honest. But like,
Yes.
you need to handle the 360 and stuff.
Yeah, working with clocks, and this is almost a geometry problem.
Oh no.
So this can be quite complicated for many.
Yeah, Igor, you missed the very beginning, but if you look at the scoreboard, turmax has -6 on problem A. They are so back. It's like block of cats are so back. Okay, let's see another incorrect submission. Is there a way for me to say, oh, I can actually see submissions? 5. Is it a sample or not?
No, I don't think so.
Well, he definitely improved from wrong answer on test 1 at 851. So there is a progress. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, let me tell you a story of my people. So in the first round, turmax was facing against Wary 0, which makes it a pretty significant rating advantage. We were seeding everyone based on max historic Codeforces rating, so you'll see quite a number of, well, not just vintage problems, but also vintage contestants. turmax finally fixed the problem C and is now in somewhat of a lead. Good job. Also, the odd lead is cool because there is just one odd problem, so this is also your tiebreaker. But in his round 1, his win was not like dominant in any sense. He won 8-5. Again, remember the point scoring was a little different, but so the problem that costs 1 point and the problem that costs 4 points are actually were done by his opponent, and so he only finished the 2-pointer and the 6-pointer. And this is also was a pretty non-typical number of problems solved, because just 4 in a round with like a LGM or something, it's pretty rare. Usually the number of solved problems was significantly higher. But he stretched his muscles in his round 2, which was 33-0. Not a single problem to the opponent, 6 problems solved easily, quickly, like just worked.
Yes. Yeah, I think to the second round, most participants have grasped the idea of that contest, and the second round was less of a less of a competition for many of the rounds, but still we saw some quite challenging and some last-minute changing matches in the second round as well, and hopefully we will see more of them today and tomorrow as well.
Yep. One of the reasons for this is our contestants actually practiced. Like we have a channel where they can order a practice round with any contestant, and it was busy. Let me put it this way. We've chosen them well, and it's a bunch of tryhards who are trying to actually win a competition without a prize, where I seed people based on their usernames and meme value. So yeah. Our chat supports turmax at all. Like, don't panic. It's gonna be fine. Stay cool, which is very cute. Do you guys approach Jangly for this Blitz Cup? My spies have approached Jangly for this Blitz Cup and received no answer, which is also fair because when we initially announced the cup, it overlapped with quite a number of other major competitions, Unicup finals, Asia Pacific Championship, and we'll see jonathanirvings, chief judge from Asia Pacific Championship, actually compete this weekend, which is like, he's pretty savage, actually. I messaged him, like, if you're interested, join, and then he was like, sorry, I'm busy these days, but as soon as I finish judging and get like 10 hours of sleep, I'm here, and he performed well. What's up in the contest?
So let's talk a bit about problem D, because I think it will be solved right away.
In a couple of seconds, yeah.
Yes. And I think that the difference between submits would be several seconds, but
What the hell?
B6 easier still was first.
What?
So the problem was about
how many seconds? How many seconds? How many seconds? 11?
11 seconds between the submissions.
So there was n numbers. You have to select 3 of them, E's, G's, and K's, such that difference between K's and G's divided by difference between K's and E's as max as possible. I should be less than J, less than K, numbers are sorted, and also AK minus I shouldn't be more than U. So it's straightforward. Being a binary search problem, it's obvious that G is equal to I plus 1, and K is maximal possible, so that difference would be no more than U.
Yeah, you can do binary search, or you can do 2 pointers, whatever you want.
Or you can do 2 pointers.
Yeah, this was a div 1A problem in some round, maybe 5 years ago, because it's my problem.
Yay.
And the legend actually makes a lot of sense in physics. But anyway, now we are switching to the next problem E, and it has some complicated statements that I was not able to read yet.
Something about football championship where you get 3 points for win and 1 point for draw, and you participate in round robin competition of 4 teams, and you need to be in top 2.
We don't have a round robin yet. We don't have multiple illumination yet. The feature that allows you to automatically pick random problems for your contest that neither of contestants have seen in our sense of this word, as in we're not authors of, have not solved, have not seen in a contest, is already available for everyone. And hopefully pretty shortly after this contest is over, contest is in the competition itself, we'll try to provide all of our fantastic Codeforces users a chance to try their hand at Blitz, because you see that the battle today is very tight. B60 taking problem D got up to 8 points, where turmax has 7, and so, you know, math is mathing. All the results are so close. If the start is 2 and 3 points going to different contestants, every next problem is a comeback, and that's a joy to watch.
And the problem is basically we have only 1 match left. We want to qualify, so we want to be in first or second place, and There is also tiebreaker rules, like if there is equal number of points, you first look at the goal difference, then if goal difference is the same, who scored more goals. And we would win the last match. We know that what is the minimal difference we could win with, and if for the same difference, what is the minimal number of goals that we will score, so that we will qualify, if it's possible at all.
The problem is pure implementations. That's why some people may hate it. But
You
basically,
just
you can
iterate all the scores, right?
You try all the options and then implement all the different rules written in the statements on how the teams are sorted. And based on that, you select the best result. The difficulty is, of course, implementing the rules all correctly and without missing a point, but also thinking what is the easiest code to implement all of them. So I guess we would have a lot of incorrect submissions.
A lot, like a lot. Okay, over under. Let's go. Give me your bets. Igor, how many total?
How many
wrong
incorrect submissions or how many minutes to solve?
Incorrect submissions total. Over
I don't
10.5,
know.
under 10.5.
I think under still.
Okay, Khan. Under 10.5.
Yeah, I mean, probably we will have, I would say, +3 from the first person who solves it.
+3 is not a lot. I mean, you have turmax in the match. You can have +9 in no time.
Yes, but also there are no, let's say, hidden conditions. It's all written in the statements. You only have to follow correctly.
It is, but the samples don't cover.
Yeah, the samples don't cover anything.
Anything,
this
Who
basically.
needs samples? Just submit. You have testing system. You have no penalty time. Just you know, code with your heart.
Yes, but what you get from answer 1, you probably want to run on samples.
I mean, but do you? Oh, maybe. We have quite a number of lines typed by each of our contestants. I enjoyed a lot. Chat says, I really felt bad for Igor. Igor, tell us the story of your fantastic participation in this competition for your opponents.
Yeah. I won the first match somehow because it was very tough, because I was very slow. Then in the second match I was once again very slow. Lost the first 4 problems. The 5th problem was basically write any data structure that would allow you to get number of elements less than given number in the structure, which should be sorted somehow, right? And you add numbers one by one. So if my opponent would have known, who used C++, obviously would have known how to use policy-based structures, I would probably lose that problem as well. But I somehow managed to do segment tree written, I think, 10 minutes to somehow still win this problem, but then next one I just didn't solve in time.
Okay. Golovanov says, Yegor, you are not slow, you're just immune to time pressure, which is kind of sweet. Thank you, Alex. Another fun trivia fact about Yegor, which I wonder why was not still mentioned by him. Yegor was forced to code in a programming language he doesn't use.
No. I still use Trust, but it was somehow without library and without Copilot. It wasn't the same experience.
Yes, Rust is not a language that you just type in from
No,
scratch.
Stop it. No, Nikolai, Rust is not a language. That's it. Clip it. Easy.
What? Why?
Darum. Oh, also wir sprechen hier mit 2 Contestanten. I have no idea how to do passive in German, who now live in Germany.
Die in Deutschland wohnen.
Genau.
Ja, genau. Können Sie Deutsch sprechen? Können Sie C++ Deutsch sprechen?
Good thing that there is no such thing.
Igor can only speak Rust German.
Rusty. Yeah, my
Rusty.
German is a little rusty, but okay. I mean, you know why we were just trying to entertain everyone? Oh, Golovanov says genau as well because he's in Berlin, which is kind of cute. Because it's an implementation problem. It will take our contestants another 100 lines of code to finish that, right?
Not
So we
really.
can
I don't
kinda-
think there is a need for 100 line of code. It's implementation problem, but it's not the. I mean, if you thought about such kind of problems, and obviously anyone who knows Snark thought about such kind of problems,
The question
then
is whether the contestants that we currently have experience in writing these implementation problems. Because
No,
I
they're
think
like
there are-
babies. Look at them. They were both born after what? 2000 and well, definitely 2000, maybe 2004.
Yeah, I think we
at
haven't
these clean
seen such
faces.
problems in official competitions for more than 10 years now. So one
seeing
has to
Universal
think a
Cups
little bit.
have one like twice a year probably.
That's not a lot.
That's not a lot, yeah. And
Should
I
I make
kinda-
a custom animation that would say vintage problem? Like, you know, full screen. It's like a goal, but a vintage problem.
And I think it's bad that we don't have such problems because they're part of.
So this problem is from Codeforce round 1 to 6 div 2, which happened 13 years ago in
Oh,
2012. And it was problem C in a div 2 round. So essentially div 1A back
where
then.
were you back in 2012? In 2012, well, it's March. In May, I think was the first time I met Mike Mirzayanov in person and like had a conversation with him at the ICPC World Finals Warsaw. Back then. Good days, good days. Are we having a submission? No, we're not. That's unfortunate. Tourist versus Conqueror of Tourist. Whom should I be rooting for? Great question. But you see, right? Seeding was like meme based.
Okay,
Oh, turmax submitted.
Yeah, someone at least testing it, so. Yeah, and it's spot on the first try. So under
Oh,
10,
we were all
10 and a
wrong.
half for sure.
Good job. Oh, that was cool. That's a flex. That's a flex.
So turmax now only needs the next problem, and B6CO E0 need to select the next problem, but it would be enough if the last problem wouldn't be solved. So the next problem would probably be very important to the outcome of this match.
Yeah, but because there's not enough time left for two problems, I feel.
I mean, if one of the competitors would be Tourist or Kevin or someone.
Akneral is not in the competition already, by the way.
Is Kevin out? Interesting.
Yeah, no, Kevin is in. He complained that his time schedule is so bad that none of the times actually work for him, so we scheduled him arbitrary. Did you guys make all problems reading from STD in, or is it just luck that no problem requires free open input TXT? Some problems do require free open TXT, and we had our younger contestants struggle with this in one of the first rounds. No, contests are given as is. Some of them still have this, you know, like this problem was not adjusted to the new Codeforces servers kind of notification. So sweet.
Yeah, I don't think we have many problems that require reading from file because I think Codeforce round from the first one actually read the input from standard input. It's only some other competitions that were held in the meantime that require input TXT or something similar.
We'll definitely organize something with Jungly. Don't worry. Like he's a good friend. We'll figure out a way to make him excited about the weird and brutal format of Blitz contests. It's been fun. Oh, have I told you about? Yeah, I have not told you about B60's path to the final round. So first round was against Makarov. And if you look at the historic max rating of B60, it was 2661, which is not a lot measuring for this competition, and we invited everyone who ever hit red at their max rating. So he was paired against another contestant with basically identical rating, but performed really well. 27 to 16. He only dropped 4 and 12 point problems. And 1 to 6, 8, 10 were solved in a pretty timely manner. This was very impressive. But then I think second round was more of a highlight because his opponent was 244 MHQ from our Harbor Space PPP University team. No, Harbor Space University PPP team. Whatever. Too many names. A contestant who is on paper 500, 600 points higher than he is, but then won really dominantly with 20 to 3, 3 being the only problem that that MHQ was able to pull. A fun moment in our broadcast, I would say both of contestants are barely just thinking right now.
Yeah, the
Yeah, this
problem
is
is
quite a
turmax
complicated
types
problem.
something a little bit, but mostly I think it's a processing time, you know.
so the problem F, the current problem is like this. You basically given a directed graph, and you need to find Hamiltonian paths of edges that are not part of the graph.
One can say this way, yes. But what is written in the problem statement is that you have to find an order of vertices so that no two consecutive vertices in this order have a direct edge between the first one, from the first one to the second one.
What the hell happened? Wait.
Yeah, but we have an accepted from turmax.
How many lines of code? Excuse me? Like maybe 20 outside of the template?
Well, it's not hard problem. So congratulations to turmax. And I think we actually have enough time to probably solve G as well, but it won't.
But it's already, I mean, 12 pointer does not help with coming back in this contest. Ooh,
yeah, but there is
well,
bragging rights, obviously.
GG's. Yeah. Definitely a cool thing. We are not stopping the contest at this point. We always let our contestant battle out all the 40 minutes, all the problems that they would be able to open and solve, which is also a work in progress. If you think that there is a better way to do so, definitely try your hand at Blitz and let us know how it feels for you. Unfortunately, that would mean the end of the competition for our only contestant in China who advanced to top 16, I think. Yeah, I'm not wrong. Which is a pity, but I'm sure we'll have more Blitz tournaments in the future. So stay tuned. We still hope to see a lot of Chinese contestants perform really well in this competition because usually their implementation speed just absolutely amazes me.
So the next problem is also about graphs, but now an undirected graph. And the interesting part of that is that, again, it's an old problem. So you are not given a graph like the vertices are not numbered. Instead, you are given names of people and you work with names as the labels of the vertices, which kind of resembles how graphs are sometimes like how you get the graphs in some real world problems. So normally you don't have the enumeration of vertices, but instead you have some labels. Well, in our case, that just means that you have to convert the labels to integers in the beginning of the program, and that's it. But I think it's still kind of interesting that back in the days we got to have these kind of problems. And sometimes also now, but much rare.
It was rare. It still sometimes rarely happens in the contests that I participate in. So the problem is like this. You're given basically a directed graph up to 5,000 edges. So the number of vertices is not even given. And And for each vertex, you first determine, well, like who do we suggest as a friend to this vertex, which defined as this, it's someone who is not already a friend, so not connected to this vertex, but have the maximal path of length to that vertex. So maximum number of common friends. And for each vertex, we need to determine how many suggested friends there is for that person. Which should be not hard.
How many lines of code? How many wrong submissions? I'm sorry if this meme is getting old really fast, but I only have 40 minutes to get some hype and content around Polar Bear Transform team going to the World Finals.
Question is, would someone get it? And I don't think there would be, like, there will probably be 1 or 2 submissions that were done before the sample testing that could be incorrect, but
yeah, the
sample tests
solutions
are
just
somewhat good.
20 lines or something.
Okay, 20, that's fine.
So we might get the fully solved round.
That would be embarrassing. Dear chat, let us know what we should do to fix this problem. We will not probably change anything for this weekend just yet. I'm lazy. But for the future, would you prefer well, problem difficulty be dependent on our like total contestant rating, or increase the number of problems, and so just throw more and more problems as necessary as the round progresses? Like what sounds like a good solution? Because if we allow infinite addition of problems, this also always feels like you kind of have a chance of a comeback, theoretically. Yes, you need to solve like 5 hard problems in 10 minutes or something, but still, what problem is this? It's one of the past problems from Codeforces rounds that neither of our contestants have seen, so it's probably pre-2018. You can also just Google the contest name and find it pretty easily. Also, yesterday or 2 days before, we had a very fun situation where one of the problems that was given to our contestants was actually from around, it was like an easy and one of the pair of easy and a hard version in a contest. So contestants had to go and Google for the easy one because there was a reference about like same as easy problem, but at this level.
Oh, B6EO-E0 actually solved this problem to get bragging rights.
That's cool. That's a great result. Well, this denotes the, well, not the end of 40 minutes. We still have a couple more, but the end of problems in our contest. So let's try and get our fantastic contestants into the video chat. A nice tight race, a good selection of problems, nothing too weird, a bunch of incorrect submissions, a lot of fun for me, and I'm already not sleeping. That's a very enjoyable thing to have. Okay, let's try and not spoil turmax's Zoom account that he's now using to get into the room. Привет, Макс. Скажи что-нибудь. Hi. Say something. I'm not getting your camera.
Oh.
You look like
Wait.
like a gray block instead of like a block of cats.
I think you should keep
Maybe
grabbing.
Yes, I should stop grabbing.
Oh, right. Yeah, grabber is definitely messing with this
Okay.
one. Let me, for now, we'll look at Khan again.
Okay,
What a good looking
now.
dude,
Nice,
right?
Nice.
Here you go.
Hi,
Here
everyone.
you go. Hi, Max. And Lee is already here. Oh, that's you. That's it. Oh, guys, I feel so esports right now.
So congratulations on the first win on this weekend.
Hi, Lee. Can you please also close the grabber page and then give Zoom access to your webcam?
No?
We can hear you,
Oh.
but we can't see you yet.
You should stop the video and then start the video.
Unfortunately, I cannot kill your screen sharing and webcam sharing on my side.
I mean,
should I
in-
solve my webcam?
Yeah, close the page that shares webcam and screen with the contest.
How can I open my
It's
camera?
this secret browser page. Yeah, and we have plenty of time because we will probably have a delay for round 2, so don't stress.
you can stop the video in Zoom and then start the video in Zoom. Maybe it would help.
OBS, nice. Look, true professional.
No, we haven't had chance to look at the OBS logo.
Yeah. I'm very proud. So all of our contestants have initially agreed on sharing their webcams and screens with contest organizers. And everyone held up their deal, their part of a bargain. Everyone actually shared their screens. We were able to do a lot of testing, and then we were able to do a lot of live streaming for our internal parts. And I'm also pretty proud of those who streamed themselves. Max, I never thought you would be a content maker, but then you started streaming your Blitz contests on Twitch. How did that happen?
I mean, we always have a screencasts when we are training in a team. In Polar Bear Transform team we have. But these screencasts are private only for our coaches.
Oh, so
so-
you actually have an archive and you will share it when you retire from competitive programming, right?
Sure, would we share it or not?
Yes, no, just share it, please.
Yeah, maybe. And so it was easy for me to set up a stream, or no, it wasn't a stream, it was a recording. Because I think this is the hardest part of the process.
Yeah, if anyone is interested in streaming or recording their contests and has no expertise, drop me a message and I'll help you set this up.
With ordinary contests, I wouldn't stream it because I become very nervous when streaming the ordinary contest.
Even more?
Yeah, today, like, what was happened with problem A? Oh wait, there's 2 me on the screen.
Oh, that happens. Like 2 is better than 1, right?
When I was solving problem A, like I was so nervous, like I was just know that there is some period, but actually, like, I don't even understand the statement that there is just the strings of length exactly 3 shouldn't be the palindromes. I understand this only to the end. Oh, nice. We can see you.
Awesome. We have both of you. Say hi.
Hi.
So good
Hi.
to see you both. How was the contest?
I think the contest is great. Maybe my English is not good, so
Neither of us are native English speakers, and I believe that our 70 spectators are also not C3 level of English, so we should be fine. Which problem was your favorite today?
maybe the one that I solved.
You solved 2, just saying.
3.
Oh, 3, sorry.
I think maybe I like all of them.
Maxim
Okay.
said he hated problem A, I feel like.
No, I don't say that I hate it, like it, but like I was just so nervous when solving it.
I spent a lot of time realizing that I just have to output AABB like that.
Yeah, I don't understand the same. I realized it only to the end when you should ban only palindromes of length 3, not all the palindromes of length at least 3. So first I output something like ABC, ABC, ABC. I'm not sure. Well,
I didn't saw I have to minimize the number of C at the first time.
Well, C. What is C? Ah, no, it's not C. Minimize what number?
The problem asks me to minimize the number of letters C.
Ah, yeah, it's strange. Yes. So I think I like more the problem I like the most is problem F. That is right. I really like it. And the problem I dislike is problem E. I don't know how I passed this from first try. That's insane because I was sure that it's wrong answer. I was submitting some just knife implementation, but it's hard to do the proper knife implementation of this problem.
Do you want to guess? So problem F, right? Problem F, giving awards. Try guessing how old this problem is.
Problem F?
Yes.
It doesn't seem like another problem. Like maybe 5 years. But not 10 years.
Okay.
5 years.
B6, your idea how old this problem is.
Me?
Problem given awards. I think it's problem F.
Yeah, problem
I
of how
think
old.
it's pretty old. Maybe 7 years.
Yeah, it is from 2014.
Oh.
So we, officially vintage, clothes and accessories, they start when something is 20 years old. But as Codeforces is very young, we still call a vintage problem just one that is over 10 years old. So this one was definitely vintage. Then you said you disliked problem D.
Problem E.
Problem E. Okay, any guesses on where this one comes from? Do you dislike sports in general? Igor is a big fan of sports, so I feel like he might get offended or something.
Igor?
No, I won't get offended.
You won't get offended.
But I think implementation problems should happen sometimes. We are programming after all, not to mass forces.
A monkey typing forces. I'm not strong enough to find this problem. Can?
But it should be very old, I think, because
this problem is older than the F.
Oh, it's round 200. No.
Oh,
it's problem 2001, 126. Which was announced 13 years ago, sometime summer 2012. Oh, this is so sweet. This round was prepared by students of Saratov State University, Nikolai Kuznetsov, who I, by the way, saw half a year ago at Challenge Championship Finals, Pavel Holkin, Igor Kudryshov, and Geralt Agapov. These are very old school names that we definitely have not seen for a long, long time in competitive programming. One of the ideas for Blitz is that, it is not rated. And so retired competitive programmers will come and participate. Who would you want to see dust off their keyboards and come to do a Blitz round or two?
Well, it was funny to see Nikolai Durov for me, but I'm pretty sure that he wouldn't be excited by this idea.
Too stressful?
Just very, but I'm not sure. Well,
okay.
It would be fun to if he will participate.
That's a fun hypothesis. Xiang, what would be your dream retired contestant to join us for for a Blitz round next time?
Or maybe allies kind of team member.
Also, can you tell me a little bit about your competitive programming experience overall? I'm not sure that our viewers are all familiar. When have you started doing competitive programming, and what are you doing these days?
I started to learn competitive programming in grade 5,
Oh, that's so early. Cool.
and many children kind of learn competitive programming very young. What I'm doing now is I'm trying to get a good score in NY, in National Olympic,
Mm-hmm. Are you in high school
in
now?
China. Yes, I'm a high school student.
That's awesome. We will be here to root for you when you win IOI. I can promise this. Do you know which university do you want to go for your further studies?
Maybe Peking University or
Everyone
Tsinghua
wants to
University.
go to Peking now. Peking's so hot. But they also have a huge, competition between teams to advance to the world finals. Because if you look at Peking University teams over the last 2-3 years, you'll see that you have Jiangli team, who only had one attempt at ICPC, and then you have Laditrot, and then you have Navebirds, and none of them are going this season. So there is like 10 people at Peking University who had great first run and only 1 year to feed them all at the world finals. So it can be pretty stressful.
I want to go to Peking University mainly because it's one of the best universities. It's maybe ICPC will find it. Not that important.
I see. That's true. Oh, hi, Cuber CSL. Good to see you. We have fun suggestions from chat about vintage contestants who can be fun to see. So they suggest Andrew Stankiewicz versus Andrew Lopatin, every match from year 2000 and 2001. By the way, belated happy birthday to Andrew Lopatin. I think that he celebrated his yesterday or something. My absolute favorite would be to see AC Rush, just because I miss this gentleman, and I think he's such a legend of Chinese contests. And I know that he's a busy business person these days with his own like AI startup and stuff, but imagine AC Rush competing. That would be cool.
Imagine AC Rush versus Tomek.
Oh my god. Imagine AC Rush's son versus Tomek's son. That would be a generational competition. Okay, another major question that I want to hear from you. And if you think of something else, just and Jonathan Irvings is like, and RNG, yes, old army comes. What changes in Blitz format do you think can be exciting? Do you like the new scoring? Do you feel like it needs to be longer or shorter? Do you think we need more problems? Because we're just in the first match of this weekend, and you already finished all problems well under 40 minutes. Like, what should we try to do for future Blitz competitions?
Well, I think it would be nice to see the classical contest, like maybe 3 hours, and problems of racing like 3000.
But then it won't be Blitz anymore.
Yeah. But like for Blizzard, well, okay, first because to the scores. I don't. Where is the difference between the scores 1, 2, 3? What it was 1, 2, 3? No, 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 2, 3, 4. Where is the difference? What was the point?
I think that before, 1 pointer is just a tiebreaker, but now it is a tiebreaker plus 1 easy problem. So if, like in your situation, first 2 problems are with different contestants, there are closer points. No?
The problem was that there was also even worse. The problem was that if 6 or 7 problems were solved in the previous system, problem A would be not a breaker, it would be irrelevant. It can't affect the outcome of the round.
So it's just if one solves well.
Yep. So even one, yeah.
If one solves
having more
ABCD,
problems, that's also.
the other solves FG, then the guy who solves ABCD wins.
At the moment,
not
no. Yes, at the moment, yes, but previously it wasn't that way. So it's also kind of funny that you can solve just 2 problems and win, which wasn't.
What do you
the
mean
thing.
just 2? Well, first of all, let me remind you about Maxim's first round where they solved 4 problems in total. What happened there? Were you given a weird problem?
It was on the second round with weird problem.
Right.
No, in the first round, like every problem was good, but they were very old, and like they were mostly implementation, and like I win for 4 seconds on last problem that we solved both.
Well, one of the problems today, you also lost by 11 seconds.
Yeah,
and this is something that I really like about Blitz format, is that there is real, pressure, really small margins.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, please.
Well, I didn't think that much about the scoring. I think both of them are okay. Okay for me. I just want to try to solve more problems and try to win with a big advantage. If the two participants have close scores, maybe in any type of scoring, it's hard to say who is better. It's just about luck.
True. How do we make the competition faster? One of the cool things we have in mind, and it's not an announcement, it's just a concept, is that we could have done a lot of fun tournaments if competition would be as fast as, Chess Blitz 3+2, which is like 15 minutes long. Is there a way to have a programming competition where one match is 15 minutes long?
I mean,
Okay.
what stops you from just having this format at 15 minutes?
You need even easier problems, no?
Why? Allow written code, allow Copilot, and you probably would have.
And Copilot will solve this very stupid problems in a minute, sure, but where is the fun?
Well, Copilot don't solve problems by itself, at least if you don't try to do prompts.
Okay, 15 minutes with written.
15 minutes is too short.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
You for some first time in the contest, I mean first segment of time, you are nervous, and when the contest is 15 minutes, you are nervous at all the contest.
Can be fun. Do you feel any added stress because your webcam is available to me?
No, I don't think about it.
Is there a light on your computer? B6, is there a light on your computer when you're sharing your webcam? Did I lose you all? Is my mic dead? No, I didn't. You just don't want to answer. I see. One of the things that we've been like very nervous about, we want to make sure that we get content that we can actually see how the contest progress goes and encourage people to live stream, which actually happened very nicely. A lot of contestants organically started streaming. One of our next round contestants, Izban, I just received a push notification from Twitch that he went live, and I don't think he ever streamed a single contest in his life before the Blitz round. So the fact that it's unrated, that you're reusing alt problems definitely help with the content making.
I guess the next contest will start in 3 minutes.
No, it will start in 13 minutes, so we are not in a
13?
rush. Yes, we still have plenty
Okay.
of time to chat. And if any of you is interested in staying on this call and commentating the next round, everyone is definitely welcome. Our cozy Discord server is actually doing great.
Oh, commentating is hard.
It's okay. It comes with experience, trust me. I am now able to talk about nothing for 20 minutes in a row with no problems. If he's live, does it mean no grabber? No, we figured out a way to share webcam both in the official live broadcast and in the unofficial live broadcast. So you'll see Ilya's brilliant and very motivated face in the next part of the contest. If you look at the bracket of the contest, do you have a preference who goes against you next round, errorgorn or izban? Who do you think is more dangerous today?
By rating errorgorn, but izban beat capped in the previous round, and that's very strong.
He swept, I think, all the problems, which I did no, all but one, and I did not expect that at all. Even though izban is a very strong contestant, and don't get me wrong, a great friend of mine, he's like old. Well, not older than me, but he retired from competitive programming a while ago. Whereas Kapt participated in the last two world finals, so it feels like he should be on top of his game with, Yandex Cup win just this September. But turns out motivation matters. And here I would like to say thank you to Anatoly Abramovich Shalita for making sure that Ilyas Bany is very well motivated and moisturized and in his lane and, doing great regardless.
So your next match will be just after the next one, right? Or no, after two other matches.
Yeah.
So it will be the last match in the morning session today.
No, one by last?
Let me
I'm
check.
confused. I think it will be
Yes, it's not the last. Okay.
one
It's-
before that.
Yeah.
We tried making sure that there is no 4-hour difference between the matches that one person plays, because that can be a little hard. And I'm very much looking forward to having more contestants from China and or maybe even Australia join the competition, and then not being able to build a bracket that has reasonable times and making people wake up at, I don't know, 2 a.m. like I did today, or stay awake until 5 a.m. This can be fun. Have you ever played, have any of you played chess in the past?
I have it.
So the reason I'm asking is we know that chess has a great tradition of titled evening tournaments. And this is definitely something that can be fun to repeat for competitive programming. Maybe for those who ever hit red, can be a good way to spend an evening.
So what's that tradition is about?
Oh, there is a regular, depending on the platform, it can be called a Title Tuesday or a Rated Arena evening Swiss tournament. So once a week, players are invited to register for a tournament, and then they play 8, maybe 10 rounds of pretty fast, blitz chess. No pun intended, and they identify the winner. Next match will be at 3:10. So we are 8-ish minutes till the next round. Our wonderful chat is not letting me chill.
Yeah, we participate in such events, but rarely, because I think that if it would be on a regular basis, like once a week, then it is. I think it's more. It's better to train like on hard problems than to solve easy problems faster.
Well, imagine how much faster your first solves are gonna be.
Yeah, but if it would be with +7, then it would be very good.
Do we introduce penalty also in Blitz? Like if you submit an incorrect submission, you can't submit for 1 more minute, let's say.
That's brutal. That's a good idea. I like it very much, yes.
Then it would be IOI.
And no feedback. Then it would be IOI.
What do you mean? No, no feedback about other contests?
Just no feedback. At all. Nothing. You just submit.
No
Is it
feedback
true?
at all, never, even with the contestants. It just then competition.
Nice.
You submit and that's all.
Like the winner is the one who believes the most of his solution.
Let's go. That's the spirit. I like this one.
Is it true that in Chinese Olympiad you don't have feedback?
In the last years, maybe 2 years ago, there is no feedback. But now there are something like pretest. It's usually the same generator with the final test. So it, we can think that we can get the feedback now.
Oh, so now it's like a Codeforces, like pretests equals to success.
Yes, but since the FST is very rare, I think.
Yeah, okay, I understand.
Okie dokie. We have 5 minutes until the next round. I'll now go to a short technical break to set everything up. Thanks for joining us. Stay in this Zoom call if you want to help us commentate the next round. turmax, congrats on the win. B6, good luck on your National Olympiad in Informatics selection. Now everyone will be rooting for you, I'm pretty sure. And we'll see you in a minute.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And we are so surprised. I think Ilya was trying to inflict some emotional damage on the opponent, but instead we actually damaged our community. Oh my god, I need help. We're 2 minutes before the contest, so I can see some warm up and stuff. What is this? Is this a deer with a saw?
Yeah, this looks like a chainsaw, something.
He also moves his head a little to the right and to the left, and it wobbles. I cannot. To be fair, we have explicitly received the question: is a hair attire allowed? And I said, sure, why not? And this is great. Sorry, I probably need to drink. So yeah, Nikolai Budin in chat asks, he has a really useful reminder for the participants. If you get wrong answer on sample, you can see checker outcome if you open your submission. And it indeed helps a lot. Specifically, I'm not sure if it helps in those contests, but definitely helps in regular events. We are 1 minute 11 seconds out before the contest. Vladimir Smykalov, thank you, Enot, helps us to get a reference. So it's Pochita from Chainsaw Man anime.
By the way, I
can
heard,
also say-
heard the rumors that the next World Finals teams would receive that feedback for sample test as well.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Sounds
That's
exciting.
really great. But I wanted to say that in the older Codeforces contests, it can happen that the checker feedback is actually spoiling something. For example, in the A problem from the previous contest, the checker comment explicitly said no Cs are allowed. And in the problem, you have to minimize the number of Cs. So, but the checker only accepts A and Bs, and it's written in the checker comment. So if turmax has opened the checker comment, he would see that the correct answer always has no Cs. Now we tend to avoid
That's
that.
major spoilers. It's a pay to win. You need to be allowed to open the feedback. We're 15 seconds into the contest. What's our problem A for today, gentlemen?
Yeah, so the problem A is to split the given number n into the maximum number of distinct integers.
So basically, you take 1, 2, and so on until you can. And then the remainder would be the last number.
Okay. Our contestants for today, for this round, are errorgorn, obviously 3 times II medalist, silver, gold for 2020, 2021, 2022. He's one of the finalists, I believe, of Yandex algorithm of 2023. And so a young, I would say like up and coming, but already established contestant, very strong, very active, versus a true senior, izban, ICPC world champion from 2018. No, I lied to you, from 2017.
And Ilya has just solved A.
And Ilya has just solved A. We'll give it a second to process in my overlay, which for whatever reason just still says that it's an incorrect submission. Is it? Is it an incorrect submission? It would be unfortunate.
There was a VA1 on the first submission, and then
now it resolved
15 seconds later
into a proper okay. So the reason I'm joking about Ilya's motivation is because even though his first round went somewhat, well, I don't want to say difficult, but not too dominant, and turns out that problem number 4 in the round was just too difficult for any of the contestants to solve, so they finished with a score 6-1. Ilya practiced a couple of rounds between round 1 and 2, and he won over double ICPC gold medalist of recent years, Cupped, with 23-10, which is a quite dominant performance. And again, on paper, and specifically if you look at the current rating of contestants, Izban's current rating is not like it's high because he competes pretty rarely. His joke is that he's going to visit Div 2 pretty soon. What's our second problem of today?
Okay, so problem is like this. You have a sequence of numbers. You can cyclically shift them, and you want to know if you can sort them this way. It can be solved pretty easily. You just need to find the minimum that have not a minimum before it, or if all the minimums, you obviously can do that. Otherwise, you want to find the minimums that have not a minimum before it, and shift it up to there. And if it works, it works. If it's not, then we can't sort. So this should be solved very quickly as well. And by the way, about Ilya's first round problem D, I read it. It's quite interesting. So you expect like you have to fit Q times n solution where Q is 1 million and n is 1000. But then you realize the answer of a query is always 0 or 1, and just each change in query would change it from 0 to 1 and 1 to 0 back. So it's kind of, as we call it, joke problem.
Well, almost all first problems are jokes, aren't they?
It was D. I mean, it's the D from the first round, in which Ilya participated, that he and his opponent hadn't solved.
I see. Do you think at this competition, if you win over another contestant, does this contestant support you in the next round? Or is it kind of a, no, I will root against you from now on? Like currently Cupped is in the chat and he's like, yeah, Ilya is incredibly fast. Do you think he's rooting for errorgorn or for izban?
I don't know. I would probably root for my opponent, but there is like also a distinct achievement of like have a longest losing chain. So you lose to someone, that one loses to in the next round, and so on until the finals. Yeah, like reverse winner.
Submission by errorgorn, and it is.
The first one got time limit exceeded on test 4 and then accepted.
And the second one is
Ilya submitted in several seconds, but he has wrong answer on test 22. Anyway, so it's not that stingy.
Okay,
so Ashley's diff in the time limit and correct submissions was the size of the array that he used. So apparently that was more like a runtime error and undefined behavior that led to the time limit. And now it's fixed.
Well, a cooldown of 1 minute for submission after a wrong submission feels too much.
No, why? It is only 5 seconds left. And we've just discussed the only submission.
Yeah. I guess. Okay, Cupped is rooting for izban now. So this does work. It's also a pretty cool thing that does Ilya know that the problem has already been solved? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe he's upsolving, you know? True champions upsolve. And we have a new problem now.
Sure, the next problem is like this. You have n boxes, and in i's box there is I number of blocks. You want to be able to select any index and distribute all blocks from this box so that the number of blocks in all the other boxes are equal. And the question is how many blocks you need to add to these boxes so that it would be possible. And the solution is pretty easy. You need first, of course, the sum of number of blocks to be divisible by n-1. And you also need to have at least maximal of AI times n-1 blocks. And that's it.
That should be pretty straightforward implementation.
By the way,
Yeah.
if you're interested in POV of izban, feel free to visit his Twitch channel, where I hope he will eventually tell us some fun stories about his hat, I guess. A hat, right? Looks like a hat.
I guess he's also commenting in the intermission between the problems.
He's also just
Or-
talking a lot. That's a good content making in here.
Okay.
So we have Ilya still thinking, and I think errorgorn is starting to type, although I'm not sure. Maybe he just selecting random parts of. He started to type. Yes.
One of the other good feedback points was that intermission of 60 seconds is a lot. And cutting it down to, say, 30 seconds can save a few precious minutes of contest time that we have. Dear viewers, absolutely let us know what you think about this duration. And I know that Khan was one of the first people to actually try and test the format. And you were competing against none other than Umnik. We have submissions from izban. Did you feel that 60 seconds is a little too long?
So we first tried with 30 seconds and it was definitely too short. Because you also want, at least when just having a friendly match, we also wanted to exchange a couple of ideas after the problem and clear the code, etc. And then the 30 seconds was not always enough to do that. It feels like one needs to reset more properly. So that's why it was increased to 60 seconds.
Yeah, I
And we
wanted to
have
suggest 15 seconds.
15, yeah, good idea. izban had a compilation error and then errorgorn actually got the problem accepted, which we will see on a screen in a second.
Yeah, so
Whew.
actually it seems problem C was from Kotlin here or something, because the correct author's solution is just 2 lines in Kotlin.
That's very cute. Do we keep limitations for allowed languages in the round, or were they still allowed to submit in other languages than Kotlin? Apparently they were.
They obviously both tried to submit in C++.
Mm-hmm. Okay. S versus G says if you have 30 seconds and the opponent does not know their opponent actually solved the problem, they may try solving an already solved problem instead of the next problem. So it can take a few extra seconds for them to notice that there's already been a switch. And so, yeah, it's a good note to have. In this contest specifically, we also, just because of the screen capture, we did face a lot of issues with push notifications about the fact that problem was solved by the opponent. For blitz rounds, we have very aggressive notification system. Problem 4 just appeared on their screens. We have a very aggressive notification system because you don't want to miss the fact that problem is already done. But anytime you do screen sharing, for example, on Windows natively decides that you don't want to receive notifications. So you kind of go into do not disturb mode. And then this do not disturb mode can be manually adjusted for different problems and something. But overall, there is definitely a chance that today or tomorrow we'll see some of the contestants struggle because they would not receive notification on time, and so they will only have a couple of seconds of their intermission to save them.
So the problem D is like this. You have a permutation of ups, and first k ups are on the first screen, next k ups on the second screen, and so on. When you always start from page 1, you navigate to the app you want to run, and then to run it. And additionally, this app would go one position closer to the beginning, so that if you use it frequently, you can run it faster and faster. And we're given the initial order, and then we're given order of apps that would be ran in the given order. You need to say basically how many times we need to swap screen to the next one. And it should be pretty easy implementation. You just have both order of apps and the inverse of this permutation, so you know where given app is located, and that's all, basically.
Sounds about right. Okay.
So this one should be written pretty fast as well.
I'm actually surprised we
And
don't have
we can
submissions yet.
see on at least
Just
errorgorn screen,
submitted.
you already
Oh.
have reverse permutation code.
Yeah.
And it's a go. Oof. Okay, Aragorn is taken off. He was definitely not impressed by the fact that Elias stole first problem and is now well in a good shape on cruising on the competition. Oof. I think that we nicely accounted for. Oh, we can hear Aragorn to commentate on what's up. And you cannot, my dear co-hosts.
No, unfortunately, we cannot.
But well, eventually we can be able to. We probably will figure out how to do a system that allows oral spectators to just, follow every given contestant.
In terms of
Kotlin
score,
problem was prepared by Adadalik, who prefers Kotlin in real life, and so Kotlin solutions are just so short. What code editor Aragorn is using? It's a competitive programming editor or something that was announced on CAF some time ago. Okay.
Aragorn now need to solve as F or G to win, but no, E wouldn't be enough by itself.
Okay.
The problem is like this: there is a lot of points, and you can place two platforms. On the plane, platform is a segment, a horizontal segment of length k, and then points will start to fall to decrease its y coordinate. The question is how much points you can catch. So the fact is y coordinates are irrelevant. Thus, the question is how much x coordinates you can cover by two segments of length k. And it's pretty straightforward. You go from left to right and calculate what's the maximum number of points you can cover with one segment. Then you do the same from right to left. And then you basically, you already calculated from left to right. You would just remember what was the maximum on the prefix.
Does not sound crazy.
Hey, I think Igor was telling us that the problems until problem E in this match are quite easy, even compared to the previous one. I think also because there are no, let's say, unusual problems or vintage problems, as you call them, Lydia. They all look pretty modern. So probably for our contestants, it's better.
Well, Ilya, I believe, would not mind some, nicely выдержанные. I have no idea. My English is dead for today. Well-seasoned problems. But as you know, Aragorn is, definitely very well-versed in modern-day mainstream and fashionable programming techniques, which is why we see him so high in the scoreboard. Errorgorn is currently a proper Nutella LGM, which he only reached recently during Rayan programming contest selection round, so last November, which is exciting, and congrats him on this great achievement. And in general, you can see that Errorgorn's graph of Codeforces rating is just taken off. Still has plenty of nice LGM time in him.
So here both competitors started to code something right away. And I think Aragorn already thinks that he's finished, but he's getting some completion errors at the moment.
I would not be surprised if we'll see a regularly large number of compilation errors and blitzes in general. And because again, I'm encouraging people to just, do not test submit. It's like old-timey type the solution right in the contest control system interface, top coder style. Just type.
Yeah, I'm
Can be
actually
an exciting
surprised
thing.
that people are actually compiling and even sometimes testing the problems. Maybe it's not that difficult when you have a dedicated editor like the CP editor, where it's basically, it does all the job for you and you only have to press one button to compile and run. But still you lose a couple of seconds for compilation because C++ is not the fastest language to compile, right?
And there is unfortunately another factor. So the tool that I'm using to share contestant screen and webcams with us sometimes affects the compile time significantly. So this also contributes to why would you compile, just submit.
So I think that it's actually very important here in this Blitz format to have a proper setup that allows you to quickly compile and run and maybe even submit like Igor does. That didn't help him, but I think that actually brought a lot of advantage.
See, Igor, you
Yeah,
wouldn't even gotten to round 2 unless you used this whole the infrastructure
if
thingy.
only I would be faster myself.
Yep. Well, it's okay. Oh, our dear spectators in chat can also vote on this one. Do we need to organize a separate, bracket for seniors?
We do have a submission from Aragorn.
Ooh.
And it's
And
probably
looks
accepted.
correct. Yeah, it's accepted.
Yes, it is
Wow.
accepted, and it's a very dominant performance of Aragorn's in this round.
Lyanal needs both F and G to have a chance to win.
But there is the chance. I mean, we've seen a few rounds where one participant was late for the first 5 problems, maybe 4, and then with the last 2 just overtook by 1 point their opponent. So it is definitely possible. But
Do they have enough
what I
time
know
for this?
about the next problem, I would say that on the next problem, Errorgorn has an advantage from my understanding of
Well known
their.
in CA.
I would say it's just some combinatorics math where I would expect Ashley to be much stronger.
Let's listen in on him.
So the problem F is like this. You have a regular polygon of size n, and also you separately like with red points, and you have blue points at its center, and you have rubber band around red points. You remove red points one by one in whatever order you want. And you stop doing that if the rubber band touches blue point. The question is how many different arrays you can get if you, when you remove the vertex, you save its number in the end of the array. So how many different arrays are there?
And errorgorn has actually coordinated the round this problem appeared in.
Oh no. Oh no. So this is another thing that we need to remove from the list. Why is it so hard? Oh well. At the
I
same
don't
time,
think that helps a lot in this particular problem because we still have to do the math correctly, and I don't think there is like a hidden idea of how to do that. But still, yeah, not very nice.
it's okay. We're testing. We're here for the content. Another fun like content and trivia piece is Southeast Asia represent. Out of our top 16 contestants, we had just one from China, B6E0, unfortunately already eliminated, but again, a great performance overall. We have 3 contestants from Southeast Asia, errorgorn, jonathanirvings, and Kuroni. We have a great contestant from Iran, Alireza Kaviani. We have 3 contestants that at different points of their lives represented MIT, Kaysan, Heuristica, and Anton Trigup. And we have 3 world champions, izban, Turist, and Heuristica as well, I believe. I hope I'm not crazy. Yegor is usually our analytics guy, but I took it on myself to actually open CP Hof a couple of times today. So yeah, Southeast Asia is definitely very dominant in Blitz format, and I have no idea why, but I'm here for it.
Well, to be honest, I don't think you can say that some region or someone is dominant in the format if you only have like a
Single
sample of one
elimination?
competition. A sample of one competition.
Oh, I'm so great at making like unbased, not making decisions, but rather like trying to identify a pattern somewhere where you obviously don't have enough information. Also, double elimination would be cool, but long, but cool. When will the next match be?
This would be fun. This top 8 would be very fun.
So the matches start at whole hours, except this one because we had a technical delay. So the next match will be in 25 minutes. That also means that how much time is left in this round? Not much, 15 minutes.
Not a
15
lot,
minutes,
not a
and
lot.
both participants still somewhat think and not really typing anything yet.
Yeah, should I look up at how long is the correct solution for this
Oh,
problem?
yes, please.
Let's say take a Python problem. Oh no, that's quite, I mean, yeah, you have to, it seems you have to have factorials, inverse factorials, combination numbers, and then the actual solution only takes 4 lines of combinatorics, but you still have to type in all of these math functions.
I would bet Gennady would type all of that in 1 minute.
We'll see that
Yes.
pretty shortly.
The question is whether our contestants who might be used to having these math constants or math general functions in a template, whether they can type that without mistakes, without thinking much.
I have not yet told you about Aragorn's way to this round. So his round 1 opponent was full 700 points of max Codeforces rating lower than him. It was against Dark Satyr from MIPT. And Aragorn convincingly went 21 to 10, dropping only 0.2 and 0.8 problems. Again, in round 1, it was pretty typical for our contestants to have solved 6 problems total. and just look at the problem number 7 and like just leave it be. But then in round 2, he was faced again Lexi VV and won even more impressively 22-3. Again, we changed scoring system a little bit, but Lexi was able to only pick up problem with that's worth 3 points. I briefly entertained the idea of making sure that there is one person representing Singapore. Well, it's a little complicated. So errorgorn represented Singapore and IOI, Silver Gold, and I think he's now living in Singapore. And then we also have jonathanirvings, who's originally from Indonesia, but also resides in Singapore these days. So I was thinking about facing them one against another to have a guaranteed Singapore representation in the next round. But then we ultimately decided against this, and errorgorn is proving me right that he would be able to face off any opponent in the bracket and still show a very strong performance here.
So yeah, I think errorgorn finished typing that template of having combinations, and now testing it, but
Testing.
so far
Why? No test. Submit.
I mean, he haven't even started to type
the
solution
actual
itself.
solution. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Chat suggests that it's very surprising to see no Japanese contestants, and so S versus J would love to see Maroon RK. We too, sir. We too.
Yeah, maybe the timing was not very favorable for them, although we tried to accommodate most of them, and I think it was clear from the beginning that we would try to do so, but still we were also clear from the beginning that this weekend you can have a match basically at any time, or it is possible that you would have a fixed time for the match.
Yeah. Well, I hope we'll reuse the format in the future and we'll be able to see all our heroes. Again, I'm here for, competition for those that are over 40. Oh, damn. No, bad timing. Piotr has just celebrated his 40th birthday, and so he'll just dominate the upper bracket now. Regardless, we'll definitely figure out a format that would allow our excellent senior contestants to have a shot at winning a competition as well.
I mean, I would be 40 in half a year.
So
and
we
also,
should do it before that, I guess.
Pashka is over 40, so I wouldn't
Pashka is over 30.
Piotr would be that dominant.
We'll see. We'll see. Definitely send us your suggestions right now in YouTube chat, but also, yeah. Who is the oldest active LGM? Good trivia question. Igor?
I guess Piotr?
Piotr, maybe, yeah. Well, LGM as in someone who ever hit LGM would also be a good time. Nikolai, you can just probably type an SQL query into Codeforces database.
You don't have the ages, first of all.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Oh, I entertained myself at some point. We have a Telegram chat with a bunch of people that are near and dear to competitive programming. And I think we discussed something about how salary and like total comp correlates with age. And so I went and wrote down age for every single person in this 140 people large chat. I was very proud of myself that for most of these people, I kind of knew the year where they were born, so pretty closely. So we definitely have a way to brute force this just a little bit. Vladimir Smukalov, I'd prefer sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, yes. For someone who was LGM at some point, my guess would be Bruce Mary. He's 1 year senior.
Was he ever?
both me, Piotr, and Pashka. And
Was he an LGM?
I think yes. Let me check. Yes, his maximal rating is 3089.
Is he just 1 year older?
Yes.
I remember that if you open, and again, our contestants are just like typing and thinking, and I'm afraid that's how the next statement is gonna go. So,
That's quite interesting what's going on right now, because I think both of our contestants don't have a pen and paper at hand. So at some point they tried to draw in like a standard app for drawing on their systems, and also type in some combinations in a notepad, which is, I think, not a standard view we would have today, because most of the problems are actually solvable in mind, so to say.
But then I'm kind of happy that they don't have a pen and paper, so when they think on a keyboard, and it's fun. Otherwise, I would have to develop like a way to align everything on screen in a manner that allows me to, I don't know, see a tablet or something. Over engineering would be a little too hard. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. And maybe a topical blitz contests where every single problem is a math or every single problem is geometry would inspire people to actually get a pen and paper at their hand. Chat also suggests Maspi as one of the oldest active LGMs, but Anton mentions that he is 38. Indeed, I think that he participated at IMO in 2003-ish, whereas Piotr at this time already was competing at ICPC.
Looking at the last IOA participation is usually the best guess of age.
Good morning to our 116 wonderful viewers. We are currently looking at a Chainsaw Man against an errorgorn match. And errorgorn is somewhat dominant with 21 points against 2 for izban, but they are currently at their last 5-6 minutes of the contest. Contest is 40 minutes long. Anton Trigup very correctly says that Maspi would not be able to participate in the Blitz contest because he solved all past Codeforces problems, which is damn accurate. And this, and we have a submission from errorgorn.
It's correct.
Any good? It's correct. And good job. This is a great result with a couple more minutes to spare to look at the last problem. But again, a pretty crazy showing for errorgorn. What a strong 31-2, and we're not even done yet. Performance. That's pretty crazy. That's a good GG.
That makes errorgorn obviously win this round, no matter if our participants can solve G in less than 5 minutes.
On paper, turmax's max rating is respectably higher than errorgorn's by like 200, a little over 200 points. But first of all, Blitz competitions are not rated. Second of all, I'm sure that with a lot of contestants not being too active these days on Codeforces, their rating is wrong, like just plain wrong. And this format favors fast typers, those who are able to start their contest really fast. And I would be very curious on what kind of proper seeding system do you think is a good seeding for Blitz contests? Should we, if we just do fair Blitz contests without Lydia trying to match interesting content pieces, how do we seed it? Do we use current Codeforces rating? Do we use max historic Codeforces rating? Do we have a separate Blitz rating? Yeah. And there is a hilarious question in chat. So there is a question in chat that says, what is the rating of our hosts? Hi, I'm Lydia and I'm 1548. Is this my max rating? No, my max rating was 1727. and I barely have 10 contests on Codeforces. But unfortunately, I've been with competitive programming for a little over 17 years at this point. So it's more of a Aya winning Sun situation than of do I actually have any MMR. Is izban's facecam frozen? Probably it is. He may have either closed the page or we have technical issues, but I'm definitely not distracting our dear contestants by adjusting it during the contest. So we'll just try
My
and
guess is
restore
he
them on my side.
decided that he can't win, so why
And
continue?
rage quit. Yes, if rage quit is so izban, absolutely. I'm joking. This is very much not Ilya's specialty, so we'll see.
Interesting.
Click some buttons.
I think Aragorn continued to do something related to the problem F, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, because you solve problems just to enjoy them. Thank you for letting me know about Ilya's camera. I think I was able to fix it. And our other hosts are Khan and Igor. Are you any good? I thought you're good. Let me see. Khan's historic max rating is 3025. And then Igor's historic max rating is 3235. So that's a very respectable average rating, and I should quit Zoom at this point. At the same time, I recently was in an elevator, and I will not show you the picture because I'm lazy, but so I was in an elevator with 2 other people, and average max rating of that elevator was 3,500 something. Yeah, average max rating 3160. And yeah, 3 people in the elevator, including myself. It was very enjoyable. This is
And I guess
why
that also included me, as far as I know.
this did not include you, unfortunately.
No? Okay.
No. The elevator had 2 other people. Well, it included you. Yeah, we walked
Maybe that was
together
the
with
second
you, and then
iteration.
you left the elevator
And increased the
and
average
increased
rating.
the average rating. So yeah, this is why I highly recommend everyone, if you ever have a chance, try hard to advance to an on-site contests. It's just a pretty awesome thing to be able to communicate with other community members and just in general see each other. We're 15 seconds, sorry, until the end of the contest, but I believe we will not see any more submissions in this round, and we would be here to declare the final results as 31-2. Oof. That elevator must have been really good at CP. Yeah, pretty sturdy one. The contest is now over, and I'm running to invite our contestants to the room. Let's see what's up. Let me pin Yegor to first screen. No. Zoom so hard. What's this? Yay. Okay. How did we do? Yegor, Nikolai. I think it went pretty well.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
think the
one-sided.
contest was pretty interesting, both of them. Even if in the end, one of the contestants had kind of dominated the other. Yeah.
Yeah, I think contrary to Igor's suggestion that we have like very easy problems. I mean, we had quite easy problems up until E, but then the problem F just killed both of the contestants.
Yeah, that's
more or
true. I
less.
think
Okay.
problem G was actually easier, but apparently stats say otherwise.
Yeah. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, okay, I think I can hear you now. Okay.
Yay. Hi, everyone. First of all, Ilya, excellent hat. I died.
Thanks.
My joke was that you probably planned this as an emotional damage to your opponent, but instead
But,
AoE just killed all the commentary because
Yeah,
this is
I
Joker.
don't see that the opponent could see me beforehand.
Would you
But
want
yeah,
to?
anyway, congratulations. It was a very nice performance. You were very fast.
Oh, thanks.
Strong.
Good luck in following rounds.
Should I like BM a bit? Like I just flew back to Singapore this morning. Like I took an overnight flight from like Taipei to Singapore.
Damn, you're so good with the jet lag. Beware, beware. We'll definitely have to schedule your rounds at a more inconvenient time in the future just to balance it out. Do we need more comeback mechanics? What do you think? Do we need a double down button that says, I don't want a feedback on the next problem, but give me more points?
Not really. I think it's already quite enough because you can come back with 2 problems unless you really screwed your start of the contest.
I think about the same. I'm not really sure what the comeback system means here. Maybe you could say that again.
Do we need penalty on the matches? On the wrong
Penalty?
submissions?
No, definitely no.
I don't know. I mean I've been like abusing the strat in like previous rounds where like whenever I have anything that passes samples, I just submit before like debugging it properly. So like I've been abusing the like 0 penalty system. Quite I've like abused it quite a bit.
I usually submit even before like I test my samples, and it's works like half of the time.
Half of the time is pretty impressive. I would have expected a much slower performance. One of the suggestions in the previous round was that after each incorrect submission, you should get a cooldown period where you cannot submit. How many seconds would make sense? Like 1 minute is obviously too much.
30 seconds maybe like fine, really.
I mean, do we want to like penalize people for submitting stupid solutions? I mean, like submitting like nonsense.
No.
I mean, it depends on like the spirit of like the round, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that should not include wrong answer on 1 or compilation errors, like in the Codeforces rounds.
It's a good point.
Ilya got a compilation error and then never resubmitted it. It's just, this problem just only compilation error for Ilya. Poor problem.
But I don't know. I kind of like want to ask about the rules about like no templates. I don't know whether like you saw in F, like I spent half my time like writing out like some combinatorics templates.
Yeah. I didn't even like come up with like a proper solution that is easy to code. Do you know where is this problem from?
This is actually a problem. Yeah, that actually coordinated, but it still took quite some time.
Yeah.
Another problem was a Kotlin round problem. Well, not a Kotlin round, but rather a true main solution is 2 lines in Kotlin.
Oh, which problem is that?
That was about cubes, I think.
Cubes. You can write a lot of solutions in 1 or 2 lines in proper language like Python, so it doesn't really matter, I think.
Do you think Python would be just a better language for Blitz rounds?
For somebody maybe, but not for like your average contestant who spent like all his life practicing C++.
Yeah, I hear a lot of therapy in this sentence.
I think like C++ and macros is like quite customized to you already, so it's probably about the same. It's like probably faster than typing Python for me at this point.
Is it also your like day-to-day main language?
I mean I'm unemployed, so
you still, I believe, write some code. Also, our dear spectators send an offer to errorgorn. He's fast. Look at him. Look at him do this Blitz contest. No algorithm interview, just an offer, please. Are you based in Singapore, right?
Yeah, I'm based in Singapore.
Ilya's company company that Ilya works for definitely has an office somewhere nearby if you're interested.
I mean,
no?
I don't have a bachelor's yet, but like, I mean, if Jump Trading wants to like give me an offer, sure, I guess.
Okay. Surprisingly, a bunch of our contestants from today and tomorrow now work for HFT/hedge fund trust fund companies. So thank you, FinTech, for employing our best and brightest competitive programmers over the last couple of years. Great job. Please keep it going.
So it's not only high frequency trading, but also high frequency typing and solving.
Ooh. Oh, so the secret is actually they're not doing alphas, but it's just Ilya clicking buttons really fast. That's one way to do. Okay, as we are hopefully 3 minutes out before the next round, thank you for joining. I'll see you in a couple of minutes after a short technical break. If you're interested, stay with us to commentate. We'll be here just, chatting. And congrats. Thanks for the great performance and GG's.
Thank you for organizing this. This was super fun.
It was fun for me too. I guess I'll see you guys in like 1 hour later.
Yep,
Good
we
luck.
do. See ya. And well, who could have expected that we'll have some technical difficulties only on the third round and not in the first two? I'm pretty far. I'm not sure if we will be getting Alireza Kaviani's screen and webcam. We'll try a few more times, but anyways, they're now in the contest. Oh, and I actually have his content now. He had enough time to set it up, and we are now in the contest through our first minute and the first problem. 1 minute,
First
4
problem
seconds away.
is like this. You're given a string. You can do two operations. First operation, you can delete any character of the string, and it's cost 1 to do so. And the second operation, you can swap any pair of characters in S, and that costs 0. Your goal is for your final string T to be in such a way so that any position that is still valid, less than length of T, for each such positions, T and S have different characters. And characters in S are only zeros and ones. So the solution is pretty easy. You go from left to right, you calculate, you know how much zeros and ones you have in S, and then you go from left to right and you calculate how much zeros and ones you have to have in T. And if you have not enough, by now you have to stop. And the answer would be length of S minus how many characters in T you managed to get.
Nice.
Yeah, so the problem should be pretty easy and it's already solved. However, digging through the statements, I guess, was not the easiest among the A problems that we've seen today.
Yes, that's
Mhm.
probably one of the harder ones if you look at A, but it's still a very easy problem.
Yeah.
And Asaf got it. At the same time, I want to, like, for full content transparency, say that for the first few seconds of the round, we still were debugging webcam and screen for Alireza. So there definitely was an advantage for Asaf in a matter of, I don't know, 10 to 15 seconds on setting up. And also, you know, being chill, knowing that things work as opposed to having to alt tab and try to turn it on and then off and then reshare screen and stuff. But this is why we're doing the Legends for the Content tournament. I also would like to notice that Alireza always has a great fan support in chat, and it's very sweet how they definitely take care that contestant knows that they're rooting for him all the time.
So we have problem B now. In problem B,
even more stupid.
Even more stupid? God damn. So it's going to be a real fast typing thing. Do you think any one of them has advantage if we're just typing really, really fast?
I don't know.
Your brain still have to follow that speed.
Okay. What's the problem is about? Yes.
Problem is about an array, which is given. And we have two kinds of operations. We either can replace one element to a given number, or we can replace all elements to a given number. And we always want to answer some of the array. And it's not really hard. It's very easy.
I see. Our wonderful spectators cannot see that, but our work chat that shows us that shows us what are the warm-up rounds being scheduled, actually had an errorgorn against turmax scheduled in, 55 minutes from now. So right is, oh no, it's not the warm-up. Oh, I'm just blind, forget it. I thought that they scheduled the warm-up round right as they finished playing, and instead it was Khan scheduling the real round. Whatever, I'm blind. What did you expect? I'm looking at, I don't know, maybe 12 applications on my screen at the same time. I envy our contestants in that sense. Isaf told me that he's kind of slow, said Budjan. He's kind of fast. Like, I have proofs. Content is on the internet.
I think this one would be quite close between them, because they are both quite deep into typing and...
Isn't that simply like keeping the sum and then either when we replace the whole elements, we just know the sum, and when we replace one element, we just...
So how would I approach it? I would keep two arrays. One is the current state of the array, and the other is an epoch. And when you have an operation that changes everything, you update an epoch, and now if the epoch for this element is not the same as the current epoch, it's actually the last, the value of the element is the last time you did a full update. Otherwise, it should be written in the first array.
It's basically like implementing one block of the square root decomposition, right? The problem is exactly this.
I'm not sure. I think I have some data structure that would just do exactly that in my library.
No libraries.
Because
libraries bad.
Libraries
bad.
Libraries is the best of them all.
And Alireza solves problem B. He's so fast. That's impressive. Out of the people that participated in previous rounds that I tested streaming on, Isaf was one of the people who said that it's been very noticeable that when I do screen capture, compile time increases. So I hope it does not affect, well, one of contestants more than another, and we'll definitely ask about it after the contest. Mike is brutal. He added the, you know how Codeforces has this, like, sorry, there is a maintenance, or like ratings are rolled back, and now there is a message that says Codeforces Blitz Cup final rounds have started. Join the stream now. Like it's more aggressive than the main page announcement. Thank you, Mike. Caviar is yes, I agree. Good cheese. Good cheese. When someone says Alireza, I think of the chess player. True, but also context matters. Also, Alireza strong. Do you know that Alireza Firouzja studied chess in the same like district of St. Petersburg that I lived in? Never met him though, unfortunately. And we have problem number 3. What's
Yeah,
with
the
T?
problem we have again an array and number k, and we can do 2 operations on the array. We have another number x that is initially 0, and in each operation we can add value of number x to any of the elements of our array, and then we increase x by 1. We can skip the first part of the operation. The question and also we can't add we can have 2 operations to add x to the same element of the array. So only for each element of the array we can add x to it only once. The question is, how many operations do we need to make all elements of the array divisible by k? And the answer, once again, you just like for the same reminder model k, you need to do it on different steps. So you need just to calculate which step you would have you will do that on, and then take maximum of all of them. And remember that you don't need to do anything with elements that are already divisible by k.
Okay. Sounds good. I really enjoy problems that our contestants don't need to think about. I think it looks very impressive how they just go and type and type and type really fast. It is also a contest from a Div 3 round. Ooh, that's basically in sync. What? What?
Yeah, the problem is pretty easy.
But who's faster? Wait. How do I see this? Where do I click?
They are both
admin,
failing contest
status.
1.
No. It doesn't matter. Two seconds
seconds
difference. Oh my god. That's
6
crazy.
submissions among the whole Codeforce.
Any reason for them to
Rather
submit
than
using
answer.
different GCCs? Like one is actually using C++23, and then Alireza uses C++17.
And Alireza fix it faster.
So what was the fix? Let's check. The fix was initializing the answer with -1 instead of 0. Because in the end, he prints answer
no.
+1. So I guess if there is no answer,
Yes.
it should be.
If
zero.
all numbers already divisible by k, the answer is 0.
Okay, what is about the next problem that we have?
Well, they haven't opened it yet, so
2 seconds
But-
for 2 incorrect submissions.
But you can already tell us what's the
What?
problem.
could be
How?
spoilers.
What the hell? Really? You guys see problems? Okay.
Yeah, Yegor should be able
Khan,
to
can
see
you
it.
teach me what's the fastest way to figure out where a problem is from? Do I have to just copy
search in
problem
Google.
name and search Google? Blah.
Yes.
Boo. Boo, I'm a
That's
manager.
why
I
I
should be
don't
allowed
like
to see where it comes from.
when the authors name the problems in a very generic name. Like then you don't distinguish them anymore.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
guess so.
kind of
I really
difficult.
liked how problem B is called Stone Age problem. And I'm here trying to promote the concept of vintage competitive programming problems.
So in problem D, we have again a sequence of numbers. This time they
Aye.
forming a set. And we have Alice and Bob who are playing a game. In each turn, you select two numbers such that the absolute value of the difference is not already in the set, and add that absolute value of difference. And if you don't have a move, you lose. Who wins?
I'm afraid we may have a disconnect from Kavi. I lost his screen and webcam, and also on our stream, someone said like VPN is down. But I hope that his computer works fine, and we'll keep getting the proper submissions from him. Also, our contestants are using a custom Codeforces domain that should allow them to bypass Cloudflare pretty easily. So we'll see. Let's hope it does not affect performance at all.
So for this problem, we will eventually have all the numbers no more than the maximum of a's that are divisible to the greatest common divisor of all the numbers. And it doesn't matter how the players would actually do their moves, the winner would be the same no matter what. And it depended on the if the number of items in the final set would be odd or even.
Should I let Kavi know that his cam and screen are down? It's just 1 minute between the problems, so now it's basically already too late, and the next problem will open in 4 seconds. But do you think it will be more distracting or like helpful for him to get more content out? And again, also like let us know in chat if you feel like having him on screen is more important. Average runs internet. Yeah, I can see this. That's a pretty unfortunate experience overall.
Yeah, can we maybe have ISAF full screen then?
Oh, righty. Yes, we definitely can. Brain is just not braining. That's okay.
Ivan didn't like the problem that
Yeah,
we can easily see from the face.
Yeah. I like this.
Yeah, the problem is eventually getting the lexicographically, or like a game where one has to think about lexicographical order, which is sometimes confusing to participants. You have to sit down and think about that. You cannot just do small steps to approach the solution, I think. So the problem is as follows. You have two players and each of them has n letters, could be repeating, could be similar in between the two players. And then they take turns placing a letter in a string of n question marks. So they replace the question marks. And the goal of the first player is to get the lexicographically smallest result. And the goal of the second player is to get the lexicographically largest result. And the question is, of course, what would be the final result?
So my understanding of the solution is the first player wouldn't use any letters that are like in the upper half. If he sort his letters in the upper half of his letters, the second player would be use letters from the first half, and then if the first player have all letters bigger than the second player, he would place his biggest letter to the last position. Otherwise, he will place his smallest letter to the first position.
Yeah, and for the second player, it's vice versa from the back.
Yes.
Which I'm not sure what is easier to implement, whether to just implement the strategy Oh, we don't even have to implement the strategy as Ivan shows us. It's just some construction of the answer.
Okay, chat, get yourself together. No cheating allegation. God damn it, you're crazy. I'm not organizing a 30-round blitz rematch on the price of one polygraph question or however many millions of dollars. Like, I'm not doing this. Stop it.
We have 2 submissions
Don't make me
from
ban
South.
you.
One is compilation error and the other is
Oh my
from
God.
them for test 1.
It's too fast.
Expected FZFSIRK and found FZFZIZK. So in the answer, one letter is incorrect. But I think he's... For some reason, he assumes that everyone puts letters from left to right. While, as Igor correctly suggested, if the first player has all the letters which are bigger than the second player, then he can force the second player to place them on earlier positions. Like if the first player only has a B and the second player only has an A, and there are 2 places, then the first player has to place B on the last position so that the resulting string is AB. And now we have incorrect submissions from both players.
So many incorrect submissions on this problem. So 3 from himself in a span of 1 minute. And then Kavi as well, just like a little over a minute later after this. We have compilation error. We have 2 wrong answer on test 1s. We have wrong answer on test 6. Quite a tricky problem. Is there a way for, well, do you think it would benefit everyone that we would probably like only pick problems with short statements? Because reading statements is a thing. I understand that contestants are somewhat of an unequal situation, but also maybe being more proficient in English helps or does not. And we have another submission from Kavi.
Yeah, so the first submission from Kavi was printing, instead of printing English letters, he did not add the code of A to his printing, so he printed the characters with ASCII numbers from 0 to 25.
Way. Poor kid. Oh, that
But
shit's hurt.
he has a correct approach, I think. I can't see the mistake right away, while the first submission from Ivan was completely incorrect, as I described.
I think Stef's problem is he still takes too many.
Without penalty, will contestant spam submits? Yes, see the first game of the day. What % chances do you think Touris has to win this? Non-zero, I believe. But also, again, Eknerwala got eliminated, so it does not mean that higher rated contestant would be dominant over the opponent. I was surprised to see Xiao Wukong get eliminated pretty early because his specialty is like fast typing of the first problem in the contest. Is that another submission?
Yes, and it spells earlier.
It's
I think it's
still
probably
wrong.
haven't actually read of letters that he didn't need. He wouldn't place, so that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure why he keeping positions of letters. I'm not sure why they needed it all, but what do I know?
What do I know? Actually,
he
yeah.
have basically a vector of pairs, and he only ever queries the first element.
Kavi versus Tourist in final. There is a chance for this because someone on Codeforces sent a message that like K-Sun versus Tourist in final, And I had to stop myself from typing, like, do you even math? Because they are in the same half of the bracket. So it's absolutely impossible. Nico got eliminated. Yeah. I'm sure we'll see him in future competitions because he's just so good. This problem was cursed. Yes, that was exactly the point. We can also add like a mandatory curse problem. Like, have you seen The Hot Ones, the show where people have to eat like chicken wings with hot sauce? And the 8th one is the worst. And so we can actually have a specific problem in the problem set that's just cursed. Is there a Codeforces tag for cursed problems?
I don't know, but I remember the old days at VK Cup when the problem on the testing round was just some quiz with 10 different questions, and you only test, like when you submit, only the first question is tested, and then you have all the hacks. Well, in the old format when the hacking was allowed. So the people would hack the same solution maybe, or the same team 3 times because they had wrong answers to 3 of the quiz questions. Yeah, it's a shame that it was only like not a rated contest.
Yep. Also at Universal Cup finals that just passed in Dongguan, they had a dress rehearsal problem that was actually like 10 puzzles, which definitely just distracted a couple of avid puzzlers from the contest. So this was also fun. No, another wrong submission. Oh no. Oh, so that's
now
tilt.
both
That's how
probably
tilt
this-
starts. -5 and -7. That's the face of tilt.
They both probably have the same problem with the solution, namely not discarding letters that they would never use.
Okay, you know what?
But,
It's
I mean,
time
you
to
don't need
read
to.
CPHOF while they're debugging the problem. When in doubt, fill the live stream with the content. So now we're looking at Isaf's screen, and Isaf is well known in the world as the only person with 3 ICPC World Finals medals. And I hope that there will be no more people with 3 ICPC World Finals medals. He got bronze in Moscow and Dhaka, so 2020 and 2021, and then 3rd place gold in 2022 in one of the Luxor World Finals. He's also, in general, is a very season titled contestant, reaching great places all over the board, going to a couple final hash code rounds. So yeah, Ivan is strong. Also, the reason he participated in the World Finals 3 times is because his first World Finals were in Moscow, and he did not just score 12th place at the Moscow World Finals, he also did that in a team of 2 because their 3rd contestant was not allowed to join the team because of COVID. And so imagine placing 12th as a team of 2. That's damn cool. Was a good year, right, Nikolai? Good years.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
And then looking at Ali Reza, he is one of the strongest contestants from Iran. He scored gold at IOI 2022, silver at IOI 2021. His IOI gold is 12th place, and it got me into like some research into the history of Iran's participation at IOI, and I learned that even though 12th place is absolutely overwhelming, and these days it feels like an absolutely impossible result to get, because like there are some delegations that are just all basically full scores every IOI finals. Iran had
that fixed his problem.
Oh wow, good for him. Let's see the evaluation process.
It goes up to test 17 by now.
Let's go. Testing. Test 20. And so yeah, there were in the past IOI winners, like absolute first places from Iran, and I'm sure that Ali Reza will be able to perform excellently in the future contests and bring a lot of success to Iran competitive programming. Yeah, 9 million Scoville problem. That's exactly my idea. It says, where are the problem set on your screen? Who are these commentators? Hi, that's me. I'm Lydia. We have Khan and Igor with me, and we'll probably switch up with some more contestants from here.
Very
What
slow
do?
testing. I mean, that probably benefits Alireza because there would be less time for the remaining problems. And Isaf, I think I need by now 2 more problems.
-6, -8. My God.
Alireza solution is correct, and it is correct indeed.
It's testing pretty slowly, but it also gives, you know, a nice break, nice breather to everyone. Yes, and it is accepted.
Yes, but now Isaf has less time to solve faster problems which he need to win the match.
Oh, so it's like you know how in chess they have this weird format where you need to play a given time in a format, and so sometimes it makes sense to stall a specific game just to have less less longer games and more 1+1s.
I wonder if you are ahead. Do you want to add code that would like make your submission always run almost time limit?
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, stop breaking the system. I'm actually receiving something from Kavi's screen and webcam, so let me try and pull it. Maybe I'll be able to get us some more content. So he did not just fix the problem, but due to the very long testing time, he just went and worked on returning us the content from his webcam and screen. No, unfortunately, I don't see it yet, but we'll keep trying. It's okay. No, but it's just the idea, right? You both are winning, and also like go and fix technical problems, and you're like, oh, your mouse battery is dead. Let's go change the battery, and like pour yourself a nice extra cup of coffee and stuff. Speaking of a cup of coffee,
say hi to the chat.
Say hi to the chat. No, don't say hi to the chat. No. You're not allowed to watch the broadcast, which was hilarious when. So contestants usually enter my streaming software a few minutes before the round starts, so I can have a moment to check it. And I was looking at turmax's screen, and he received a push notification that live stream started on YouTube. So he opened the live stream, and I'm like, furiously typing in our Discord channel, like, no watching the chat, no watching the stream.
So let's talk about problem F. Problem F like this, you once again have a sequence of numbers. It's kind of team here, and also number C. And you need to divide this sequence of numbers into subsequences, subarrays basically, such that for each subarray, you can drop some of the numbers, they're all positive, and drop some of the smallest numbers, such that the length of subarray at least c times the number of drop numbers. And you want to minimize the sum after all these drops. And yeah, it's pretty obvious that your subarray should be either length 1 or length c.
Model solution is 10 lines in Python.
Yeah.
Is that the correct problem? Is it
should be very easy.
What? What's up? Was Igor spoiling the next problem?
No, he should not be able to access next problem.
I mean, it's problem cashback, right?
Yeah, but there is no limit on the length of the subarrays. Or was it
there's no limit, but you should have either subarrays of length C or length 1 because that's optimal way to do it.
Okay, maybe.
Okay, Kamehameha, yay! Imagine Isaf gets this right and beats Kavi. Would be a spectacle to watch. Yes. Anyway, do you see problems in English? No. How many problems are there? So we currently have preset 7 problems that are selected when the round is created, and we only select them, as you correctly guessed, out of the set of problems that do not have not been seen by any of the contestants, which is fun. And one of the things that we are trying to discuss is that as we go through the bracket, more and more matches actually end with the 7th problem solved, not at the 4th minute. And so at the 40th minute, it would be fun to give everyone a chance to keep working, even though that there is not a lot of time. So yeah, kind of 7, but not exactly. And we can change that. Probably, maybe we can change that. Oh, also look at the timeline at the bottom of the screen. I think that's something that we do not see too often because it's usually not on the PvP view. But look at this vinaigrette of red submissions, just like
Yeah, the testing system is there for testing your submissions. So Isaf was doing everything right. Unfortunately, that didn't help.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. Maybe, I mean, technically there is still a possibility for him to get the first place, although it's quite complicated now.
Yeah. You should tell the viewers the problem statement is in English. Igor is trying to do that. I'm not even listening to him when he does it, which I'm sorry, Igor. You're a great filler. It's just my brain. Like over the last 17 years, I learned to white noise problem statement discussions, even if they're trivial. Like I probably should be able to get a problem if it has like 10-line Python solution, right? But my brain is like, nope. Lights off. People really think these guys have any chance against tourists. They do. It's so random. Like, honestly, blitzes are so random. Like, you can just introduce a small bug and be dead.
So random, but also tourist won all problems but one in the qualifying rounds.
Like, function random, return 6. 6 is random.
It's 4, of course.
4? Was it 4? Oh no, I'm bad at telling jokes. Isaf is not typing. Can you explain me why is this problem, like, even though the solution is so short, why does this problem require thinking?
I don't know. I mean, I solved it right away.
Okay, good for you. Good for you. Guys, what's the problem name in English? Cashback. Oh, right. You see Isaf's screen and the problem is in Russian. Okay. Okay.
You can go to Codeforces and read the problems.
Can you? I think you can only see the scoreboard.
You need to be in the group.
Yeah, you only see the scoreboard. But that's fine. We'll figure it out. Why is Alvarez's comment screen not shared? We just have technical difficulties, and I hope to be able to solve it for his next round if he goes further. But then again, my priority is making sure that our wonderful contestants have like uninterrupted contest experience, as opposed to pausing the match and fixing technical issues.
Oh my! I see what's waiting for contestants if they solve F.
RIP.
Interactive problem.
Oh, oh no.
I mean, for the interactive problems, the strategy is similar as in normal contests. You just submit
Do not
without
test to
testing,
submit, right?
I mean, it's even more strongly, yes.
Please at least tell the problem name in English. We'll figure it out later. Artskid. It's a test meme tournament, right? It's here for all of us to just
and
have a little fun, and there is an okay from Alireza. Okay, that's a very strong performance. Absolutely unstoppable. We have another 4 minutes till the end of the contest, but then there is a cooldown for another half a minute, and then I believe next problem will be just a little too hard to solve. Oh well. This definitely was not on my bingo card, but Alireza advances to the next round in a very dominating manner with a score of, what was it? 31-2 so far. Only dropping the 2-point problem. And oh well, kudos to Isaf for actually typing the next problem. Even though 4 minutes, but I mean, nothing is impossible with at least some time remaining.
Yeah, I mean, the interactive problems usually get higher rating than their actual difficulty because of many technical issues with them. So I guess, my guess is that problem would not be as difficult as the previous one, although I haven't read it. Igor, can you commentate on
yes,
the
it's
statement?
quite easy problem actually. What we have here, we have some string, and then some swap operations were applied to it. And you know the string after the swap operations. You can also feed any string you want, so that the same operations would be applied to it, and you would be shown the result. The strings are of, as usual, lowercase Latin letters. You can use up to 3 operations, and the length of the string is no more than 10,000. You need to restore the original string, which is not that hard because you you just print last digit of number in the base 26, then second to last digit of the base 26 and third next to last of the index. Basically at that position you ask for that strings, and you would use that information to decode the original permutation.
That sounds complicated. I haven't got it yet.
I mean,
so because
you
there
need
are
to know
only...
the permutation, right?
Yes.
But you can permute with this permutation only numbers up to from 0 to 25.
Yes.
So, and you have 3 attempts to do that. So
is 25 cubed or 26 cubed more than n?
Yes.
I think so, yes.
1 minute
Yeah,
left.
then it should be pretty easy. You just make sure that every position in the 3 queries that you make has a unique combination of letters.
Yes.
And
you
then
do that. But by the way, I said it. So you convert indexes into base 26 numbers. And you first ask the last digit, then the next to last digit, and the third digit.
30 seconds to go, even less, 20 seconds to go, while ISAF is still coding. We don't know what
Kudos to him for not giving up. Like even your score is, when your like result is already known. It's cool to be able to just, solve problems, enjoy this little hit of dopamine for a green arrow mark, and that's cute.
And the time is up.
Okie dokie. Let me invite our contestants over here. And in the meantime, oh my god, why is everyone always... Oh wait, yay! Hi, gentlemen. This was fun. I surprisingly enjoyed it, and I think the fact that we kind of saw an interactive problem is also a fun look into what can be done in the future. I'm not sure if this can be a fun way to reintroduce people properly to interactive problems. Imagine all the problems are interactive, and you kind of you don't have any other choice. You have to go and solve them. And then when you solve them many times in a row, you can just figure out, oh, they're not too hard. Practice makes perfect, right?
Yeah, the problem with the interactive problems is that it's difficult to test them.
Like
Other
nobody
than
tests
that-
anyways. What happened?
Well,
Why?
I mean,
some
during the long contest, we do write interactors.
Yeah, and some competitions provide interactors. That's
Mm-hmm.
but again, someone has to set up everything so that the interactor can run easily, and on online contests, it's not that easy to do so because, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
not everyone has Python installed.
Yeah, a lot of other things not installed. Hi, Van. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Good job.
Not
Even though...
really, but
even though it's not a dominant victory, I think the performance was great. And again, your opponent is pretty motivated. We see that Gavi is here to like do his best and definitely try as hard as he can. Oh no, I broke everything. Sorry. Second. Remove. Let's go.
What do you think, Ivan, about problem E?
To be honest, I hate greedy problems and I hate games, and it was like a 2-in-1 problem. I tried to guess something. I think I've tried different combinations, but also I tried to solve it, but failed. So I don't know how to solve it, really.
Hi, Kavi. How are you doing?
Hello.
What was your favorite problem of today? Connectivity problem was the favorite problem of the day. Network is hard.
Talking about me, I enjoyed the problem F. I think it was interesting.
I think there is a problem.
Another thing that we're trying to enjoy today are a lot of very old problems that we see in the contests, because for younger contestants, it's pretty natural that the set of problems that were not solved by them are sometimes just before the times when they started.
Yes, but we didn't get any of this in this round, I think.
Well,
All
yeah,
of the
not right
problems were
now. Can
written.
definitely happen in the future rounds today.
Yes, yes.
I'm polling all of our contestants on what other changes to the contest format do you think can be useful. Options are: make problems harder, make contests shorter, make intermissions shorter, make every contest have potentially infinite number of problems and just adding them on demand. Organizing a separate set of programming competitions for those who are older than 40. What else? Maybe I will think of something else as well.
I think that the format is pretty good, and all the changes you proposed, maybe they will make this format worse. I don't know, maybe shorter intermissions is okay, but also 1 minute is a really good time to have some rest and really forget the previous problem, and maybe 30 seconds will be not enough for this. So I also heard you proposed some bigger changes to the previous contestants, and I think that the format is hard enough, and some penalties, something like this, will be really harder, even harder than now. But maybe it will be interesting for really top contestants, because they usually solve problems fast, and for them maybe penalties and some strategy will be more enjoyable. So maybe for final round it will be. Also, I thought that for final maybe not 1 game should be played, maybe like 3 games or something like this. Because
No, I'll
some
fall
random.
asleep. That would be too long. But I hear you. Yeah, we should probably think about something a little more reliable. Well, this contest is more of a for the memes kind of thing. A double elimination something. Alireza, what do you think about it? It will give your opponents more chances to come back, though.
I think best of 3 is really fun thing, like NBA series in basketball, play 3 match against each other, and who won 2 games will move to the next round. And I think it's more enjoyable, as Ivan said. But I think it takes too much time, and it's good for final, not all games.
Yeah, I see that. Another question for you. Your second round game against Budalnik was very stressful and close.
That was
He
very
got
close.
2, then you got 3 and 4, then he got 6 and 8, and then you finished with 10 and won 17-16. What were your emotions? Do you think there is anything special about that game? And just to note, your max ratings are only differ by 2 points. He is 3014 and you are 3012. So it feels like in this example, you were literally equally matched.
Yeah. When I missed problem E, I knew that this problem will not decide the game, since the problem F has more points, and if I could solve that problem, I will win the match. So I focused on solving problem F, and I solved it in last minute, almost last minute.
Well, all of us enjoyed watching the match. I know that not everything is streamed to the general public because we're still figuring out the format, and yeah, we'll see where we end up. But for our team, it was a pleasure to follow it in real time and see all the drama. Have you been following any other matches? Maybe just through a scoreboard? Any specific opponents that you're rooting for?
I watched the match of Tourist against another player, which I don't remember, and just after my match in round 2, and it was great. Tourist is the greatest coder of all time, and Tourist
Well,
is
you
very
have
great,
an
but
easy chance of being in the final against him because you're in the somewhat easier half of the of the bracket. Do you have any preference for the opponent in the next game? You'll be choosing between Geothermal and Jonathanirvings.
Geothermal is so great. I think his max rating is 3,500, I think, and he was in top 10 for many years. And I'm confident enough to win Geothermal, and I hope to play against him.
Oh, I see. Ivan, your 2 previous games were very dominant. How do we change the rules so that they allow for a better comeback? We need more comebacks. Everyone loves a good comeback.
Maybe so. Currently, the tournament is if you lost, so you end your participation. Maybe some another system should be used. I don't know how it's called, but when you lose and you go back to some losers tournament where from which you can come back to final, maybe. So
Okay, yeah, sounds
maybe
good.
such system should be used. Yeah, because your opponent can be very strong, for example, and because of it you can finish on early rounds, but your skills may be enough for semi-final or something like this.
Right. Also, I had to do the seating in the bracket, and the issue is a lot of top-rated contestants, namely Tourist Case and Anek Narwala, are on the, west coast of the US. And so they have to be in the same half of a bracket. And there is nothing I can do now in a for the content tournament to balance it out. But if in the future we held a tournament where there is a set schedule and everyone just plays at the same time, do you think people at the east continent of Eurasia having to do a contest very late in the day, say 3 a.m. in the evening, would have advantage over people who would be on the very west of North America and had to do contest still pretty early in the morning? What's better, and what's better for you? Stay up really late or wake up really early?
I think stay up very late, because wake up early is harder.
Alireza, what would you prefer?
I prefer to wake up early. I usually wake up early, but 5 a.m. is too early, but I'm okay with that.
I see. Well, we'll try to figure out a way to make it work for everyone, and all the ideas are welcome. Alvareza's next round will be held tomorrow at as the opening round of the day. It will be 3 p.m. Codeforces time. It will be noon UTC. So definitely like and subscribe. There is a great question in chat. Is this the official Codeforces channel? Well, it used to be Mike Mirzayanov's personal channel, but now apparently it is a Codeforces official channel. So like and subscribe. We'll see tomorrow. We'll finally see at least some matches with wider like time difference and geographic difference. So I think this will also be exciting. And then turmax and errorgorn will happen in like 5 minutes from now. So do you have any thoughts on who's stronger out of those two contestants? Ivan?
Turmax versus whom?
Errorgorn.
Oh, this is hard, but I think Turmax will win.
He has an on paper advantage of the max rating. Kavi?
I want to support errorgorn because we tagged him in II and he was in II 2022, and I also was in II 22. I prefer to errorgorn win, but I think he's stronger. Let's see.
Nice. That's a good balance within your support group. I should ping Errorgorn to start sharing screen. We already have turmax's screen, so this should be a lot of fun. And again, for both of them, this match is very well. Okay, for me, this next match is very interesting because both of them are so actively competing right now. Like this is not a story of like Izban versus Errorgorn, where Izban's last official ICPC competition has been like 7 years ago or so, and he's very much into just a proper full-time job now. But rather, both turmax and Errorgorn are still actively in the best shape of their days, and it's just getting better. So I'm very curious to see who of the youngsters will take that place. At the same time, in the other bracket, we have plenty of contestants who have finished their participation, like both Heuristica and Anton Trigup, who will have the first game after the break. And then obviously Tourist, Kaysan, and Golovanov have all already graduated out of day-to-day competitive programming, if you can say so, to have finished their ICPC competitions a while ago. So it would be a fun if our top bracket is you guys like still actively training for your future victories, and the western bracket is all just old people crawling back to their computers and being all rusty and trying to figure out how to solve the problems. Should be very entertaining. Okie dokie. We are 3 minutes out to the next round. So I thank you for joining us for an interview. And I hope you tune in back to the broadcast. If you're interested, stay in this Zoom and we'll commentate right from here. And see you all in a few minutes after a short break. Thank you.
Thank you for the format.
Thank you. And I have no technical issues, which I'm very happy about. Look at me being all professional, and the software that we use just works. We are somewhat around a minute before the round between turmax and errorgorn. You saw their performance in the bracket just a minute ago. They're doing great, let me tell you. But then this match will be somewhat close in rating and their past performance in the round. So I feel like it's be a real fight. Another fun part about this matchup specifically is that both of them speak when they solve problems. So I'll try to both censor if they start swearing on the problems and just, put their mics a little higher so that you can hear them. It also feels like both of them have mechanical keyboards. Well, maybe not mechanical, but damn loud. So I'm trying to balance between hearing them talk and not hearing an overwhelming amount of clicks on the live stream. I would say wish me luck, but honestly, wish our contestants luck. Oh, Piotr is in chat. Hi, Piotr. Good to see you. Those people you named are not really as old and retired as some of us. Yes, I'm here trying to organize a 40+ competition for you. You've missed the whole thing.
Here we already have problem A. Problem A is pretty easy. You basically have set of pairs, not a set, multi-set of pairs, and you need to output the element that occurs maximum number of times. Not the element, actually, but
The
the
pair.
number of times it will occur.
There's a maximum multiplicity of an element in this set.
Yes, so basically just an exercise using map.
Is it still fine to joke about the number of potential wrong submissions on problem A we'll get?
Probably 0, I guess.
Probably
Probably 0.
Okay.
I lost her. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Okay, errorgorn just, is very impressed by turmax, let me put it this way. And that's an okay in 1 minute, 4 seconds. Too strong.
I think in...
Look at Max. He's like locked and loaded. Oh, this should be scary.
I think somewhere in round 2 we had like accepted on the first minute.
I mean, this problem was quite good candidate getting accepted on the first
Yeah, but
minute.
still, it's 4 seconds late. In round 2, I think against Nikitash. Who was playing against Nikitash? Heuristica has solved A before the first minute mark. I'm not sure exactly.
Oh, turmax actually asked a fun question right before the round. Would there be a Russian language? For some of the contestants, translating problems from English to their native language is pretty hard. When we've been discussing what is allowed and what is not allowed to use in this contest, I've already told you that I'm very much like, let's try to make a competition without pre-written code, which is, I think, somewhat working. But then also without AI autocomplete. But one of the points that I'm fine with is using AI translation tools to translate a problem into your native language. And as we go, it proves to be more and more useful because, for example, the problem of translating problems at IUI from English to a lot of native languages is now basically solved, whereas a couple of years ago, IUI General Assembly would have spent a few hours on the evenings to translate problems and then verify that there are no major mistakes. Now, these days, it's just throw it into an automated tool, get a reasonably good result right away, and then proofread it once or twice, and that's it.
Okay, here we have problem B, where we have m numbers. We can add some more numbers, so that there would be a total of n numbers. And we need to do it in such a way that the minimum is given number min, and the maximum is given number max. So we can do that if original numbers obviously still in range of min max, and then we need to either min or max being present in the set, or n minus m be at least 2, and that's all.
And turmax
And we
already
have
solved the
solution.
problem. I feel like there is no cooler compliment to your like coding speed and skills than your opponent being like tilted after 2 first problems. And errorgorn still has plenty of opportunities to come back. You saw him come back easily, and he's definitely very fast on harder problems as well. But this is a little frustrating. I hope that he gets to, wash his face and then come back. We need a reverse sweep. I would love to see a reverse sweep, though.
You mean first 4 problems by someone and then 3 problems by the opponent?
Well, I don't math, so first n problems by one contestant, and then all the remaining problems by another contestant, but in a way that it was the last possible moment to start the comeback for the other contestant to actually win. Drama. Like the international where OG won against LGD and stuff.
But turmax is also starting to code very early, while actually still thinking or reading the statement, which is quite interesting. But I don't think the code can be that
What
short.
the hell? Is he trying to submit already? What the hell? What's going on?
I don't think the code can be that short.
Oh my god, I just...
Oh, it's wrong answer on test 1.
Oof. Do contestants see opponents' submission in the status?
They can.
Yes.
Like they know that it's wrong answer on test 1.
Yes.
Although maybe it's not too far from the correct solution.
Oh, there is something very sweet going on in chat. So Petr Mitrichev came and said hi. And then there is a reply. Hi, Putter. I hope you're fine. Because of you, I still feel confident coding in Java on Codeforces. Oh, isn't this sweet? See, Igor, in 10 years from now, someone will come to Codeforces YouTube live stream and will say, hi, Igor, thank you. Because of your Rust advocacy, I'm still confident coding in Rust, even though everyone in my university bullies me.
Rust or Rusty.
I mean,
Rusty.
everyone would code in Rust in 10 years.
I bet. No. Another submission?
Feeling correct?
And again, incorrect.
A lot of wrong answers, test one.
Test one. Well, no penalty. I feel like we push on turmax's buttons a little too strong. What is the IDE he uses? That's a competitive programming IDE, a special one that was recently announced on Codeforces. You can go and look it up. Oh, Mikhail Piklyaev says error goat. I think that's a very cute version of his handle. And a submission from Ashley as well. And everything is wrong on test one. Just everything. Let me...
And now the last 6 submissions are wrong answer one.
Let me make a screenshot out of it.
But errorgorn submission already passed 10 tests, so
Yeah.
yes, it's
And
accepted.
it's unaccepted. Let's go. Let's go. Good job. I think this will give him the appropriate boost of confidence.
Yeah, that might be. So the change from the last submission was to actually comment out some debug output and then remove the comment from actually computing the answer.
Nice. Let me try and
The
check
score is
something.
5-4.
5-4. Yeah, that's a way to go. I feel like we're really coming in strong in here. Oops, sorry. I was trying to show the image, but apparently it's not happening. What's up with our next problem, Igor?
So, problem D. Here we have 4 numbers, not a sequence this time around. L, R, X, and Y. Now we need to find number of pairs of numbers A and B such that they are between L and R, and the greatest common divisor is X, and the least common multiplier is Y. And it's not hard. First of all, Y should be divisible by Y should be divisible by X, and also you just brute force through divisors of Y divided by X. You need the greatest common divisor be equal to 1, and you need if multiplied by X, they should be between L and R, and that's all that is needed.
I see.
Max already writing some code.
I think the way he writes some code is just, for emotional damage over the opponent. You just need to start typing fast.
I mean,
this is our wrong answer test one, kind of. Only wrong answer test one kind of situation.
But why?
this
You can
probably will
submit
be
empty
better.
file just for intimidation value.
Yep. And also, I know that some teams, when they are personally at the ICPC World Finals, they feel like typing affects both their morale as well as the way your opponents see your teamwork. And so if you're seated physically next to one of your opponent teams, then confidently typing is definitely one of the ways you can impact their performance on the contest.
We have some feedback from one contestant to the other without having them to look in the status, like show the total size of the current code.
Mm-hmm.
And then it starts increasing and you think, oh no, my component is already typing.
Yep. It's wrong answer, test one again. But then imagine if we actually force everyone to type code in the ID, like again, Topcoder tried doing, we can have all kinds of like APM, how many characters per minute have your opponent typed right now? Like if they're on fire or something, can be pretty ridiculous. Or
I'm quite surprised that no one uses the ID on the Codeforce itself, where you won't need to copy your code to submit, just press the submit button.
I think
Like
it's also just a force of habit because, again, both turmax and Ashley are actively competing. And so for their active competitions that they're training for right now, it would make no sense to practice typing Codeforces ID because contests are unfortunately always held, often held not on Codeforces. And so maybe that's like kind of a force of habit. It's like when you practice for ICPC, you are encouraged to write your other solutions, not using template library or anything outside of this shorter book code. Whereas in reality, yeah. Oh, yay. Max -4. Get yourself together. It will be fine.
And all of those 4 submits, guess what? They are wrong answer test 1.
Wrong answer test 1. Yep. Don't test submit. We're
Well, it seems like
encouraging
Max
Another testing
doesn't-
strategy.
poor practices and a submission from Ashley as well. And this one actually runs.
Yeah, and this one is
Yes,
Oh,
but
wait. So Ashley's submission is accepted, but then Turmax's was submitted a few seconds before and it also goes
it's
well.
also accepted.
Bro.
It's time limit
And
test
it got
100.
time limit on test 100.
Wow. Really?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh my.
There's no fucking way, bro. What the fuck?
Well, that's a lot of F-bombs for 1 minute, so I'm muting our contestants, but that's fine. It's been fun.
And Turmax submission was 8 seconds earlier, so would he not receive that time limit on test 100? He would actually win this problem.
Yep,
Yes.
yep. Oof. Yeah.
Okay, so problem E. Here we have a parking lot that is 4n times 4m meters, divided into cells 4 by 4 meters. In the center of each cell, there is a car with a given rarity. And then you select one of the intersections of lines that divide the lot. And for each car, you calculate square distance to the center of the lot that car occupies times its rarity. And you want to select positions that would minimize that sum. And that's the problem. Also, this should be quite old problem because it still talks about how you should not use %LLD specifier to read or write 64-bit integers in C++ and should use cin and cout streams instead.
Sorry, what? I'm
Like,
still not over the thing
until
that
like
just
10
happened.
years ago, I think every problem that was expected to use 64-bit numbers had this.
Oh, true. Yeah, I see this.
Yeah,
Do
so
you think we
is
should...
the problem easy?
Repeat that?
Is the
Is the
problem
problem easy?
easy?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. Not very easy, at least. Not obvious, I would say.
Okay. So we can have a break. That's nice. Like the previous one was intense. I think that one of the cool, well, yes, one of the cool things about Blitz format is that after sufficient practice, it makes you numb to the stress of, fast typing. Because right now we know that a lot of our contestants are like subject to just, again, emotional damage, to stress. It's very hard to get enough practice to not be stressed by a performance of your opponent, by a very short-term like decision making. And this format can actually allow for a little better regular practice into this is what you need to do to come back. Then you need to get yourself together and do this and stuff. So it can be a pretty useful thing for the community overall in general. And I would be very curious to see if it would also increase the average, like, first successful solution of the contest time. Because I'm not sure if anyone actually practices on getting first to solves, which is fine. But it can be very useful here.
Okay, after some thinking, it's not that hard. And it's not that hard because usually in such problems, you have a limit of n times m, like less than 1 million. But this time around, you have n and m both up to 1000. So you can solve it in n squared plus m squared plus an m time by just calculating what you asked to.
Yeah, so the formula, we can separate it in X and Y, right? So we can calculate the answer for each row, and then calculate the answer for each column, and then kind of overlay them, and then find the minimum.
Yes.
But I don't think it's a very like straightforward idea, because I think you can also do like just keeping the answer while doing the scan over the whole grid. So let's see what the contestants submit, which of the two approaches.
Here we go. And I think we have submissions from both. And again, we need to check the actual submission time. So errorgorn's first one was submitted 2 seconds before turmax's, and then errorgorn submitted another one in another 8 seconds. So both errorgorn submissions are wrong answer on 20, and turmax is, as usual, wrong answer on test 1.
So the first errorgorn submissions and the second one, when there is no better answer than 0, he subtracts -1 from x from the default values of x and y, and therefore prints -1 instead of 0, 0.
Okay, I have to. Making facecams smaller will not make screens larger. Yo, do you even geometry? Sorry. Guys, where's the scoreboard? It's here. Do you see the points? And still more incorrect submissions. Oh my god, poor kids. Turmax has progress, and he moved to test 12 from test 1, but there's another submission. Well, don't think submit. The link of the standings page is on the main pages. Oh, have we posted this link? Probably not. Too bad, sorry.
Yes, we have.
You have? Oh my god, thank you so much for taking care of this. And that's a submission from errorgorn. So this will yet another be a problem with the very close submission times.
And 2 submissions for turmax.
What are the changes? What would you change in the submission with that?
I think errorgorn has fixed it based on the code.
Ooh, nice.
I think it should pass.
But turmax also passes the test 12 that he previously failed on.
And again, there is 1 second difference between turmax's and errorgorn's submissions. If we
both
are looking
submissions
at
from
submissions
turmax are
done from minute
earlier.
21, both submissions from turmax are earlier than errorgorn's, true. But then there is a scenario where first submission of turmax is failed, and then the next one passes, and so he wins with 1 second advantage. Look
Now he
at
has a
me,
third
look at
submission.
me. Look at me trying to model all the millions of possible outcomes to find the fun one. There is an accepted submission from turmax.
And errorgorn,
And the errorgorns. Oh my god, that's what
seems-
was it? Wait, I need to refresh the page and do some math. Okay, is my math mathing? My page sorting is incorrect. So turmax's correct submissions came in at 20 minutes 48 seconds, and errorgorn's correct submissions came in at 21 minutes 6 seconds. So that's 12 plus 6, 18-second difference. See, people, seconds matter.
Seconds do matter in this match.
Oof. Okay, officially, this is the best match of the day so far. 13 points to 10. Everything can be decided in every single problem. And also,
No, not really. Problem F would be enough to
it's
for turmax
RIP.
to win.
Well, yes, but then also for errorgorn to win, wouldn't it?
No, errorgorn need both.
But there's
or
it's
solving
just
F
16
and
16 minutes
nobody solved
remaining.
G. I mean,
Okay.
yes, but
Okay, I see. Let's do some proper case analysis. Also with testing times so big, we have a fun, well, let's call it feature for now, that next round actually starts somewhat earlier than expected. Like there is no full minute of reset period between the problems. Which may be something that we will consider fixing, but maybe not. But also, I'm sure that specifically turmax's and errorgorn's opinion on this would matter a lot. So we'll see how this works. Turmax
So we
reading
have-
speed 500 words per 30 seconds. Yes. Yes, he's an
we have
LLM.
problem F. You have 2 strings, S and T, and you want to calculate number of ways to get some substrings of S, not intersecting ones, such that each of them contains T as a substring, and that is the maximal number of strings that there are. I guess I'm not sure the last my. No.
So I guess we can just greedily find T in S every time, right?
No.
Is that so?
That's the
No?
thing is that no. We like.
We
bit
have
harder
to
than
count the number.
Yes, count the number of ways to do that.
I mean, that's like you first have to run any string search algorithm like that function or prefix function, and then do a straightforward DP, right?
Not very straightforward, but yes.
Oh, because we can choose like a longer substring.
Yes, you can choose a longer prefix. It's
Well,
kind of
that's still straightforward.
weird.
You can for each position calculate what is the smallest string you can take, and then kind of update the DP after that.
Yes, you need some on this DP so separately, and it's starting to get dirty.
Yes. I think yesterday, Igor Dubovik or 244 MHQ told me that the Blitz match in round 2 was the first match where he actually coded that function for the first time. Because normally he just copies it from the template.
I'm sorry. I may be like old or something. Isn't that function taught in high school?
Yes, it is.
Not like
And
it's
depends on
some.
high school.
I know, but it's not like it's some like link cut advanced persistent tree, whatever, blah blah, big brain
usually-
kind of thing.
Usually it's perceived kind of difficult to implement because you have to put a few plus or minus ones at some points. So if you haven't coded it for a while, it might be. I mean, I don't agree with this statement, but many people agree that these plus or minus one are quite complicated.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for me, I would have to draw the actual string on the piece of paper to figure out what should I do. But in this particular problem, we can go with the prefix function, so it's easy.
Okay. Денис Mustafin says baza. Which function? Exactly the one. What do you mean no submissions? Still no submissions? Errorgorn is definitely overwhelmed with the pressure turmax applies at him. So yeah. But this does not imply that he is not full and focused on solving one more problem. It's a fun face-off. I wonder if it translates good enough if we lower the rating interval of tournament participants. What is it Max actually testing? He ran the program. Okay, that's cute. Yeah, it's very unclear for me if, first of all, there are enough easier Codeforces problems if we go down the rating interval for our contestants, but also if it's as impressive. It can feel a little overwhelming or frustrating to have to debug each problem step by step. So maybe this only works if your rating is actually like over 2000 or something.
It's wrong answer on test 2 for a change this time around, but I guess it's
Because
still
it
one of
tested the
sample
first time.
test.
Yeah. But what is the
That's what
code? I
you
don't.
get for running on test 1.
Oh, it's hashes instead of the z or prefix function.
Mm.
What is the probability that this problem has anti-hash tests?
Well, you have a minute to add one.
No, that's not that easy.
No, really? I thought it's a well-known trick overall.
I mean, the problems at Codeforces are frozen at some point shortly after the round.
Mm-hmm.
So that any change in polygon won't destroy a previous problem. That's why we can have this kind of nice working strategy of just selecting some old problems and they work.
Mm-hmm. Also, anytime a problem is added to a contest, like for example, after each solved problem here, all the solutions in the package are submitted into the system. So I can hear them in my submission feed just to verify that everything is correct and to alert us in case any of the submissions marked incorrectly works. And let's go.
Wow.
It's not yet rendered on my screen, but it is indeed an okay. Let's go. Congrats.
Whoever solves last problem wins.
Oh.
And that's a prefix function.
Oh, what? Crazy. Okay, 35 seconds, just a breather. Again, technically, turmax submitted his solution like a minute and a half, like 90 seconds before errorgorn's, but got wrong answer on test 2. And this is an okay.
Looking at G,
players are allowed to use a small solution template, but not a full-on like pre-written code and a larger library. Okay, and here is a problem.
I don't think it's solvable in under 10 minutes. Looking at the picture,
Okay,
I'm pretty sure we will now have
Well,
Open.
watch them do it. They're just
Problems
so
like
good.
this. We have up to 5,000 segments. Each segment is either vertical or horizontal. And we say that 4 segments is a rectangle if 2 of them are vertical, 2 of them are horizontal, and each horizontal segment intersects vertical segment. And the question is how many rectangles are there?
Yeah, so I mean, you kind of have to do some scanline, right? Or not
Something like
really.
that.
Maybe you want to loop over like the left border, then while looping over the right border, you keep the horizontal segments in a set which are not finished yet. Yeah, that would be the easiest approach, I think. Loop over the left segment, then find all the horizontal segments that intersect it, then loop over the right segments, and in the order of increasing x coordinate, and then keep the set of still feasible horizontal segments and add the size to the answer. That is not too difficult to implement, maybe.
Something like that, yes.
Is it solvable in linear time or like n log n?
How long is the model solution?
Let's see.
Chat is asking, are problems in increase in difficulty? Yes, but also difficulty is based on Codeforces performance. So probably in the previous match, we thought that interactive problem was in on itself easier than the previous one. But then just because Codeforces contestants are not big fans of interactive problems, its rating was calculated as higher. Also, we had a fun moment in one of the selection matches where one of the problems from like a basically prime contest, if I understand it correctly, got into a problem set and had incorrect expected difficulty much lower than it was in reality supposed to be.
What you're saying, difficulty is social construct, right?
Difficulty is indeed a social construct, absolutely. How does the point system works? Is the middle numbers at the point? Yes. The colored rectangles show you the number of points for each problem that contestants get, and only the contestant that solved the problems first get the appropriate number of points. So now it's all or nothing. If it's like Armageddon kind of situation, right? So if nothing happens or errorgorn solves the 12-pointer, then he wins. Otherwise, if turmax solves the problem, he wins. That's it. How to join this tournament? And there is no way to join the tournament right now. Sorry, Khan?
Yeah, among the various solutions, various outer solutions to this problem that include like segment trees and scanlines, whatever, the shortest one is to intersect everything with everything and remember the result in bit set, and then just loop over the 2 horizontal segments and count how many, like, and the 2 bit sets together, and then count the number of ones, which is like n cubed over 64, which has worse complexity than
but
what
it
we
passes?
just discussed. But it
obviously fast enough.
Yeah. Also, bitset mentioned. Sorry. Mandatory bitset mentioned. Rage face. Oh, what a nice chill ending.
Again betraying his principle of submitting right away and testing locally.
Yeah, I think there is just a work in progress. Also, do you think it makes sense for him to test a little more thoroughly as opposed to submit right now?
Why you can submit and then test? What's the problem?
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
let's do
if
both.
you have tooling that extracts sample tests for you and let you easily run of them, then okay. But
I see.
You do copy pasting each time.
The answer to the first test should be 7. We can monitor when he gets 7 as the output. For now, it's 12.
Font tutaj nie. Still
It's
12.
within 2 times of the answer.
Yeah.
My God. Your standards are so low, Igor. I can't.
I kind of like the problems where you don't need to put print out actual answer, but within some kind of ratio to the correct answer.
Mm-hmm.
There was one such problem on European Championship this time around.
Europe Championship.
Not
Sorry.
It's Europe, not European. Okay.
Correct.
But then someone has to calculate the correct answer, right?
But is it Europe division on the World Finals or European division?
Europe
We have
submission. And it passed test 1. Let's go. No.
And time limit.
Time limit 4.
Why?
Oh my.
Oh, the next one passes the early test and it's accepted.
Oh, and
it's accepted. Oh my
God. It's actually the bit set solution.
Bit set. Oh my God. Oh, why?
Congratulations to
That's
turmax.
crazy. Well, that's been stressful. My quality assurance earphone is completely dead. I'm emotionally drained. And oh, that's been something.
So it was crazy, actually, starting from problem D, each solved problem changed who is the leader.
Yeah. They're all out of problems, right? I can just send them a message that they're...
Actually, from
oh my.
Out of problems, indeed.
Funny that to get rid of the time limit, Max had to
Zoom dead?
decrease the length of the bit sets twice. Like the constant was changed.
Oh my. You know, you should actually go and host this part of the interview. And I just need to chill because it's been too stressful. Why is this not working?
Hi, everyone. Oh.
Hi.
Hello.
Dude, you're crazy.
I will try to...
It's fine. I believe in you. Don't at me. I'll figure it out to the next Blitz tournament. And for now, you'll see duplicates of our wonderful contestants all the time. Zoom is too hard.
Wait, I can't make my video on. Wait, let me try again.
Okay, yeah, rejoin. That's fine. What the hell, guys? Oh.
Funny thing is that I have a time limit test 100 on problem D.
Yeah. It's you wouldn't believe.
Like number of divisors squared times log doesn't pass.
Yeah.
And, I think if I check the statements in different order, it pass. I think.
And also, it's like 2 seconds in advance or something. Like if your time limit 100 submission would have passed, then you would have won by 2 seconds on that problem, or something along the lines. What will I? Sorry, That's it.
Okay.
Now it works. You take it away, and I'll go get a cold drink because it's been stressful.
Yeah. So yeah, that was the most intense match that we saw today, wasn't it?
Definitely. What do you think about problems, guys?
Sorry, which problem? F?
All of them.
I think they were really nice.
I mean, I still don't know how to do like problem G in like bit set, so.
Yeah, but I need to optimize somehow that, like, if one array is more than another array, then I swap them to get n square and cube over 256 instead of n cube over 64.
Yeah. Yeah, we were discussing the solution, like the normal solution in an n squared times log or something. And then we decided to look what are the outer solutions for this problem. And then among the outer solutions, I see this one in n cube over the word width, and was like, oh, that must be the easiest to implement. That was also the shortest one.
Yeah, but I just have no time to implement some other solution. Yeah.
Yes. So, which problem did you like the most among the 7 that we have?
Wait, I need to remember the problems. Like, let me look back.
This contest encourages you to just erase them from your memory and erase the solution. Like, you don't even create a new file, you just delete it. This problem never existed. The current result never mattered. You just always need to solve the next and the next and the next one to win.
Honestly, I don't know. Like, I think I like D the most. Like, because like the solution is really silly. Like, you just try all pairs for devices of like the LCM. But I was like thinking some really complicated solution using using Mobius function, and I realized like you could just do the stupid thing of checking all devices. I don't know where like turmax had like a similar thinking.
Yeah, the first thing I thought about was Mobius function too, and I even write the factorization of a number for some reason, but then understand that it wouldn't. I wouldn't use it.
Yeah, so sometimes you need to think before starting to implement, right?
I feel
Doesn't
like
help
Max
much.
never was thinking before typing. Like, is it the case where you feel like, oh, we need to implement this and that can be useful anyways, and you start typing it while your brain works on a problem?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely impossible. Like, I cannot listen and speak about different things and
Yeah, I still haven't figured out how to do that. So I had to like, yeah, I think I also didn't like, I probably could have like saved a little time by like writing like better IO templates. I think my templates is like kind of small compared to like probably a lot of other people.
I'm not sure. I mean, most of the templates that we saw are pretty small. Like, look at this Max's template that he sent in Discord. Yeah, I mean, maybe using the debug function helps with debugging, but also you didn't need to debug a lot in this
Yeah,
contest.
debug is very helpful. Maybe not in this contest because like if you are debugging, you should lose. But in general, it's very useful.
But this was helpful for you in the last problem, right? You're
Yes, I debugged.
Right.
And Khan was like, okay, the correct answer to a sample should be 7. So we can see if you get 12, then it's still incorrect, and it's easy to see on the live stream. And then I think he almost instantly submits.
I compute the number of rectangles in the bipartite graph wrong. I compute like some other value.
Right.
Well, wasn't the final switch or the final fix that you compared x1 and x2 in the wrong order or something?
No. The final was that I have answer. I have answer plus equal count to count minus 1/2, and before that it was answer plus equal count. I mean, when I should count the number of the clicks of length 4 in the bipartite graph.
One of the other sweet typos that we noticed, and I'm not sure if it was in your match or in a previous one because my brain is just roasted. But you had to output a character and you printed the basically ORD of character, like the offset for this character from a letter A instead, as one of the wrong submissions. And so these things would never happen to you in like any other contest structure, but here we actually get to see this, and it's pretty cool and human.
It was in my first match in the first problem. Yeah, it's usually my mistake, but like when I tasting, I of course see it, but I just submit.
Yep. Don't just submit. This was definitely the most exciting match so far. Like, everyone else will have to try really hard to overcome the drama and the comebacks and the, as Igor noticed, every single submission switched your order in the scoreboard, and it's been so clutch. How do we change the rules so every single match is as dramatic as this one? Like, this is the gold standard Blitz match. I'm ready to just, clip it, certify, send it to the standard committee, and say this is the ideal Blitz.
I mean, I think you'll see more matches like this in the future, because I guess because of seeding, you wanted to like place like very high rated with not so high rated, so that the high rated people like meet each other like more in the future. So I think this is like a taste of like the future matches, I guess.
I appreciate the idea that I seeded you with any kind of common sense, but unfortunately I didn't. It was pretty random. But it turned out perfect. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess good luck to like Maxime for the next match. I'm honestly kind of scared to like go up against like probably I think Geothermal will be the one that's make it to like round of 4. So like I think I'm like honestly really scared of that, because Geothermal is like stupidly fast. So yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, you dropped a couple of F-bombs at the very beginning after the first 2 Max's very fast solves, so I had to mute you. But yeah, it's nice to see both of you being very emotional over solving some, div 2 Bs and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
okay, like I asked you about like the swearing thing. You say it was fine, so I like, yeah, I guess I didn't.
Oh, it's been great.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay. Mute in advance. No, Anton. As Anton Trikup asks to mute him on the live stream right away. So my suggestions for if you don't want your sound to go to live stream, as opposed to just mute it in on your side, which you can also do, is blast some like Taylor Swift music on speakers. So my video will get copyrighted if it's easy to hear in the mic. So I'll definitely turn it off. Oh, it's been
Have
nice.
you had someone who actually played with music on the background?
Yeah, do anyone listen music in the contest?
I think so. A lot of people do listen to music when they solve contests recreationally, right?
Yes.
So I can see how it can happen.
But I think like I offer my music for like serious contests, so.
Who will? Okay, so you think that next round is Geothermal is your clear favorite?
Yeah, I think it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to like my Southeast Asian bros, but like I think it's a bit hard to win Geothermal. Like honestly, I think the finals might probably be Geothermal versus. Yeah, I'm not sure about the bottom bracket, but I think like the top bracket is probably Geothermal's my favorite.
Well, he is a clear like favorite rating wise, but also jonathanirvings way to this round was very impressive, including a major defeat over Yegor, who, well, keeps silent, but I feel it feels really salty about this.
I know that Geothermal is very, very fast. Yeah, it would be very hard for jonathanirvings.
Well, if anything, Jonathan marked that he is ready to commentate the whole second part of today's live stream. So regardless of result, I'm lucky to have him in our in our commentary and in this live stream more. And you're also welcome to join. I'm sure you will need a break or something. But then, sure.
Yeah, I guess the next match will be like Geothermal versus Jonathan. So, yeah, I guess it'll be cool to like join.
Oh, sure. Yeah, then you just stay on this link and we'll watch it together. Let's try and guess the results of the second bracket while we're at it. We still have a few extra minutes before the match round. So later bracket is Heuristica versus Anton Trigup, Tourist versus Conqueror of Tourist, Keisan versus Kuroni, and Galavana versus Indukvtsanya, who I honestly have no idea who the last contestant is. So this last match of the of today will be a face reveal of sorts as well.
Oh yeah, Heuristica versus Anton Trigup is like they used to be ICPC teammates, I think.
Yes, this was the reason I put them one against another, and Anton was not happy, and Minyan did not answer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also like interested in like how like I guess the most meme-worthy one, like the Tourist versus Conqueror of Tourist.
Thank you. I appreciate the good feedback.
The bracket was to maximize the meme value, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice bracket.
Like, I'm not joking.
Yeah, so how was the first bracket, Joe?
It will be a very interesting match between Tourist and Conqueror of Tourist.
Who wins
what are your bets?
who wins in Keisan versus Kuroni and Heuristica versus Anton Trigup?
I mean, I think Heuristica probably just by rating.
Maybe Anton Trigup and Kevin San.
Anton and Kevin would be nice. And you also, I feel like it's easy to underestimate the number of problems like Anton, I don't want to say saw, but rather like consumed and worked on, being also a very prominent problem author. And I think in this kinds of contest, this can actually be very useful.
I don't think that matters because I am not a coordinator, but I think that you will like erase this from memory very fast.
Well, Khan, do you erase problems from memory as soon as the contest is over if you're coordinated?
I mean, even if I participated in the contest, I don't remember the problems. So I guess yes, but I know that some people remember all of the problems like they solved or they thought about. So maybe if Anton is one of them, then he remembers all of the coordinated problems. I'm not sure.
It's also like a chess-like trait, right?
What do you mean by chess-like trait?
People who play chess have incredible memory. Memory helps to play chess and remember positions. And that's something close to that in competitive programming as well.
Yeah.
But I think that more like applies to hard problems. Like I can probably like list all like the IOI problems, but like I think like diff 2A's, diff 2B's, like they're just gone from my memory like the moment after I press submit.
Nice.
So we expect the opening preparation from Anton?
Kinda, yeah. No, like I'm not joking. My irony level is 0. I think that's something that can be relevant for the competition.
Wait, but how was like the morning bracket chosen though? Because like I don't know, I don't see like anything like meme here.
I guess first of all there are people who like live in the eastern part of the world. So, and then maybe there were not many chances to match like 2 meme people together. I don't know.
I mean, I'm open to suggestions. Have I missed any memes?
Not really, I guess.
But I'm here for it.
But I mean,
yay! I'm finally allowed to ban a person. Is there no ban button? 24 hours timeout. Let's go. Sorry, I enjoy YouTube moderation just a little too much. it would be cool to shake the bracket a little bit just to align it by, rating. But it's also more exciting this way. We get to see more diversity in more rounds. We get to see more like different like country representation, and it's cool because it attracts wider audience, and so everyone joins the broadcast. Like CEA is so good this year. So this bracket specifically has so many great CEA contestants that I feel like everyone from the region would be happy to tune in and see and support. So that's one of the reasons to have
What was
brackets
that
this
region?
year. Southeast Asia.
Okay. Yeah, that would be really cool.
Kuroni is like missed Singaporean civil. It's okay. They'll come to support you in a little bit. That's fine.
I mean, his match is like 2 a.m. Singapore time, so.
Good morning. Would you not try to stay awake?
I mean, I'm still jet lagged from like my flight, so
Right?
I'll probably need to go sleep soon.
And you wake up right in time.
But why are you jet lagged? I mean, the time zone change is not that big, isn't it?
It's actually 0 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just like I took the cheapest flight, so that was like 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. flight. So and like budget airlines. So yeah.
I see. Yeah, then you're simply tired.
Yeah. But this does not impede your ability to solve problems. We see that. It's much less about tiredness and much more about, emotional part of it. Like you need to I specifically with you two, I feel like both of you are like actively reacting on what's going on, and then you need to like calm yourself before the next problem, and this minute helps you to just recuperate a little bit. But then if it's 2 in a row, then it's a little more stressful, and you're like, well, maybe that's not good enough. And this I enjoyed a lot. We have this cool thing on the screen now. We are 1 minute 15 seconds out to the next round of competition. We also have one of the other contestants join us as the commentator.
Okay, so I would leave. Goodbye, everyone.
Deal. See you and
Bye,
GG's. Thank you for the performance. It's been fun. Hi, 79. Good to see you. We are already live. We are 41 seconds. Hi, stream. Hi, Geothermal. That's so sweet. Oh, I remember how in the oldie days, so when Topcoder was running, when you were on site at Topcoder, they were doing hardware screen sharing. So every contestant's computer was connected to an HDMI splitter, and then one screen went to their real screen, and the other screen went to one of the screens in the room. And so we were able to see their screen, and contestants were like leaving some messages and saying hi to everyone and stuff. So it's been very cute. And we are 2, 2, 1, 1 second, and we are go. We are ready into yet another round over contest. And now we're looking at Geothermal against Jonathanirvings. Geothermal, living legend, top contestant, 3.569 nice K, top rating, obviously world finals medalist. Am I crazy? No, I'm not. Also a bunch of first to solves of the world finals, was able to optimize for first to solves, which is great, as part of the Swarthmore College team. Igor,
the first problem is we are given two numbers, L and R, up to 10 to the power of 100. And we need to select two numbers in this segment such that the modular of difference of digits in the same positions are maximized.
Khan, what's so funny?
And this problem is not a. Let's be honest with you.
Yeah, that would be quite difficult to get as the first problem in the contest. You look at it and think, oh, thank you for this. On a normal day, you would say, oh, thank you for this perfect contest. I'm doing something else, but you cannot do that here.
Yes, I guess we won't have submit in 1 minute. Not in 2 minutes, probably.
Okay, so we have plenty of time to introduce our new co-host. Hi, 79. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just doing good. I just woke up to commentate this.
Yay. What's the best way to pronounce your username?
Just call it brew. Everyone
Brew.
calls it like brew.
Deal. Are you a cold brew kind of person? Sorry. I'm very focused on my coffees today because it's 6 a.m. and we are at our 4th hour of a live stream, so I'm a little dead.
Hey, Jonathan just got AC.
Oh my god, that's been
crazy.
Fast. Excuse me, Khan, Yegor, fired. Please do not leave the call right away because it's a joke. But honestly, you debated me by saying that this problem would not be solved as fast because it's not problem 8.
I said it wouldn't be solved in 2 minutes. It wasn't solved in 2 minutes. What's the problem?
Dude.
It was solved in 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Never in doubt.
This is a great moment to introduce you to Jonathan Irving Gunawan, with username JonathanIrvings. Jonathan is a true oldie. He did his IOIs in 2012 and 13 and got bronze and silver. And then he went to compete in the ICPC World Finals in 2014 and 2015. But he is most known not as an owner of a great gaming chair, but as one of the members of IOI committees, as well as, in recent years, chief judge for Asia Pacific Championship. And as I said at the very beginning of our live stream, when we announced the dates, we were planned to overlap with Asia Pacific Championship a little bit, not in the final weekend, but in one of the selection segment contests. And so when we were collecting confirmations, Jonathan won one of the last people to say, yes, sure, I'll be doing it, no problems, the schedule works for me, because he was judging Asia Pacific Championship. It was literally finished judging, sleep 10 hours, and then he replied with, oh, good morning. I just realized that there was this invitation message. Can I still join? And I was like, sure, yes, go ahead. Geothermal submitted our second problem.
And second problem was like this. There is a correct bracket sequence of length n, and you want to basically remove n minus k brackets from it, so it would be correct the bracket sequence of length k. And you need to find any way to do it. And it's not hard.
Yes. It was solved by Geothermal.
Oh, you know what we're missing? Oh, we're not missing. It was actually submitted in under a minute from the moment when the problem became available. Right? Khan, can you verify that I'm not crazy? So as soon as a problem is
2 seconds.
So as soon as the problem is added to the contest, all the model solutions, both correct and incorrect, get submitted into the contest. So I see a lot of submissions on behalf of system, and they're usually within a second or two from the moment when problem is available in the contest. And geothermal submission is 1 minute after that moment. So it was significantly faster than the first problem on the contest. But we get the new one. And also, I'm sorry, I just love when a contest starts with first 2 problems, the 2-pointer and the 3-pointer, going to different contestants. Isn't this just vast? Oof, nice.
So the third problem is like this. You're given 2 strings, S and T, and you need to form a new string, which is get prefix from S and then concatenate some suffix from T, non-empty ones. And you want to find the shortest ones that can be achieved like this in at least 2 different ways. So what you need to do? What you need to do is.
Wait, sorry.
Sorry, continue.
No, I mean it's just like crazy that like Jay read the statement for like 20 seconds and started typing already. And I think he actually like has the solution. I don't know. I feel like does this format favors like native English speakers way too much? Because you could probably just like scan the statement for 10 seconds and understand it.
Oh, true.
Yes, but also he coded like only reading, so it doesn't require much thinking, I guess.
Yeah. Are they looking into chats? No, they're not. Well, at least they're not supposed to, and we have some kind of screen sharing from them to verify that they're not actively looking at that. But also, all the wonderful contestants joining our for Blitz Cup are very reputable parts of our community. So I have absolutely zero reasons to consider that they're in the chat. Also, we are useless, to be honest. Like, there is nothing we can help Geothermal with. we would wish, but there is nothing we can help him. Also, yeah, Jonathan sent me a message that was pretty cute. He uses 3 monitors. And you see that his layout is pretty cool, like ultra wide, so that we can see nothing, absolutely. And there is one other person who also loves the setup very similar to this, is Eknerwala. And Eknerwala's window manager is also just spawning those very thin vertical lined windows with the tiniest font ever seen in a human history. I don't understand. Can you help me? Why are people in chat trying to tell me to make webcams smaller?
Well, if you make Jonathan's webcam smaller, you can show more of his screen.
I'm not sure. I think like the content he sends me is 16:9. So the black thing.
there is a strip at the bottom, so...
Yeah, but I think it's part of the stream.
Okay. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Yeah, maybe maybe in the future we should say what should be the format of the coding window, or...
I don't know. That's a little too restrictive. Also, I feel like it's hilarious. Like, what if someone would be, again, listening to music and will be able to look at their playlist? That's cool content right here. And I think that would be really nice. But again, everyone's ideas are very welcome. Someone says they can overlap the faces with IDE, but over the years, I've seen so many different setups that wherever I put the face, any corner in the middle of the screen, there was always something incredibly important at this location. So I just figured let's not overlap, and this allows us to nicely have everything in the screen. Someone says Jonathan read the problem statement wrong, ? Are there any opportunities of reading this problem incorrectly?
I'm not sure. You can probably forget that you can't really get rid of first symbol in S and last symbol in T. You need to take them always. So the solution is like this, basically. You just iterate over all possible letters, which is 26 of them, and you select first occurrence of this letter in S that is not the first symbol, and last occurrence that is not the last symbol in T. Then you can just concatenate prefix and this symbol and suffix, and then you select shortest of them. You have a submission. Geothermal, and yeah, he solved it on the second
he
try.
fixed it. How much is the diff between the 2 submissions?
I think I can...
There is a button for this, right? No, ignore.
I can see
Wrong
it's on
button.
Nikolai.
Rejudge. Wrong button.
No, it's on the right. On the right.
Compare. Oh, true. Sorry, I'm very
he forgot
basic.
return from the solve function somewhere in the middle where he prints
Oh,
-1.
that's very sweet. I love when the whole difference between incorrect and correct submission is one line. Well, one character is a little cooler, but still one line is pretty nice.
Yep.
Is that Piotr? No, that's not Piotr. Which one do you think is Piotr? Also, there are plenty of compliments in chat to Geothermal's glasses style, and I think the fit is great. Geo with a classic notepad, yeah. Would be so cool to see contestants' notepads or like their auxiliary material, but that would require a lot of advanced engineering, and I don't think we're there yet.
The problem is like that. You have a cube, k times k times k, and you need to color subcubes of size 1 times 1 times 1, such that every white cube has 2 white neighbors and every black cube has 2 black neighbors. And if case odd, it's impossible. If case even, we can just divide this cube into 2 times 2 times 1 sub-parallelepipeds. That would work.
Should we start a betting pool on how many minutes will contestants spend until the first submission?
I would say we're already there.
Already submitted.
Not a correct answer.
I mean, our system tests have not yet finished running before this submission of Jonathan. Also, again, I won't let anyone think that Jonathan has no chances in here. And Codeforces rating is not representative in here. And MMR is just a number. He has very impressive results in the selection rounds, and he is absolutely capable of, at any given moment of time, just sweeping the rest of the problems. So I'm watching it to people in chat. Don't.
But I don't know. I mean, I think Geothermal is like quite well known for being really fast on like Div 2 and Div 3 rounds. So that's why I'm like rooting for him. It's not because of rating. He's just like well known for being.
And he has a very promising submission on our 6-point problem.
Yeah, I think Jonathan was very far from the correct solution.
Mm-hmm. Another compilation error from Jonathan, just in case. And it's an okay. Oof. Oh, that's an emotional reaction.
The case from 1 to 100, so there should be exactly 100 tests in this problem.
Do you think he knows that he can just say it loud and we'll hear? Oh, well. Yeah, I'm adding a little more background noise from our contestants, and geothermal typing is an ASMR of itself. I hope we see a lot of future contents. And now it's basically a heartbeat of Command R's to refresh the page. So it's a fun experience. Codeforces auto refresh when, honestly.
Problem is like this. You're given a sequence of numbers. You add them to a binary search tree one by one, and the unit for each number that you add output what number was stored in its direct ancestor.
I have a feeling that this problem will be solved very quickly.
I think within 2 minutes is quite possible.
But how to solve it?
I mean, you just look, you put it in a set, you look to the left, you look to the right, and you select one that is newer. And that's your ancestor.
It's true.
Okay.
At least 2 code blocks users in the chat. Cute. Both contestants are not actively typing. A moment of silence and calmness.
If you don't know that fact, then you need to spend some time to coming up with it.
This is not trivial at all.
Yeah, but if you solved similar problems before,
then you're lucky.
I mean, isn't that true for any problem? Like this is how you get good. You read problems, and then you solve problems, and then you read problem analysis, and then you solve problems. And if you do that enough times, you're just good. Is Mike Mirzianov a commentator? No, Mike Mirzianov is not currently commentating with us. Our wonderful panel of the commentators are Khan, Igor, Ashley, errorgorn, and Brew. And I'm Lydia. Hi. Click buttons in OBS.
So yeah, this problem is probably very easy to implement once they get the idea. And the next problem is, well, this is a vintage problem. It will be a vintage problem when they get it. But it's also super easy.
Tell me how many lines of code.
Oh, well, maybe not that easy. I don't know.
it's easy. It's really easy.
Should be easy, yeah. I mean, the problem is that the
Is
limits
geothermal.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, is geothermal coding a segment tree?
Looks like it, yeah. I
don't know,
on the
but
YouTube
sounds really
stream, you can
nice.
see better. Yes, it is the segment tree, I think.
Should I start streaming in 4K? My computer is overheating as it is. So maybe another time.
I mean, in the stream, we can see the code of Geothermal, not in Zoom.
Good, yeah. Why Geothermal is looking to the left and typing. Yes, I think he has a second screen, which is fine. I don't mind. We're not using screens for the purpose of, proctoring or something. It's just for entertainment value. And he's very nicely put both the problem statement and the ID, or rather a notepad, I guess, on his screen. So that's fine. Another cool thing that I'm very proud of, the fact that the Blitz implements it really nicely, is we finally can see contestants. Isn't it great? Like, with all those anime profile pictures, I'm sorry, I'm old. I do not enjoy anime profile pictures on Codeforces. We kind of forgot how they look like. And they're so human and so pretty and so smart. And it's very enjoyable to look at you all. And I hope we'll get more live streams, either individual or like contest live streams with webcams in the future. It would be nice.
That is
Just sold by Jonathan.
I don't know why that works.
Yes, nice. We have a
But
battle.
that means we are almost back in the game. I mean, we are back in the game.
Oh, wow.
The term back in the game
He
does
was
not
pretty
imply
happy
everything,
about
but-
that as a commenting.
Yes.
Lydia, can you tell us what he's
Yes,
commenting
he
about?
says, I have no idea why this works. I cannot believe that it works, but now we're almost back in the game. Well, we're back in the game. And it's so nice. Everyone's so... Do you agree that there are really the people who, like, you kind of want to be friends with when you see them? That's fantastic. Oh, I have a bug in my setup, so anytime they say something, it mirrors twice. That's unfortunate. How do I fix this? I'll fix it another time.
So the next problem. And
the
you
funny
guess
problem.
what? The after solutions are in 3 Pascal. So to tell you how old the problem is.
Different styles, different colors, different shapes. Oh my god. 3 Pascal.
Yeah, the question is like this. For each year since 1989, you abbreviate it to some suffix of this year, and you always select the smallest suffix such that it wasn't used before. And you are given this suffix, and you need to say which year it was.
Yeah, and there is a difficulty that the limits are not stated like numbers in the statement, but rather it's written in the words that the given years contain no more than 9 digits. So actually, the given abbreviation can be up to 10 to the power of 9.
So it starts like this. First 10 years is abbreviated to just one character. Next 100 years abbreviated to 2 characters, and so on. So you start.
Yeah, that's easier than I thought.
But yeah, I guess this is like the first string passing problem I seen on CF. Is there any plans for like more string passing problems on Codeforces in rated rounds?
I think in
reading
the
the
older
numbers
days,
can be pretty disgusting.
yeah, I think one of the difficulties is that you can't really read it with like scene very easily, but it helps a lot that you just remove the prefix of 4 characters and then you just read it with any function that you have. But also you can do the whole reading of a single line in one scanf call if you know how to do that. Because in the scanf you can actually type what kind of characters you want it to read and skip, and then what you need to parse.
Exactly.
But it's not the oldest problem that we got today. It's simply from 2016.
Oh, that's
It's
a very
not a
young
vintage
one.
problem.
Yeah, less than 10 years doesn't count.
Another interesting game is to guess how many participants solved it back in the days in the actual.
Like as
Codeforces.
percentage?
I can tell you how many people had non-zero score, and you tell me how many solved this problem. So in that round, Codeforce round 347 diff 1, there were 240 non-zero scores.
That's not a lot.
Not a lot, yes. And then this problem was problem B.
So it should be literally all of them with just a few exceptions. I trust that 240 are still solved A.
Remember back in the days, the pre-tests were very easy to pass.
So you mean that they've submitted, but then they got 0 score because it was a bloody round and everyone failed everything. Exactly. Interesting.
Geothermal made a submission.
I would still bet on like 100, like again, 380 something. Yay.
Insane reaction from Geothermal.
Yeah, wow.
Wait, can I still win?
It's 40 non-zero scores and
So
this
180.
problem... No, unfortunately, it was below 190
Oh
something.
no.
And I think about the same number is system test failed.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, we have Geothermal winning much, but we still have last problem for bragging rights, and there is still quite enough time to solve it, I guess.
We need auto refresh. We really need auto refresh. There is 1 page refresh per second for each of our contestants. Like they're DDoSing Codeforces on a live stream.
The last problem is
it's-
like this. There is n problems in a Codeforces contest that you want, mass forces contest, okay, that you need to assign score to. It should increase monotonically, and there should be exactly m triples of problems such that sum of scores on the first 2 of them is equal to the score of the third one. You need to output any example of such score distribution or say that there is no such distribution.
So in a sense, it's a constructive problem.
But they still have time. Like they have all the time in the world. Also, Kuroni in chat very happy that that's his contest, I believe.
Yeah, it even says Kuroni in the
Oh.
But actually, I wonder if it's like better to use old problems or new problems in Codeforces Blitz. I think like using old problems with all the funny parsing will be funnier if you want to like maximize the mean value of Codeforces Blitz.
That's the only thing I care about. Like contestants may have different opinions, but I'm here for the content.
Maybe you should make the finals just like Codeforces Beta 1 round.
Codeforce round 1, yeah. The issue is that some people actually solved it. Like I think Igor also did, right? Did you?
Did what?
Codeforces round 1?
No, I think I started on round 4 or something like that.
Still very old.
Yeah, he is. I agree.
Yeah, I have to always have to sweep sand whenever I go.
I think contestants should not have the chance to copy problem statements to clipboard during online contests. I don't have a problem with this. I also feel like it helps like automatically translate problem statements, which is a non-trivial but good thing to do. Like I think like specifically St. Petersburg State University team, but not the one that turmax competed in, but the previous one had like pretty big issues with reading English problem statements, just because sometimes you do not get lucky with an English teacher. And then I understand that it's also somewhat of a skill issue, but I would like to encourage people to still solve competitive programming challenges, even if they're not great at English.
So it seems like Geothermal start coding.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Will they solve it or not?
Sure. Too much time. They have full 10 extra minutes.
Surely the tempo of this contest has been very fast since both participants were solving problems in a really quick time.
Yeah, I feel like we would, for proper results, top 16 actually should have like 8 problems instead of 7. We hit the 7 solved a little too often for my liking. But don't get me wrong, I enjoy talking to you here. It's nice to have a little more time to chat with contestants, but like the idea that there is always a comeback potential is somewhat also cute.
This problem was problem E in combined round in 5 years ago.
Basically now. Nice.
So should we add the 8th problem for like
Nah.
tomorrow's round?
Nah, just for the finals, if we really have to. Like, I don't feel like we can change rules between now and the final round. Maybe something like very custom, or the final itself. Like, either a best of 3, which I dislike the idea, but sure. Or an 8th problem or something.
Or maybe raise the difficulty a little.
Or a lot.
Or a lot.
Are problems chosen
Yeah, I think-
randomly for the Blitz, for the Codeforces Blitz? Are they chosen randomly from the problem set, but based on rating?
Yeah, you drop the problems that you saw, and then randomly out of the rest based on the difficulty.
Are you going to do something different for the finals to make it like the funniest problem set in the world?
No, I'm too lazy.
You like put count pairs. I think like everyone will like find that funny.
Yeah, I know. Oh, by the way, right now I have scheduled a final round right after the 2 semifinals, which is like makes some sense, right? But then there is not a lot of break between the last selection match and the final match. So if anyone has any genius ideas about a show match or something, or the meme value, we can probably do this. And like,
By the way, we have submission from Geothermal, but so far from Confident Test 2.
how far is it from the real one?
I can't see submissions, sorry.
And I don't know the solution.
Oh, okay, unlucky.
Wrong answer
Seems
required
like I have
balance is
participated in
0.
this contest 5 years ago, but I don't remember the solution.
Okay. Oh, if
Actually, the second test is sample, so.
Oh, good for him. If some participants have multiple Codeforces account, which of course violates rules, it will be good for them with regards to their performance in Blitz. Oh, let me tell you a funny story. So we've opened a registration form, right, where everyone was able to register if your rating ever hit red. And then I was looking at the whole registration form, and it was actually pretty nice. We got like over 100 registrations, I think, like really lot. And then I sorted everyone by rating, and I looked at the max ratings, and then we decided to seed everyone by max rating, or at least to look at the max rating a lot. And then I sorted everyone by username, and I noticed 2 users with the same username. But this should not happen because Codeforces registration form is attached to your username. And so it's not just one contestant that once hit red has 2 usernames and registered with both of them. Also, those usernames only differ by one character. One of them is L and another is capital I. So visually, they're absolutely the same. Excuse me, sir, what were you thinking when we were trying to register on a Codeforces Run event? Obviously, like going against Codeforces rules.
And we have a correct submission from Geothermal.
It's too strong. Way too strong.
Great.
Oh, wow. But again, the problem for 8 points that Jonathan pulled was so cool. Like, this definitely showed him that he still has all the time in the world and gave him all the necessary boosts in this. That's pretty cool. Okay, I'm sending the message, inviting him to us, and let's see what's up.
For the show match, right? Is it possible to get Mike to compete?
I mean, against whom? Against me?
I don't know.
Like,
Is there someone else?
You need someone who'll be appropriately weak.
Do you just call Mike? We get
strong.
Appropriately strong? Okay. I think appropriate. Oh, no, wrong screen. Wait. Into first screen. Yay. And now Geothermal looks to his opponent, and who will eventually, hopefully, join the meeting. Hi, Jay. You're too strong. Elsie, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's good. You're too strong, goddammit. Also, half the chat is like crazy about your fit. So thank you for dressing up. Looks so good.
I had to look good for the crowd. Actually, I'm going to an event with my girlfriend right after this, but we'll say I was dressing up for the contest.
Thank you, sir. I'm also happy to pass on all the gratitude for the fit to the girlfriend who made you dress up. So that's also a great investment into our content, and we are here, for the content. Hi, Jonathan. How are you feeling? No, can't hear you.
You're muted.
I think you're muted.
Sorry. Yep. Yeah. You can hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, good game. I mean, I didn't expect to win. But yeah. Yeah. I scored more than I expected. I think like Jay got like clean sweep on a round 2 and only give 1 point on the first round. So I kind of expected that kind of score as well, but I did score more than that. So yeah. But I'm pretty pissed that one of the problems is taken from like the ICPC Jakarta. Like just based on a sample case, it definitely is taken from that. But I've never seen that task before, so it's either like before or after when I was a judge in that contest. And yeah, and
no
I
way.
think it's pretty old. Yeah.
Okay, then it's definitely before. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's cool. Also, we have Yegor here. Yegor, look at his chair. Look at his chair. Look at that fancy,
the same chairs that I have.
proper gaming setup, huh?
I mean, we have the same chairs.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think I have the same chair also. I have the same chair, like almost same, just different color.
Nice. Chair streamers. Any other? Well, we learned about the last favorite problem. Favorite problem of today.
I think B is pretty cool. I mean, yeah, my first submission is completely wrong. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just submitted what I initially have first in mind. But I think I have another I have another idea that should work, but I didn't manage to submit it in time. Yeah.
Yeah, I was also going to say I think B is short but pretty cute. G, I think it's ended up being nice as the solution works. It's one of those problems where you realize that like the minimum answer is 0, and then you figure out how to get the maximum possible answer, and then you just like find a way to iteratively like decrease the answer by 1 until it gets where you want to be. So I think like the fact that that ends up working out made the problem pretty nice. So I would say those two are my favorites.
Nicey. You were somewhat lucky to not get any extra old problems that some of our contestants faced today in the morning. And one of the things that old problems are pretty famous for is non-standard input. How ready are you for some like non-standard input shenanigans?
I mean, I did ICPC, so I'm used to it.
Jonathan, does Asia Pacific still have file input output at ICPC competitions?
Yeah, when you talk about like non-standard input, I'm assuming it's like more of the technical things itself, like the format, right?
Yeah, just file.
I have it in my template actually, like just call open with all caps. It automatically loads and the input from a file. It's not specifically for this contest. I have this template for all the contests that I participated. So yeah.
What is your opinion on the no library code tyranny that I started at this competition?
Depends on your definition of library. If you see my code, I just have a lot of like defines and some methods that are just like 2 lines on each method. I don't know whether you call that library, but
no, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay, yeah.
Like some kids these days, they're like not very eager to type. And I'm here to enjoy the, the clickety clack of the keyboard. I think it's very impressive. It makes you look good. Like you open the problem, then you type whatever ungodly number of lines, and then you submit, and it's an okay. It's a good what cinematography, I guess.
And I feel like I made my opinion about this like pretty known on the contest Discord. I'm a bit of a purist. I think that like approximately the winner should be determined by like whoever can solve and implement the novel parts of the problem the fastest, and it's not as exciting to me to like type the same like data structure or whatever over and over again. And so in that sense, like I think especially since like ultimately I think the amount of typing would like, and I think it's not too big of an issue because the amount of like typing required to do all of the like data structures, standard stuff in this contest is not that high. But even so, like during my practice, I found myself like just like typing short blocks of code like modular exponentiation, a sieve to get all the prime numbers, that sort of thing, pretty frequently. And I don't know, it feels like in such a short format, it would be nice not to have to spend time doing that. But I also think that on problem E, the audience got a sense of how long it's been since I've actually like typed a seg tree by hand. Had to go for the recursive one there, but yeah, I mean, I think I would be like more upset about it if this was a 2-hour contest than a 40-minute contest, since here the problems just aren't hard enough to require a whole lot of templates.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. For problem E, I did not use segment tree. Maybe that's why I was faster. But I was very not sure about what I coded there. Fortunately, got easy. I haven't proved it yet. But yeah, I mean, going back to the question, like, yeah, I think like at least on all the tasks that I've seen so far, there's not like really like long library that you need to type out like max flow or something like that. Yeah, I think if it's just a library that you can type out in 10 lines, like Fenwick tree. I think I've seen some Fenwick tree problems so far. I think that's probably still fine. Yeah, I think you mentioned it, Lydia, right? Like for audience also wants you to see like audience wants to see like.
Well, again,
people
I'm not
typing
sure what
libraries as well.
audience wants. I just do what I want and what feels
okay.
impressive to me personally, so that's fine. That's fine. Okay, bracket predictions. Dota 2 tournaments have this thing where if you guess the whole playoffs bracket correctly, you get a free ticket to the next competition. And we've pretty much figured the morning bracket. What are your predictions for the evening bracket? Just as a reference, our first game after the break would be Heuristica versus Anton Trigup, and then Tourist versus Conqueror of Tourist, Kuroni versus Keisan, and Galavanov versus Indukvtsanya.
I think like, I don't know, Tourist wins the that half of the bracket with pretty high probability. I'm hoping to make it to the finals and play him there. I think Anton has some potential to upset Heuristica. He's had a pretty good run in his first 2 matches, and also I know has been like grinding the Div 2 VCs quite a bit recently.
Yep.
So
also, it should feel really nice to drop your teammate out of the competition.
Yeah.
I feel like
I know, bittersweet,
just very enjoyable thing.
Yeah, it was an unlucky draw for him. He had having to compete against Heuristica first round, Tourist second round most likely, and then good chance of K-Sun in the third round if he makes that far. And so, like,
well,
I don't know.
My alternative was to instead put Indukvtsanya, who just dropped out, who just eliminated Aknorvala against K-Sun, and that would be like a little too rough.
That would be pretty sad. Yeah, I mean, I think like the problem is that a lot of the like really strong competitors in this in this competition are just like stacking US specific time and sort of need to play the afternoon time slot, and then it's hard, and so that just leads to the bottom half of the bracket being really stacked.
But then probably in the future you'll have a fantastic chance of actually playing a tournament that's correctly seeded and not just like me manually randoming weird stuff, and that would allow us to see if waking up earlier or going to sleep late would affect results significantly enough. Or we'll do the thing that Chesscom does with a morning title Tuesday and then an evening title Tuesday for those on the different parts of the planet.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like if you ask me about my prediction as well, I think it's similar to what Jay mentioned. Like, I think if I have to predict, like, I can't predict the individual matches because like there's too many matches here, and yeah. But if I have to predict, like at least like the winner of each half, I think Tourist and Geothermal, I think those two are the favorites. So yeah, good luck, Jay.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I think both of you are the only two people that have clean sweep the problem so far from round 1 and round 2. So yeah, I think that shows it as well. So yeah, but it'll be exciting. We've seen upsets so far. Andrew got dropped out early, so yeah, many things can happen.
Turmax's versus errorgorn's match was something. So if you missed it, definitely X2 Speed watch, at least look at the scoreboard, because they had so many clutch, tiny second differences and problems. Also, Turmax is famous for getting plenty of wrong answer ones. So this definitely added to the pressure of errorgorns that he sees that opponent always submits very early, very frequently, and goddammit, what's going on? It's been very exciting though, and I'm also looking forward to more close matches. And here maybe like Kaysan versus Golovanov would be something I would be excited for, just for the potential of a lot of comebacks. I feel like they have pretty different set of topics that they're really good at. And if we're lucky and we get a lot of problems that are either in one comfort set of topics or the other, and it can be a nice balanced game as well. Is there a way for us to make more games as exciting and as close, I guess, as they are? Do you think we need a separate Blitz rating?
Blitz rating would be pretty cool. I do also think like, I think it's nice to have this format as an alternative to Lockout, but I do think that like Lockout does create a lot of like exciting situations where you have to like predict the problem your opponent is going for, or like you're working on problem A, your opponent is working on problem B, and like the first one to solve theirs has a big advantage, that sort of thing. And so I think that format tends to create a lot of really clutch situations and races that are down to a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the people as well. I think what happens with errorgorn and turmax there is they are both like people who like no offense, but like they just submit a lot of submissions. That's why we see like submissions after submissions getting queued even though they're not evaluated yet. And we saw I think two of those problems where like submissions like basically a lot of submissions queue, and then submissions that are submitted later get evaluated earlier, and then that causes the drama because like turns out the earlier submission was getting accepted. So
I do think like back in the old days on Top Coder, if you like use their ID, I think like if you tested your code on the samples, it like sent a broadcast to everyone in the contest.
Yeah.
And so no, I think like doing that here would not be worth it because like you would probably have to stop people from using their personal setups, and that would be a little bit sad. But I do think like, not everyone is going to just submit all of their code and just debug when they get wrong answer on test 1. But I think if you can like know when your opponent is testing and they think they've like got approximately a solution, it can make things pretty intense.
Would be nice to give you a little more information about your opponents. Maybe something even along the lines, and again, it's a stretch here. I can update your screen sharing just a little bit. So it's not a full HD that goes to live stream, but instead, I don't know, 360p. But would still give you a very good impression on what your opponent is doing without letting you to straight up look at their source code and maybe steal a solution idea. At the same time, when we were at the ICPC World Finals in Astana, I asked some teams to try and guess a snippet of code and the algorithm that the snippet of code implements from an image where all characters were replaced just by rectangles. and people were impressively good at guessing one kind of a source code. So I'm not sure if 360p is actually enough obscurity and enough to hide what the code is for specifically coders as experienced as our top 16 for today.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that it'd be like, I'm not sure how often you could really get an advantage by like looking at your opponent's code and trying to like decipher what it is and what it's doing, just because like while you're doing that, they can keep getting ahead of you. But I know, I do think like some sort of like programming contest where there's some like screen peeking strategy would be interesting to try.
We go into like Mario Kart kind of situation in this case, where you can either use a bonus to peek at each other's code, or then throw a gas can and an oil can into someone to protect them from being seen, or otherwise to disallow someone to look at someone else's code. Can be a fun party game if we work at it. If you're interested, let's definitely hop on a call and create a few more ideas to this matter.
Yeah, I think actually there's a term for this, right? In the esports, where there's a term called stream sniping, where like you snipe, you take a look at the other streams, and like even if it's not mind sports, you can gain some advantage on that. And it's a controversy whether like stream sniping is allowed. So like in this kind of like mind games, like mind sports, like I think it will be even more controversial. But yeah, I mean we can explore that.
And I was very excited about how a lot of contestants that participate in rounds of 32 and rounds of 64, without additional encouragement, started just streaming their POV of the contest. And this is something that, again, I feel like gives a lot of future potential opportunities, because we know that problems are available somewhere on the internet anyways. So it's not for the purpose of trying to cheat something or achieve a better result than anyone else, but rather, for the content, for the memes. Okie dokie. We'll go on a short or a long break. I have no idea. Our next match will be in a little over an hour. In the meantime, I'm happy to announce you that Jonathan volunteered to host a significant segment of our afternoon live stream. Also, it's suddenly a morning at my location, which I'm very happy about. So it's not completely in the dark. Thank you to everyone for joining our morning March 8th segment, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. See you really soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
And welcome back for the second part of today's live streams. We are doing first day of the Codeforces Blitz Cup 2025 finals. And for this segment, we have Khan and jonathanirvings with us today. And we're somewhat like 1 minute, less than 1 minute away from a round. Hey guys, what do you expect from the second part of the day?
Yeah, I think there will be the match after this, not the upcoming one, but like after that, it's like the meme match where like it's the usernames.
Most awaited match.
Yeah, most awaited match
of today. Yeah. But right now we are starting heuristica versus Anton Trigup. And I think we only have the data stream from Anton this time again. So let's see what's going on. And we don't see the screen where the problem is.
Yeah. Seems like Anton has a different screen for reading the problems. Yeah.
So the first problem is very easy. You're given basically a number and you have to output whether which digits there are more in the number sevens or fours. You have to output 4 if there are at least that many 4s as 7s, or 7s or -1 if there are none of them. So yeah, should be pretty easy, straightforward implementation. But also it looks like Anton is kind of nervous, not hitting extra spaces where it doesn't need to go.
Anton was one of the contestants who I feel like practiced the most, as in had the most test matches over this week, including one against Igor Dubovic, literally, I feel like 3 hours ago or so, that he unfortunately lost 18-15, but it still looked very, very interesting and promising.
Yep, wrong answer on test 1 there by Anton. I think he mistyped the greater than or equal to greater than. So like if the 4 and 7s are equal, he printed 4 just now. But he's solved it right now. So yep, A is solved. It's just one more character of the equal sign.
So the next problem B that will appear in 40 seconds or so is also quite easy. We have to solve 1,000 test cases, in which of them we are given the penalty shots in football series results or expected results. So the teams shoot alternatively, and we are given either the shot will be a goal or not, or we don't know. And we have to calculate what is the shortest possible time that we will know the result of the penalty series. Like we stop after one team has scored more than the other team can score, including the future shots. So, and we have to consider different possibilities for the shots that we are not sure about.
So this one you can just try whether all the question marks are 0s or 1s, right? So 2 cases and then just simulate it, right?
Yes, I think that's the easiest approach. Like you have 2 to the power of 10 different options for each test case and 1,000 test cases, and then just check in linear time.
Right, I forgot the number of characters is short. You can do 2 to the power of 10. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I think the implementation should also be like with a for loop and then another for loop. Quite straightforward. Yeah, and this is, I would say, the old school classic, I would say, diff1, diff2b problem. I don't think it can be a diff2a. No, it cannot be, because one has to loop over all the options, and that is, at least that used to be quite complicated.
Oh no, for loop not allowed for problem A. Problem A should be 2 ifs at most.
No, a for loop is allowed, but looping over the bit masks and then accessing each bit, especially when it's not specifically like told in the problem that, okay, you're given a number and you want to access the bits. That's quite complicated. It's not.
Oh yeah, I see.
Anton removed some code there. He already typed some for loops and then removed, and then removing some another for loops again.
I'm very impressed, not just by the fact that the first accepted submission solution was at like 1 minute 36 seconds, but more of that after an incorrect submission at 1:12, it only took him 24 seconds to like get the feedback, figure out the issue, go to the source code, fix the issue, resubmit. So the iteration cycle is pretty short. And it's even better if contestant does not stop working on a problem while it's testing. You know how at ICPC competitions, people will say that you should switch to the next problem right after you submitted the previous one, because you don't need to waste time refreshing the page and like waiting for the verdict. And this is something that is very against human nature. Like, I think people are just tunnel visioned into looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on because like some regionals and world finals have like a big screen on the contest hall, and they alternate what they are showing. But like if it happens that the big screen is showing your team on the scoreboard, you can look at that instead of like using the important time of like on your screen, because like your other teammates might have some other tasks as well. So like, yeah, there's kind of like luck aspect there. If the big screen just happens to show your team, you can just let your teammates code and you can see the result of your submission on the big screen.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, I think Anton is overthinking this because he still doesn't have a loop over all the possible results.
Yeah, he kept
That's unfortunate.
writing new codes and removing it. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it looks like his opponent is not online for some reason. So yeah, Anton has all the time in this match.
I don't think he'll waste it also, but yeah, maybe there is a chance to feel comfortable with the time he's given. On the other hand, it also stops you from being able to progress through a problem that you don't like.
Yeah, at some point in this format, you can just say, okay, I give up on this problem, I give it to the opponent.
Yeah.
And but when you're alone, you cannot do that. You have to.
A situation like this was when one of the earlier izban matches. So yeah, both he and his opponent were stuck on like fourth problem or something. So they unfortunately had to suffer till the end of the round with the one.
Yep.
What's the best way to estimate problem difficulty for blitz style matches? Should we take into account the time that people spent in a regular match on a given problem? Like maybe there is a nicer way to fine tune the problem difficulty this way.
Maybe yes, but I think it also depends on how old the problem is and how classic it becomes over the years.
Yeah. True. There is a pretty significant like depreciation in problem difficulty over the years. For example, at recent Yandex Cup finals last year, there was an entertainment match where people had to solve old Yandex Cup problems. And the problem that was considered the hardest on either first or second Yandex Cup turned out to be extremely easy, just like fast typing problem for finalists of this year. And we have a submission. So it's always a fun like balance how judges are improving every year, but then contestants are improving every year. The standard race. It's wrong answer, test 1, unfortunately.
Yeah, another wrong answer on test 1. So it seems like Anton is assuming that his opponent is there, like, yeah, with all these, like, just submit without testing. Even though he possibly knows that the opponent is probably not online as well, right? From the Discord and stuff. But yeah, I think he's under the mode that, no, let's not assume anything. Let's just assume that he's there and solve the problem as fast as he can. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to do here. Like, his code does not have a min operation at all. Like, so he's not trying to like try several possibilities. He just tried to like decide the value of the question marks deterministically, something like that.
Yeah, that's an approach. Like he goes left to right over the time, and then he tries to see whether at this point the penalty matches can be stopped. And
oh,
for
I
that,
see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He just fills in the greedily and stops where he can. Which I think, I mean, it's doable. Not sure if it's the best way to solve this problem, especially in this setting. But also, it's like a significantly faster approach than what we discussed. But here in the Blitz, I think it's quite important to not only implement the best solution, but implement one of the solutions that passes all the limits, but is also easier to implement.
Right.
Like in that match of the first half, where instead of doing n square log with some data structure, you can just do n cube divided by 64 with the bit set, which is
another wrong answer on test 1.
I mean, test 1 is an example. Why not test on it? I mean,
because
yeah, we know why.
Yeah, no test, just submit, only submit.
What is this? Is it a C line? Yeah. I'm actually quite surprised. I thought Anton would have some setup which allows you to automatically test in one press of a button.
He's debugging now. He's adding some extra couts.
Yes. What would be the reaction when he gets that he doesn't have an opponent? Gets into all this trouble.
Guys, wait. Again, Anton and Heuristica were teammates for a while. If there is one person in the world who would have expected this, it would have been Anton, right? Like, he knows his teammates well. And so there can be no, like, nothing can surprise you. I'm sure, again, if we ask Khan to play the game like Omnic or a philosopher from ancient Greece, Khan will guess correct quotation from Omnic just 10 out of 10. Because you've spent enough time together, and so you kind of know each other, and intuition would work so much better than for an average person.
But then, let's say that heuristica is late by half the match, 20 minutes. If Anton has not progressed enough up to that point, then it's not a big problem for heuristica. Because, well, at the current stage, any problem is enough to beat Anton.
Yeah.
In very old Dota 2 final matches, and Dota 2 used double elimination bracket for the longest time, they were exploring ways to make sure that team that advanced to the final round through upper bracket get advantage over a team that advanced to a lower bracket. Because usually in double elimination brackets, you just have this, when you go into the final round, which can be like a best of 3 or a best of 5 or something. And there's an
Sorry
okay.
to disturb. Yeah, he's typing that sentence that we've been discussing.
Awesome. How different is the code from what he submitted before this?
No. Look at his screen right now. He's coding. He's typing. He is probably offline. Sorry, everyone.
I see. Yeah, I see that now. Oh, it's okay, Anton. I think he'll just
solve the problem.
Yeah, he solved the problem, which is, in my opinion, more important.
So go ahead with your Dota thing. What are you gonna say?
If we ever move to double elimination and we want to give an advantage, maybe like a handicap where one contestant is allowed to submit at the very beginning and another is only allowed to submit at some point.
What is wrong with bracket reset actually? Like I thought the simplest one is just let if the winner from the losers bracket win the final match, then they just rematch, right? This
gives away so much excitement. Another option was to give like 1 point advantage over the opponent. So if you're playing, say, best of 5, one team starts with 1 point right away.
That's also an option.
So many options.
Yeah. I mean, it's like with the rules, you don't always need to select the best rules. You just select some rules, and in the end, it doesn't really matter. So the problem C is as follows. We have n apple trees, and the ith apple tree the apples would be ripe at day AI, and you can collect them at the same day or the next day, so only 2 days. And there are BI apples on that tree. Then the question is, how many apples can you collect while collecting at most V apples per day? So for each tree, you can only collect the apples on 2 distinct days, and you are limited in the number of apples you collect for each day in total. But you can collect from multiple trees. And what Anton is doing is, well, he's not doing anything. He deleted all the code he had. But basically, the solution could be as easy as go for the days left to right. Again, we only have 3,000 days, so we can just simply go without any additional structures and maintain how many apples are left from the previous day. And then first try to collect these apples because they will expire first. And if there are, let's say, time slots to collect new apples, then try to collect the new apples.
I've been seeing several problems in this tournament that like the solution is linear time, but the constraint suggested that it's a quadratic time.
Yeah.
Including this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the constraints are that small. We can try to look up where these problems come from. And this is
wrong answer on test 10.
Is this overflow? No, it cannot be. Constraints are small. So this is like div2b of around 252, which is 11 years ago.
So he just increased the const in M from 3,000 to 4,000, and then I think he submitted. Yeah, he submitted. Oh, okay. And this time it's on 29 test now. On accepted. Yeah, okay.
Nice. This one was in a good tempo.
Yeah, not bad. I'm not sure why the 3000 array was not enough, because the actual arrays that he creates are 2 elements bigger than that. But okay.
Yeah, I think he puts like the A and B because it can be 3000. Like you should have created an array of at least 3001. Because he does not decrement the value of AI and BI. I think that's why.
Yeah, but the arrays were 3002.
Oh,
At
that
least
was
one of the arrays.
Oh,
There
that
was
was
plus
3002. Oh, okay, I missed that. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. He has PC Life. Forgive him. That's what he Anton typed. Okay, problem D is available now.
And again, less than 30 seconds to fix the problem. I need to build something that would show me a statistical information about this specifically.
I mean, it's like the first thing that you check when you get
True.
an answer bigger than 1.
Even before you get wrong answer.
Yeah. You know that some people have at the end of their template, like in the commentary, things that you have to check before submitting. Like, is there an overflow? The constraints are low enough. The arrays are big enough.
Yep.
And I think those who don't have just check that after the submission.
Yep. One of the things that I always thought can be useful for a team reference document at the ICBC World Finals is a list of 12 ways to unstuck yourself. Like, breathe, print, explain problem to one of your teammates, give your problem to another of your teammates without explaining it to them, go wash your face, and like all the different ways that you can actually just refresh yourself a tiniest bit, and often it's enough. You just tunneled into something, and then an extra minute would save you.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
some.
I mean, yeah. Please
Go ahead. No, what I'm about to say is very unrelated.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. There are actually quite good ways to refresh yourself, and sometimes in a longer contest, this is really important. That if you are stuck, especially in a team contest where also your teammates rely on you, you at some point you really have to go and forget about what happened in the first hour, let's say, and come back to the new problems.
Yep. True.
Yeah, I was about to say there's someone in the YouTube chat saying like, is it possible that Heuristica purposely missed the round because he didn't want to compete with Anton?
That would have been really cute.
I can think of chess analogy on this statement as well. We've been discussing a lot of chess analogies.
Would you prefer to compete against your teammates or to compete against a person from a rival team?
Yeah, I mean, I think generally I try not to compete with my team pretty early. I think, yeah. When me and errorgorn made it to top 16, well, I never teammate with him, but like we know each other, and
I mean,
like
yeah,
we're both in Singapore.
I considered pairing you for this round.
Yeah, and then like and then we're discussing. Oh, we might be teamed up because like like the time zones and like I think the rating is also like he's high up there and I'm not so high, so like we might be paired up. But then when we saw the bracket, okay, turns out Lydia is not that evil.
It was not about being evil. It was about guaranteeing that there is one person representing Singapore in the next round.
Okay, yeah, I guess,
you know, there is always a way to look at things on in a brighter way. But yeah, I absolutely see where you're coming from. At the same time, I feel like sometimes we have teams of, people that are so competitive that for both of teammates, playing against each other can be exciting and entertaining. And again, if you know each other well, it's not something that you can be like kind of worried about in a way. You would have discussed these problems together anyways, and you would have, I don't know, solved the same problems anyways. You're solving problems at Codeforces rounds and stuff. So yeah, maybe duels can exist even between a pretty close, like, friends and teammates.
So the next problem is kind of strange, I would say, because I don't see any difficulties. Like, you have to do what is written in the statement, right?
No
Jonathan,
tricks?
did I have time to read the problem?
I haven't read B. Yeah.
Okay, I think the problem is like the follows. You have you imagine you're standing on a cliff and you have n meters below you or h meters below you, and then there is a platform at each meter. But the problem is some of the platforms are sticking out of the cliff and some are completely inside. So you cannot stand on the platform that is completely inside. You have to go down, and the only way to change the position of the platforms is on each platform there is a button to switch both this and the next, I mean the platform on the height one below you. And this is also the only way to get from this platform somewhere down. So you were obviously standing on an extended platform, you press the button, this platform closes, the next one, if it was open, also closes, then you fall down, and so on. Then it says that you cannot skip more than one platform, so you can fall 2 meters, but not 3. And then also you can pay once to change any position of any platform.
The most boring stream ever.
The question is, how much do you have to pay to get down safely?
Right, right. Anton says he is sorry, and this is probably the most boring stream for some of us. It's not that boring, so I wouldn't bother too much. And the problem D is solved cleanly. Very cute.
Yep. Yeah, so I think the problem was just we have to go down, and if the next two platforms will become folded after we press the button, then we have to enable one of them. And I think that's always... No, that's not always going to be the one like in two platforms, but we can easily do the DP over that.
Nice. Okay, and we have an 8-point problem.
Yes,
interesting how for different problems, number of model solutions differs significantly. And this is also, I would assume, is one of the traits from older problems as compared to newer problems. So you have significantly more coverage recently. And then for problem D, for example, they only had one correct solution and one naive.cpp, and that's it.
Yes, that's interesting. I would say in the long time ago, people were writing a lot of solutions. Then at some point, it just became not so often that people write a lot of solutions and have different internal testers. But then a few years ago, we again started to have more testers, and then we also mandate that all of or most of the testers' solutions have to be included in the package. And therefore, newer problems sometimes have like 20 correct solutions, all from different people. And all
Crazy.
actually written in the testing stage. So
Crazy
this is
numbers.
also fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's generally a good idea to like keep all of the solutions, even like if it's like even the wrong ones as well. Like it might be wrong now, and then you thought like, okay, the test case is good enough, and then you throw away the solution. But then later the test cases might be modified. So like it's good to keep these wrong solutions so that every time you modify the test cases, you can still rerun those wrong solutions. Yeah. And correct solutions as well. Yeah.
I would say the only disadvantage is that when you have 20 solutions and then you change the input format, you have to go in each of them and change them, which is not fun.
Yeah. I would think that one of the other alternative cool ways of building alternative solutions is through small modifications to a given source code. So it's usually a pretty straightforward approach to how, like in professional engineering, test coverage is evaluated. So if you have a snippet of code, say your correct solution, and then if you change it a little bit, so for example, you change a plus to a minus, you subtract one or you add one to one of the variables, you change a little bit some of the limitations or arguments of functions, and then if you run this solution, if all the tests pass, then your test coverage is obviously insufficient. And so it is one of the ways that, like in professional engineering, you generate incorrect solutions in a way, just to verify test coverage, but this can work for programming competitions as well. The other thing is these small changes and details sometimes do not affect the overall flow of solution, specifically when your algorithm is probabilistic or something. And unfortunately, Anton has a wrong answer on test 3 on our problem E today.
And made another submission in the same minute. I don't know how
Right
many
away.
seconds after this
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Less than 30.
Okay.
And improved his result. He's now moving on from test 3 to test 7. Let's see how big is the code change. It's just an extra if corner case for the cases where correct answer is 0, and it helped a little bit. Still some more work to be done. He has 8 more minutes, a little under 8 minutes till the end of the round.
So the problem is as follows. You have a line of n chairs, and not more than half of them are occupied by people. You can ask a person to take another seat if it's empty, and it will take the distance between the seats minutes or seconds. In the problem statement it's minutes, I guess, for this person to go there, and you cannot ask multiple people to switch seats at the same time. Your goal is to make sure that all originally occupied seats are empty. And you just need to compute the smallest time in which you can get this goal achieved.
Yeah, right. In the meantime, okay, from Anton, another problem promptly fixed and accepted. And with just a few minutes.
If you can have a library, you can probably code some matching solution here. But yeah, if you don't have library, there's no way you'll. And then like you'll have to race to solve this problem. There's no way. Like matching will be faster than your opponent if.
Yep.
Yeah, coding, and this won't be bipartite matching. So this will be very, very complicated matching solution, I guess. I don't know whether the time even fits. Yeah. Anyway.
It's fun. I can see a situation where if Anton's opponent would have solved problem B, it would have actually created a more favorable situation for Anton because he would have had more time to solve harder problems, as opposed to now that he had to spend time on B and so may not have enough time to finish the 10-pointer because it has just opened. Just a hypothetical, probably not a real use case.
Yeah, I was actually about to say like this. I guess this shows how impressive like Geothermal round 2 is. Like getting all problems. Even when there's even when you don't raise someone, you might not be able to solve all of the problems. But then you just basically defeat my point. Like actually not having an opponent might be a disadvantage as well in that sense.
Teamwork. It may seem like a competition. It is rather a teamwork.
So the next problem is somewhat mathy, I would say. We have 3 integers as the input. They're up to 10,000. And in one operation, we can decrease or increase by 1 any of them, still keeping them positive, strictly positive. And you have to spend the smallest number of operations so that B divides A and C divides B. So we will have some number A, then a multiple of A, and the multiple of that multiple.
And then you have to minimize the number of the sum of the absolute difference, between the new A's and the new old A's, and plus the difference between the old B and the
Yeah, basically, yeah. And I don't know how to easily solve that. My idea would be we have fairly small number of test cases, only 100. So we can loop over one number that we have in the output. And my intuition would say we loop over the final value of B, then like A and C are independent of each other. We can find the optimal divisor of B and an optimal multiple of B.
Nice. Yeah, and this is because the constraint of ABC is also small, right? Yep, 10,000, you say, yeah.
Yeah.
Just 3 minutes. But Anton is actively typing.
Yeah, so he's actually typing what I've said. The mid would be
that
the
looks like it, yeah.
value of B, and then A best must be a divisor of mid, which I guess he pre-computes for all the test cases at the same time. And then, yeah, for the C, it has to be a multiple. So we just, I think, round down the original value of C divided by mid. And then multiply back and choose a few options.
Even if you iterate the value of C, that should work as well, right? It will do the sum of harmonic, the harmonic series kind of thing, right?
But then I have to iterate over divisors of divisors, which I'm not sure what is the estimate.
Oh. No, but you can loop C all the multiplies of B up to 10,000,
An
something like that,
incorrect
right?
submission, but again on test 1, just test 1. And
yeah, that's true, Jonathan.
100 more seconds in a contest. Pretty often it was enough for Anton to resubmit for correct.
But here he didn't read the statement properly because he also have to print the actual numbers and not only the answer.
Yeah. Yep. Now he's storing the actual numbers. If the A test plus B test plus C test is more optimal than ans, and now he's printing it. Yep.
But seconds, just 1 minute remaining. Oh my. That's an interesting speed solving. And again, imagine even with the problem B going so slow for him, he still is very close to finishing 6 problems within the given time slot. So maybe we actually do need more problems.
Okay, he submitted.
Drum roll.
And passes.
And
Good.
it passes. Woo! Half a minute. Oh, let's go. It's been pretty entertaining.
Yeah, yeah.
Yay, and now it renders as it waited for a potential opponent. 33 points. And again, that the second problem was so hard for Anton. He would be so happy if there was a skip button. Just, to stop solving this annoying problem, to solve something a little more exciting than this one. Okay, let's wait for Anton to join us for some post-match interview. I wonder if he'll be more of a relieved that one complex match is behind, or annoyed with the fact that he didn't get to fight with a teammate, huh? I lost my buttons. Hello.
Hello. Wait, but I cannot start video for some reason.
Kill the grabber page and try again.
I see. So what the hell is going on? Can someone tell me?
He's your teammate, not mine.
Well, I'm sorry for this experience, dear viewers.
It's
I know it
fine.
wasn't the most fulfilling experience ever, but
I think outside problem B, it's been pretty exciting. Also, you're pretty emotional, so it's fun to follow, honestly.
I see.
Yeah, and yeah, I think it's still an entertainment, a slightly different kind of entertainment, but it's still entertainment. And thanks for I think you're still under the mindset of there's another opponent on the other side, you're still submitting codes without really testing them. So yeah, thanks for doing that as well. I think that still gives entertainment. So yeah.
Of course.
How many
I mean, there is-
ICPC practices has Minyan overslept or skipped completely? Is it
Less
in
than me.
character? Less than you? So it's usually
Yeah,
you?
for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, let's say it was usually me.
Okay.
What did you think
how
about
did
the
you find
problems? Oh, sorry.
Problems?
Okay, let's analyze these horrible problems. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, A is reasonable problem. B is horrible problem. I'm sorry. I was about to just give up and leave this contest after some point. Genuinely, if it would be better for me if Minion was there, because then he could take care of problem B and I could move on to the following problems. But I had to deal with it myself, which is unfortunate.
Like good old ICPC days, you look at problem B and you're
Yeah.
like, Minyan, that's yours.
Well, I would do that for literally every problem, but yeah. What would be really funny is if I won this match 2-0 without solving problem B, but I think it would be too embarrassing, to be honest. I would just surrender to Tourist or to Conqueror of Tourists, depending on who advances, but well, we don't know who advances yet. Then problem C. Okay, problem C is okay problem. Problem D is very good problem, actually, surprising. Problem E is also a pretty reasonable problem. By the way, when I say reasonable problem for this format. Clearly, it wouldn't be accepted on Codeforces by any chance, with current standards. But for Blitz format, it works pretty well, just testing some standard things. Problem F is also, pretty reasonable. I think it could even be interesting problem with higher constraints. But fortunately, I don't have to think about this.
Yeah. Actually, during the stream, Nikolai pointed out that for problem B, because there's only 10 characters you can do to the power of 10. I also missed that solution, but if you just brute force it and don't really think about deterministically decide all the question marks, that becomes slightly easier.
That's a very nice solution. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe much easier, I would say. Because I was not even initially sure if it's possible to solve it in the way you solved it. Like going left to right and then decide deterministically what should be the optimal result. Like, yeah, 2 to the power of 10 is our choice.
Sure. Yeah, even in some previous practices, like I'm just not used to this style of problems. I'm not used to something that can be solved by just brute force. So I would always try some more algorithmic approach, and I would get stuck on it. Like I would try, I know, casework instead of easy DP, which is allowed by very small constraints, or something like that. Yeah, I'm just happy I managed to deal with it in the end. Yeah.
Well, not just in the end. In 40 minutes, without so usually when you have two people in a match, you obviously get the solution times of the best of the two. And so obviously when two people are competing, the round is usually faster. And even with just solo, in 40 minutes, you finished 6. Which brings the question, do we need harder problems or do we need more problems?
I honestly don't see the issue with just 6. Okay, actually, at least in the rounds before today, so like in round 1 and round 2, it was very, very rare to see someone solve 7 problems. So I would just usually treat the round as consisting of only 6 problems. Maybe if you increase time limit to like 45 minutes, it would make a little more sense. Because if you think about this, to get to 7th problem, first you have to wait 1 minute between every pair of problems, so that's -6. So it's 34 minutes for 7 problems, which I think is actually unreasonable. Like even tourist probably doesn't, well, okay, actually he does solve div 3s completely in 34 minutes, but this is supposed to be a little harder than div 3. So yeah, it seems like time limit is pretty tight.
Well, the reason for this time limit was pretty straightforward. I'm trying to invent a way to bring back senior contestants who are now too busy with their real life and work. And for a 40-minute round, you can put a meeting on your schedule, an hour-long meeting on your schedule that says whatever personal affair meetings, just one-on-one something. Go to a meeting room and instead start writing a blitz contest. And it's usually hard to find a time for, proper 2 to 3 round, 2 to 3 hour Codeforces round or something. But now you have a great format that allows you to procrastinate from your real day job and, steal that hour of time from your employer and spend it with your friends. So I'm definitely not going over, 40 minutes plus go to a meeting room and connect your devices.
Makes sense. I'm just saying that even 45 would be maybe better than 40. 45 would still satisfy all the criteria you just mentioned, right?
But barely. What if you have really large office and your meeting room is at the very other end of it? Oh, well. First world problems. Large offices, not enough meeting rooms. True industrial experience.
I don't know. If it's a true industrial experience, then your manager would actually ask for the actual reason why you're going, who you're going to meet, what you're going to discuss, and then it wouldn't be so easy to leave the job,
Well, maybe in half a year, yeah. That there is a risk that happens. But then you start playing blitzes against your manager and problem is solved.
You feel like your goal should be to make this format so popular that when you tell your managers that, oh, I'm going to play blitz, they give you a full day off to prepare. I think it will.
That's good thinking.
It will happen in the future. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And it'll be easier if like the companies that you work on sponsor this event. That is usually the easiest thing to like.
Oh, yeah, time to plug our dear sponsors. Codeforces Blitz Cup, sponsored by nobody. Yay. or you, our dear viewers. Thanks for supporting us by watching the stream. Also go and upvote Khan's post because Khan gets very happy for rating increases, contribution, sorry, increases. Contribution, not ratings, right? Contribution.
Finally, positive contribution after, I don't know, maybe a year, maybe a little bit more.
After Technocup?
No, I think Technocup was too long ago, but yeah.
Last year's Open, exactly 1 year ago. Oh no, it was Ormless's negative infinity rating. Oh well, good for them.
Anyway, Anton, what do you think was the oldest problem in this set?
Wow.
This is
okay, like it looks like it should be B, but also there is a chance that B is from some non-Codeforces contest. Okay, I will still go with B.
No, it's not B.
Can I make the guess as well? I don't have the info on the sources of the problems yet. Is it C?
Yeah. So actually C is the second oldest.
Oh.
And B is quite new. B is actually Harbor Space Scholarship Contest 2021-2022. So it's only 3 years old. I mean the problem B about penalty. But the oldest problem is, however strange it is the problem A about the digits 4 and 7. You can remember that there was a period in Codeforce where the problems about digits 4 and 7 were very popular, and that was already... So this problem is from Codeforce beta round number 91. This is 13 years ago.
Oh my God.
Wow. October 2011. So yeah, that's how all these problems about 4 and 7 are.
When you started asking that question, as I'm just a stand-up comedian and not a real competitive programmer, and I'm trying to come up with a joke out of every single sentence, I was like, Anton, guess which problem is older than you? And actually 13 years is embarrassingly close for it to be true.
You severely underestimate how old I am, but...
Dude, now that you've shaved, you're like 15 at best.
Oh, I heard this before. Thank you.
And
yeah, it also makes sense. Yeah, go on.
I also see Radevush pretty frequently, and this devil is also like always 13 when he shaves, and it's like 27 on his worst days. So
makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I had to shave at some point because everyone only knew me from my like cyan picture from losing negative IQ challenge, and then on World Final nobody could recognize me.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just to revert to being recognizable. I also think that problem A makes sense because there was in the earlier rounds the character was always Petya or some other like guys. Yeah, and then it switched to some more reasonable names like Anna and Bob. Yeah, makes sense.
My guess on C is because the constraint. Like I feel like all these problems that have low constraints, even though the solution is like linear time, tends to be earlier.
Makes sense.
Any further bracket predictions? Specifically, Kaysan versus Kuroni and Galovanov versus Indukvtsanya.
All right. Is it because... Why do you say specifically? Is it because like there's a common consensus on who advances in the next round?
Yeah.
Nobody cares about the next round? This is...
No. Everyone cares about the next round. It's more of a... Let's not try to curse any of the contestants by putting a lot of extra pressure there. By the way, both of them are already connected, so we're almost ready to roll.
Okay, I will make a prediction that it's going to be Kuroni and Golovanov 399.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, should I disconnect now?
No, it's okay. You can stay and commentate the next round. The Zoom link
No,
is
no.
welcome for everyone. Oh,
No,
do you
no,
have
no, no.
anything more interesting to do? Well, you definitely have a little more time to prepare for your next round, and we'll see you in a couple of hours from now, which is going to be pretty exciting regardless of the results of the next rounds.
Yeah, of course.
Pretty fab.
Okay.
Thanks for
Bye.
joining us. See ya.
Yeah.
And here are our next players, contestants. There's been a couple of more questions to Anton and chat, but we'll go back to them when we're ready.
This is the match that Codeforces has been waiting for.
It is. I guess it is. And also tourist screen for whatever reason froze for me, which I'm not happy about, but we'll see how that works.
And I think the camera as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll click buttons. That's the only thing I can do today.
Okay, we have it working.
This works. Good. Oh, well, we are 5 minutes out. Heuristica has just sent a message like, oops, sorry, I just woke up. Good morning, Minion. You'll have a person to root for in the next match, I believe. Which is definitely not bad, just a fact. Do you think when Conqueror of Tourist was choosing that username, did he expect that in a pretty short period of time, he'll be in a 1v1 against Tourist?
Is it short period of time?
I mean, how old is
Isn't
he?
that-
His account is
At
10
least-
years old.
Yeah.
That's not a lot.
But that might not be the original username, right? Because Codeforces allows to change username every now and then.
Yeah, I'm not following username changes, unfortunately.
Yeah, so the first Codeforces round was 2014, so it's even more than 10 years old. Which is, I think, quite a period of time, I'd say.
Yeah. I remember Mike's introduction of Polygon in 2012. And it's been pretty fun.
2009. It was before Codeforces.
Yeah. In 2012, it was a presentation at CLI Symposium or something. So still fun. We have another 3 minutes until the round, and both contestants are just looking at the starting page with the list of contests. Another fun thing that we faced with Blitz is that if your if your group has a lot of contests, then your submission form on the right flies all the way down on the page. So it's pretty exciting to be able to use Codeforces as a platform, and then first of all see that it supports all kind of fun features and potential opportunities very well. But what's more importantly, that there are some fun use cases that were never tried before. Like, I don't think there was a group that had so many independent contests pre-Blitz.
What do you mean independent contests?
I'm
pretty sure that there are groups that have like contests every week, and then it goes on forever, basically.
We are already roughly at a number of weeks in a year, though.
We are twice as big.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that there are, I don't know, because in the group contests you can also add not only mashups but also some actual rounds, like to have a rating of the group members. So I'm pretty sure there are some university groups, I would say, that just add every Codeforce round there, and they exist forever.
Interesting.
So yeah,
That's an interesting use
maybe.
case, yeah. Only jungly can conquer tourists. OMG. Welcome to the 300 people and counting that decided to tune in exactly for this round. Did Mike send a total email to every single Codeforces user that they need to join our broadcasts? I'm not sure. But great to see everyone. Leave your questions in chat. We have jonathanirvings and Khan as core commentators, and I'm helping him. And I'm helping them to switch some buttons in OBS. We're 16 seconds before the round. Only problem that costs 2 points will be available at the start of the round, and then as more and more problems will be accepted, we'll see up to 7 problems in this contest. And it's time.
And I think reading problem A, this might be a fast submission. So the problem is basically like you have a coin system. Gennady already started typing. And then like the question is, what's the minimum value that you can't represent using the coins? So like obviously the answer is either 1 or -1. If there is a 1 coin, then you can make any values. If there is no 1, then 1 is the answer. So yeah, this will be a very fast submission. We saw on the stream both of them have already submitted. It's a question of who is faster.
And
it's testing.
With me.
Testing.
And Gennady has wrong answer 3.
Yay! And Conqueror of Tourists got accepted.
Yeah, which was one second later than Tourist submission, but
Interesting.
This is how the tables have turned.
Oh, I think Gennady was first of all using every denomination only once, and then also not sorting them.
Okay. So he only reads the first value?
No, he reads all of them, but then it's a similar problem, but you can only use every denomination once. Then you have to sum up from the lower values to higher values until you have something that is not
I see. Yep.
Okay, there is a second problem now.
Yeah. Jonathan, have you had time to read it?
I read this one as well. Yeah. So the problem is basically you are given R times C cells, and then there will be several painting operations. In each operation, it's either painting the whole row or the whole column. So like given 2 values, either like paint this row X to all color Y, or like column X to color Y. And then you are asked to print the cells at the end of all painting operations.
Oh, sounds quite natural legend, and also not a difficult problem, because you just remember for each row and for each column what would be the last time that we painted it.
Yep. And then for each cell, if both of the row and the column are painted, then you just have to check the timestamp.
Yeah. In a sense, that's similar to one of the problems that we already had, where you also separate X and Y and then store separate answers for each X and each Y, and then take, well, in that case, it was the sum, I guess. Now we have to take the minimum.
Okay, and here is the submission.
So we submit it first.
How many wrong answer ones?
Yeah.
Or we do actually have. It's fun. It's not a speed typing competition. It's more of a speed reading competition. This is the real complexity. People are messing up on the precise thing that they're asked to print, to calculate, to type, etc.
You should probably sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because the output looks complicated. I'm not sure what is the problem.
Okay, Gennady solved B now. No, I was about to say, like, this should probably be the name of the competition next year, like wrong answer on test 1 cup.
Oh, we can do that. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And and ultimately, this is the tiebreaker. So we do a Swiss, but usually Swiss has those crazy Buchholz rating tiebreakers that calculates how hard your opponents were. But we will just get as few errors on test 1 as possible. That's it. Just read at least a bit of your problem statement, please.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't read C and beyond, Nikolai. So if you want to summarize
Yeah, I
that for us.
just read C. So
Okay.
I think if we start discussing that now, we have an advantage over the competitors. So in problem C, you have a news, basically a graph of 2 entities, people and groups. And the news starts to spread out by some person. He sends it to all the groups that he has, and all the members of the group receives news and also send it to their groups. And you are just asked to print for each person if they start to send the message, how many people will eventually get the news. So basically the size of the people, the number of people in the connected component of that person. So the problem is super classical in a sense.
Okay.
This is one thing that maybe every computer science student gets to learn in the university.
So Gennady started coding. Conqueror of Tourists still reading the problems.
A question from chat. Tourist has solved 7,000 problems. He's likely to get a scene problem. We took our precautions. We made sure that we exclude all the problems from the contest that we know that person has seen, which is still like if you have seen many problems, then you're just bound to recognize more patterns. So there is not a lot we can do about it, but that's okay. And also it's been ages since the last time I saw someone use Microsoft Edge. Yes, I see this.
And you gave me an ICPC Jakarta problem that I have not seen before actually. Nice. Oh, tourist compilation error.
Oh my.
We actually noticed shortly before the round, that this is a problem from Jakarta, ICPC regional, but we decided against changing it because you were not mentioned to be involved in this competition. We thought it's not a big problem. Okay, so tourist
solves C.
Oh, it's not even a depth first search, but rather the DSU. I think that's a clever approach because it is less code, I think.
I think it's a good moment to talk a little about Conqueror of Tourists. So his first round was extremely dominant with 21-0 over KE. And then in the second round, he went 30-3 against this Grass, who is also a very seasoned and experienced contestant. So just dropping one problem over 2 previous rounds is not nothing. And both of those rounds were in a very, high speed performance. I was very impressed and was very much looking forward to that match. I think it went really well. Whereas Tourists, first round went 32-0, first of all, for the reason of seeding. In the first round, I was mostly seeding people in the appropriate time zones, and Tourist, obviously having the max historic rating, was paired against the contestant with the lowest rating. So Orisako was unable to pull any problems from here. But then in the second round, Tourist's opponent Galom was able to steal the 6-pointer, which was pretty impressive and an awesome result.
Let's see how many points Conqueror of Tourist can snatch away from Tourist.
Any chance for problem D, you think?
I haven't read this one as well, so
He
Nicola,
started
if you want to
typing.
explain.
Yeah, so the problem is quite easy. We are given a tree, not a rooted tree, but like a general tree. And we apply the operation remove all leaves k times. So we are also given an integer k, and k times we remove all the leaves of that tree. And we have to print the number of vertices in the remaining tree, which is not something that you have to think about, because I think you can simply do the breadth first search from the leaves, and you can just simulate the operations using the breadth first search. That would be my approach. Yeah, and I think Gennady is typing exactly this with Q and having all the leaves, initial leaves in the queue, and then starting to pop them one by one.
Memory limit exceeded on test 1. So Gennady has, for problem B, wrong answer on test 1, for problem C, runtime error on test 1, and then for problem D, memory limit exceeded on test 1. What's next?
Diversity.
But now he hasn't accepted.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, that's a fix in 17 seconds. Pretty nice one. Oof.
Yeah, you don't put...
Look at that stay hydrated break. Absolutely in sync, both contestants. That's why we have 1 minute break between problems.
Yes. Yeah, so this was a pretty standard problem, and I think that helps a little bit that in C++ you have the standard queue, and in Python we don't have the standard queue. As far as I know.
Why is Tourist not using Farm Manager? Yeah, that's been a pretty tectonic shift into IVS Code.
We have an interactive task coming up for problem E.
Let's go.
So if I skim this problem correctly, this problem is about guessing a number n, and you are only given the number of 1 bits in the binary notation. And then every time you guess an integer, that number decrements by the integer. If you guess too high, then you get wrong answer immediately. And then you can only do 30 guesses. Yeah, so every time you are given the built-in pop count of the pop count value, whatever, of the new value of n, because every time you make guess, the value of n changes.
No typing? Okay, some typing. But not a lot.
Yes. It's not clear how to
That's
solve
more
this
of a
problem.
thinking than a typing. Type thinking.
Okay, instead of thinking, I can look up where this problem comes from.
And yeah, the problem statement still contains some sections about how to hack other solutions, because this is definitely from a Codeforces round, then, because you can hack other codes. Like, what is the format to hack other codes, right? But I think these two people should know that this is irrelevant for this contest. So it should be fine.
This problem is actually only 2 years old.
That's surprising. What was the contest?
That was div 2 round 846. It was unrated for some reason.
Ooh.
Oh, it would be fun to get a problem from an unrated round, and so for the problem to have like incorrect difficulty estimation because of that.
See, tourists now get idleness limit exceeded on test 1.
IL, let's go, let's go. Gonna catch them all.
And time limit as well. So like
And
he got like 5 different verdicts on test 1, something like that, for all the different problems.
And Conqueror submitted, but also a wrong answer on test 1.
Yeah.
And Dylan has wrong answer. But it's interesting that he's using Python for this.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it kind of makes sense if you are used to. I'm not sure if he always uses Python. Maybe I can just simply check. But if you are used to code in Python, that might be much faster than coding in C++. Yeah, I think he almost always uses Python.
Conqueror is submitting again, another wrong answer on test 1. Yeah, I guess nobody has time to test interactive problems. Oh,
I'm sorry,
Conqueror is
they are
actually
too
testing now.
fast. Nikolai, can you throw in another dozen of problems into this contest? Like, I feel like we may very much need them because we are just 15 minutes into the contest.
I'm not sure what will happen if I try to. In principle, it's not that hard, but I mean, we could have added that beforehand.
No, that would have required us to be smart. And we are monkey typers here. Klutz, klutz, klutz.
Tourist got another TLE on test 1.
The more we look at the submissions, the more I like the concept of tiebreaker based on test 1 performance. The other contestant is Conqueror of Tourists, Dylan Salgado. He represented Carnegie Mellon University at the ICP World Finals 2022, and he's also very high rated on Codeforces. Visit us more often to know more contestants. Time limit 2? Oh no, my God.
2.
Even though, no, I think that's the log prints something different.
And Conqueror of Tourists got WA on test 1, wrong answer on test 1.
You know how in practice round you are recommended to have to get all possible verdicts? Yeah, interactive debugging does this to you.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how to best deal with interactive problems, because I think for many contestants it would be much easier if the interactive problems would always provide like interactive tool to check. But then to make sure this tool runs on the whatever device the contestants use to compete.
Maybe it needs to be browser-based?
Maybe it needs to be browser-based.
Like a custom invocation kind of thingy.
Yeah, the best thing, I guess, is, well, actually when they submit, maybe when they submit, they are evaluated on test 1. So maybe we can have like a checkbox only check on test 1 and not actually submit. That would be quite convenient, right?
But then I feel like people would enjoy providing their own like custom test data and maybe custom interactions, which is not for nothing.
That is much more complicated because let's say the interactor has to be adaptive. What kind of strategy do you plug in there? I think on bigger competitions like IY, then sometimes the grader, which works as an interactor in this case, would implement some kind of stupid strategy, but definitely not as smart as actual grader in the system.
True.
Yeah, usually the grader that are provided by the contestants is not adaptive. Like they read the input from a file, or like from input basically. So like it has to be a fixed input on the public grader that is distributed. Yeah.
Now we have wrong answer on test 2.
No more wrong answers. Okay, at least they're wasting some time, so they will not get really bored by this contest, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
That gives me some time to read the next problem so I can explain.
Yeah, it's fun how at the very beginning, like we had no chance to keep up with their speed of problem reading. It's not the typing that's the issue. It's basically the reading. And this definitely takes some practice. And go read Umnik's blog that says how to not read problem statements, or just figure out how to read problem statements now that we're at it. So it would be pretty important. Skip the question. Nope, there is no skip button. No skip button. You have to go. Someone has to solve this problem. And there is a submission from Conqueror Tourist.
Yep.
Running on test 1. Feels idly.
600 viewers.
Ooh.
Idleness limit.
Idleness limit.
I think so. Oh, that's a good problem. Oh, this makes me very happy. What about a Blitz competition where all problems are interactive, huh?
Yeah, you see the interactive problems, we say that, okay, they get bigger rating because they're interactive, but it's not only for the beginners that they get bigger rating, or not only the beginners that struggle with them, but also the LGMs get a lot of idleness limit on test 1.
Yep. Do we have enough interactive problems in the database? So remember, I was thinking about like the one problem that is always on the same place, and it's just so annoying that everyone knows that it's coming. And Omar suggests that probably that's the 9 million Scoville problem. That's that problem, whatever D, is always an interactive, no matter what you do in Blitz. You know that there will be an interactive problem.
Yeah,
Another two submissions from tourists. Again, nothing.
Interactive problems. But the question is, so now Gennady is doing too many queries in test case 7 apparently.
Have you already told us where this problem is from?
I think so, yeah. This problem is from round 846.
Just around, nothing special. Interesting.
2 rounds.
I mean, the fact that there is a hack section is definitely from Codeforces round.
How much do you think nerves play into the difficulty of the round or the problem?
Yeah, I mean, that nerves, like, I think like the format of this contest definitely makes the submissions that we've seen so far. Like, if this is normal Codeforces round, like Tourist and Conqueror of Tourist definitely won't submit this many. So like, yeah. So it's both like the fact that the format and nerves as well, I guess. Yeah.
It's interesting that, well, a lot of our contestants are, as we call it, dopamine addicts. They solve problems to see the green check mark that says, yes, good job, you did well, congratulations on solving that another problem. But here, as we almost reward incorrect submissions, instead of receiving positive motivation, we are making them tilt. By showing them that they are wrong and wrong and wrong and again and again and again, pushing the limit in a way. But then there is a solution from Tourist.
Yep, it's a bit ironic that like making the format makes the intention is so that they solve the problem as fast as possible, but it's actually like do the opposite because of the panic and all these just submit things that make them less test their code and so on. Yeah.
And so they are less and less sure that they're doing anything remotely right.
Right.
So that's pretty cool. Surprisingly, the changes between the last 2 submissions of Tourists are somewhat significant. I would say half the code got either touched or changed, like the new variable or something.
Yeah, I don't think I can see the code, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think I was about to say that Dylan is ahead because he got wrong answer on test 3, but then Gennady just solved the problem completely. And there was a very happy face when he got the accepted.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh,
next is
now the face is not happy
And
at all.
not a happy face at all.
problem F. I think I can explain why he's not happy. Yeah, thanks to that long, with all the submissions in problem E, I managed to read problem F. Yeah, basically, you want to, you are given a string and then you want to, you can, in each operation, you can remove a substring with equal characters. So if all of the characters are equal, you can remove that substring. And then the question is the minimum number of operations to delete all the string.
Yeah, and the problem is, of course, that by removing some parts of equal letters can join together so that you can remove them in one go.
Yep.
And the limits are up to 500. So it is more or less obvious that we are expecting some dp in n cube time. And I think the approach is very standard. The approach is very standard, right? We have to do the dp on the segment of the original string. Like how many. So the idea would be to have a dynamic programming with a state how many moves we need to remove this part from L to R. The question is, of course, or yes, the devil is in the details, how exactly we define this dp and what are the transitions. So
yeah, I think this is another problem where, like, if you're panicked, you're less likely to solve the problem. Like, you need to figure out the details well here.
Well, it is also universally true. When you panic, you're less likely to solve the problem.
I mean, some problems, the detail is not too complicated to figure out. Whereas like this problem, like the general idea is pretty simple, and then you can just go anyhow and then only then realize that, oh, the detail is actually not that simple, and then you have to figure out the detail later, and then you're panicking, and then you, yeah.
And another mistake on test 1.
Yep.
Yes. I like how the workflow is just when Gennady is going to copy the input by clicking the copy button, he just goes a little bit further to submit first and then copies the input. Because the submit button is just next to the copy button.
Yeah, just submit. Don't think, submit.
Submit first.
That's the name of the game. Oh, I just noticed that in our chat, some people abbreviate Conqueror of Tourists to Co-Tourist. And I think that's a very cute way to say it. You know how in the airports, one of the bus vendors is called Co-Bus? I always feel like it transports me to a whatever it is in the proper mathematical пространство.
Space.
Co-space, right.
So the co-tourist should solve the co-problems.
Well, we still have some. And theoretically, the 10 and 12 points problems are still possible for a comeback, so.
Tourist is Coco Tourist.
Tourist is Coco Tourist, yeah, and at this point he got the 10-point problem accepted, which guarantees him a win in the round. But now Conqueror Tourist still has a chance to, you know, go for a prestige score and get the 12-pointer. And they surprisingly, even though I felt like the round was going to be pretty short, in reality, they don't have a lot of time to finish the 12-pointer. They will have somewhat of an 11 minutes until the end of the contest. And look at how much time have they spent on the problem that cost 8 points. So it's can be even more than that.
Yeah, I think there's still something that Conqueror of Tourists can fight for here, which is how many number of points can you snatch from Tourists? Because the current record is 6, I think you mentioned earlier.
Something like this.
I think the same holds for Geothermal. We can create a standings of like how many points you can snatch away from Geothermal. Because like I think in the first round only 1 point, and then on the second round 0 points.
And problem E was not that far. Like he had plenty of submissions there, and I could have absolutely seen how a few extra minutes on E would have given him a nice extra couple of points. Is it possible that Blitz tournament will be organized for lower rated coders? We're looking at the possibility, and the question is, are we giving you more time, or are we picking easier problems for you? Both are possible, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, the problem G, it took me some time to understand what the statement is saying, because it's kind of complicated. And I think our participants are also busy getting
Honestly, the disgust on their faces now that they're trying to read the problem is absolutely palpable. And I very much feel for them. There are definitely sometimes problem statements like this where you just are kind of puzzled. Why were you forced into reading this? What have you done to deserve this karma? But there is no way of going away from this problem. This competition will make you, unfortunately, type it.
After the long interactive task, I mean the problem statement of the interactive task is not so short as well. And then with all those submissions that you have to make, and then if that's not enough, and then there's this task.
Yep.
My guess is that this problem is the oldest. I mean, because I opened when it was made. It was made 11 years ago.
Okay.
And I haven't looked for any other problems. So do we need to explain the statement? I can, in principle.
I mean, please
I haven't
try, but
I haven't understood the statement, so go ahead, Nikolai.
Or we can leave it as a homework for our contestants for after the contest. Just saying, you don't have to do this.
Yeah, so let's say we have n, what they're called in the statements.
Test tubes.
We have tubes, yeah, we have n tubes, and each of the tubes have some volume of mercury in the tube. We have two types of operations. I think the tubes are quite large, infinitely large. Yes. So the first operation just replaces the volume of the mercury in some tube. So just replace number in the array in this sense. And the second is a query. The query is assume that you add exactly VI liters of water in all the tubes in total. Now consider only the tubes that you've added some water to. We are interested in the smallest amount of, the smallest volume of liquid in that tube.
Oh,
so
I
we
see.
want to, so add some numbers to all of the tube so that the total increase is V. No, that's not what the problem asks.
So we want to minimize the maximum of liquid among all the tubes, right? And liquid is defined by water plus the mercury, right? I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty tiny, but Conqueror of Tourist has a comment in his code. GG. I don't know how to code a sec tree, or like I do, but that's right, kid.
So in a non-query problem, this would be a standard, like a binary search to answer kind of thing, but there's now the queries, right? Which makes it more complicated.
Yeah, so the tags say binary search and ternary search and data structures. I think that's the first problem that we see in this Blitz, at least in the stream. that actually requires you to type some data structure. Because I think so again, what was the
tube?
The question?
Oh, I see. So yeah,
So
you
we
can
add-
still do the binary search, but then for each binary search, the calculation is, yeah, you require the data structure to count like how many tubes are less than m.
Not only
And
how
then
many,
not just the sum, right? The sum of m minus xi, right? Yep, yeah.
So basically, we do the binary search and then we check whether we can. So the question asks us to add some water in the tubes, then only consider the tubes with some water added, and among them minimize the maximum. So we want to make them as flat as possible. That means we can run binary search, checking if we can have all the tubes with water below some specific level, let's say x. And to check that, we just need to compute what is the empty volume in these tubes, or what is the occupied volume. So we want to have like all the tubes below volume x and sum up the volume of mercury in these tubes, which is, let's say, pretty easy with the square root decomposition, with the segment tree.
Where do physics problem come from? Like, except for problems set by Khan?
Is that a question from chat or what?
No, from me.
This problem is called a chemical experiment.
Okay,
so
chemical.
It's not a physics problem. I don't know anything about it.
Shut up. Okay.
I mean, it's quite a natural statement about the...
I guess. True.
About the tubes. So yeah, you don't... if you store the array, store the tubes not in the order as they appear in the array, but instead sorted by the volume of mercury in them, then your query would be basically a segment tree query on the prefix, get the sum on the prefix, and you can also maintain that. So I think that's the way to solve this problem.
Yeah, but the change of volume may change the ordering, right? So it's not that.
Yeah, so we don't actually store the order. We just store how many of each volume we have.
Right. Yep. And then we have to compress it because the value here can be, the volume here can be large. Okay, yeah.
Our commentators are Khan and jonathanirvings. Again, questions from chat. At the same time, I found a really peculiar detail. We have 3 minutes till the end. Is that in submission feed, I can see submission names for modal solutions, and they are called binary search brute force, binary bore, BFF, fanvic on map, and fanvic. So we have a couple of versions of model solutions that actually pass, a tiny different ones. And we don't yet see anything from our contestants. Do you think they should be able to finish or at least submit something that resembles a solution in the remaining 2 minutes?
This might be one of the implementation heaviest problem we've seen in this match or tournament or day. Yeah. So I don't know. So they have like 12 minutes, right? Like from the start of the reading the problems. Yeah, that's a bit, I don't know, might be a bit tight. So we might not be able to see submission in this problem.
True.
It would help if you can see the whole code that they have. Gennady has a fanvic tree. I think fanvic tree is enough. Actually, we don't need a segment tree. And fanvic tree, you can implement, if you replace the integer array that we use for fanvic tree normally with a map,
right?
You can easily implement like an implicit fanvic tree.
Right.
With an
You don't
additional
have
log factor.
to compress the arrays. Yep.
Yeah, we don't have to compress. which is very convenient, I would say.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if it fits the time limit though, because Fenwick on map of the outer solution gets time limit.
Oh,
But maybe if you switch it to the unordered map, maybe that works. I'm not sure. I think that problem is quite old to not have an ordered map in the standard library.
Mm-hmm.
It is like 2014. I think
30
that was the
seconds.
year when the C++11 first really got into competitions.
right. Yeah, it's about that year. So yeah, might not be widely available yet on that year about unordered map.
Yeah, I think
Few
for
more
many of our
seconds.
viewers, it's unimaginary that the unordered
Oh.
map.
Tourists submitted.
Is
Wrong
that the
answer on
famous
test two.
submit
And-
late strategy?
And it was a wrong answer test too. Okay. Oh, this is Concours afterwards demonstrates like pro techniques in how to search for a problem. You just select this piece of problem statement, right click in the mouse in your browser and says search to Google, much faster than retyping contest name. Good for them, good for them. Okie dokie. Time for me to click some buttons. Okay. Let me
let's call them here.
click some buttons. Why is it always doing this? I was not. What? I'm losing. This was
Clicking the wrong buttons.
yes. This was a wrong answer test one for me. Why? No way. Zoom too hard. By the next Blitz tournament, I will have to implement a new video calling software. I don't see any other alternative to this.
Just
Otherwise,
like when-
nothing works. Only software that you personally developed works, as usual.
Just like when we were about to host IOIs, like we had difficulty finding the right hotel because like each hotel is different. Like, oh, we don't have a big contest hall in this hotel, and then in the other hotel, oh, we don't have enough rooms and so on. The solution, yeah, we should build a new
Build
hotel.
our own. Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to look which of the problems. Was
How are you doing
oldest.
this? Why? I'm not sure how this works. Whatever. Where are our contestants? Are they trying to not join the call? That's sus. They were the fastest to solve problems, and now they're the slowest to join the call. Do you think there is a connection between those two, I wonder? Coming up next in 20 minutes, by the way, is Kaysan versus Kuroni. And Anton Trigo versus Tourist will happen in a little under 90 minutes. Oh my god, someone's spamming in chat. Dude. Shh. Don't shout. Shh. Chill. Okay, everyone's good? Okay. I was trying to do something. I was resetting us for the overlay for the next contest. By the way, one of the things that we are now looking into development is also how to make a personal user interface for those who will solve Blitz contests and live stream them on themselves. Hi, Dilhan. How are you doing? I'm feeling well. Wait, you're muted. Click the button.
Hello?
Hi, so good to see you. Welcome to the commentary room.
Yes, just a disappointing result for me, but pretty expected, to be honest.
Well, you stole the first problem, and this was a great entrance.
Yeah. Yeah, like the first problem was pretty short and I was able to solve it quickly, but then yeah, I wasn't really able to do well on any of the other problems. E was also, I don't know, E was pretty sad, but I don't even know if my solution was correct. I just like
Nobody
tried and learned.
cares. It's not a competition of prove your solution. It's a competition of guess the right solution. Hi, tourist.
Hello. How are
Okay,
you?
two contestants with the longest common substring. Hi, great to have you
What a
here.
coincidence.
Yeah, what a coincidence, exactly. Fun match. How are you feeling?
All good. I know. I felt I didn't get off the good start. I misread the first problem, and then yeah, of course, problem. What was it? E was very entertaining.
Yeah,
we were. Sorry, go ahead.
Continue. Oh, like, I'm still not sure if I understood the input-output format correctly, but yeah. Oh, wait, continue what you were saying.
No,
Yeah.
like problem E, yeah, we were seeing all your submissions, and then like we were talking about like how tourist has all the wrong verdicts in test 1 even before problem E. Like he got memory limit exceeded on problem D and runtime error on problem C, and then when that interactive comes, like, and then he just got idleness limit exceeded on test 1. So like that completes the wrong verdict that one can possibly get.
That was my challenge for today. I didn't notice that I made all possible, like I had all possible verdicts, but yeah, I saw that I didn't get any problem first attempt. I just submitted too quickly. Yeah, compilation error as well at some point. You know. Yeah, all of it. Gotta catch them all.
The +7 -11 is the biggest score for one problem that we had.
Yeah.
We had like +4 -6, I think, a few matches before you, but.
And when you have more incorrect submissions than turmax and errorgorn combined, you know, like something is up. Something is up.
Yeah,
I don't know.
interactors are always the hardest to debug because like you can't even run on test 1 and be sure it's working correctly.
Yeah, I probably spent like 3 minutes testing, but it didn't help even. I don't know. Like I was manually testing, entering stuff, but it's hard.
So, what are your suggestions to the format? How can we make it even more exciting?
I mean, one of the ways I can suggest is to stop Lydia from seeding brackets for mean value. That would probably allow Dilhan to go like at least one round further because performance was just so good. But I figured I kind of had to, and we hit like, what was it, 700 simultaneous concurrent viewers on YouTube. So apparently community kind of loved it. And also like overall, just great job on putting up a real fight. That's a good one. And I can absolutely take the blame on this one. That's on me. I will probably not do it next time. I will maybe do it the one after that, but
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, I was happy to get at least one problem, even if it was the very easy problem A. But yeah, I wasn't really expecting to get past this round anyway. So I had fun. I had fun in this contest.
Yeah, I had fun too. Nice to meet you, I suppose. And yeah, problem A, yeah, I think it was funny. Like I misread it, but I still submitted 1 second faster, but I got wrong answer. So yeah, I saw that you cannot use every coin once. Like I guess I was just skimming the statement and I just skipped that one. So I thought that you can use every denomination at most once, but it's, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, to be honest. On the sample, that it shouldn't work. So I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, in this understanding, you also forgot to sort, I think.
Okay, whatever. Did I? Okay, maybe. Anyway.
Because the second sample actually contained one, but yeah.
But yeah, I think some problems in this format, like, of course, are kind of classical by today standards, just because maybe like 10 years ago or whenever they appeared, they were more new, but now some of them are kind of well known, so you just start typing pretty fast. And then, of course, interactives are usually not of that kind, right? It's like you have to come up with something and figure out all the details. For some reason, took a very long time. I think I just had a lot of off by ones in different places. So, yeah, probably the same for you.
Or like I don't know. I think I was just debugging the input format for a while. So and like yeah, I don't know what was wrong with my solution. Like I haven't thought carefully about the details about why my solution is wrong.
I think if it's a normal Codeforces round, then probably I can solve it faster than in this round. I feel like just because I'm so much in a rush and like you never know, like you always think like, okay, I only got 30 more seconds. Like I need to do it in the next 30 seconds. You just make a random change and submit. But sometimes it's better to just like, slow down, roll back and think about it from scratch. Maybe read it again and then get it accepted like next try. But yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, it's like
You never
always.
know.
It's like yeah, you have to like go slow to be fast, but like you don't know how. If you go too slow, then you just lose. So it's always a hard balancing act.
I think in standard Codeforces or ICPC or whatever contest, it's often the case as well. Like, for example, let's say you only, well, it's a bit different, but let's say you only have 10 minutes in the end and you have to type a lot of code. And, like it normally would take you 15 minutes, for example, but you can still like try to rush it and try to not think about detail, just try to like put it down and hope it works. So, and this format is just 7 times of the same thing, basically.
Yeah, it's like
here you are welcome for the practice. I hope that it helps
End
you
game
in
practice.
the next time. Yeah, but also early game, because it allows you to speed run some first to solve. So I hope this helps everyone at some ICPC competitions in the future. Tons of people in the chat are asking me to ask Johan, was this your original Codeforces username when you just created your account 10 years ago? I hope you changed it at some point in life.
Oh, like, yes. So in fact, there's like a blog post like before I made my account. It was like a funny blog post that contained a user creating the name Conquer Tourist because he saw that Tourist was #1, and I decided to copy that. And that was 10 years ago, and I haven't changed my username since.
Well,
have you ever
go ahead, Khan, sorry.
beaten Tourist at any match, like a Div 2 round or Div 1
Yeah,
round?
or like in the round in which I reached LGM, I beat Tourist. Although I heard that Tourist had COVID during that round, so maybe that was a false win.
It's
But
Or
not
have you
a good
hacked?
reason. I mean, yeah, maybe that's how you get LGM. Yeah, that's.
Have you hacked the resolution before?
I don't. There was a wait. Maybe I'm misremembering. There's a Div 2 in which I tried, or like an educational round in which I tried, but I don't think I succeeded.
I think a few times I failed solutions and educationals, right? Yeah. So I don't know if that was you, but yeah.
You were one of the like fastest typists in the contest, which is, well, no surprise. Everyone is in top 16. It's pretty impressive. But then I think there needs to be like an extra like level to make it more complicated for you. Would you consider doing a competition with just one hand? Or like any other weird restrictions on your typing ability, not for, well, training purposes, but for content purposes, of course.
Sure. I mean, I think it works better maybe in live setting where people are in person. This way, if I just type with one hand, you will not even see it. You will just see that I type slower. So that's just less impressive, right?
Wait, do you do something like this in the stage with Andrew? Like you one of you use left hand, one of the other use right hand. Is that what you did
No,
recently?
we didn't do that. One time we did blind, so one person sees the keyboard, one person sees the monitor, and the second time we did 1 minute. The keyboard is for one person, 1 minute for the other one, and we alternate. But we can do this. I guess left and right could also work, right? It's like
Isn't Andrew a lefty? So it's more of an advantage than a disadvantage?
yeah, like in some games like tennis, it's also an advantage if your doubles combination has a left and a right right? It's good. Yeah. So we could
And
make a
that
good
rem-
team.
That reminds me, like the Rubik's Cube competition also has category for one-handed.
Mm.
Mhm.
We should actually do this. Like this Blitz tournament is heavily inspired by Title Tuesdays and evening chess competitions, but we can definitely get some excellent insight from other genres. You both were also reading very fast. Is there a secret to fast reading? Tilhan?
I would say one thing is like sort of like if you only read like you like look at the statement and you like think which are like or I just like only look at what lines I think are important. And like sometimes this like goes badly. For example, in problem C, I like didn't read that we want to find the number of like total users that get the information. I was trying to like solve like what is like the minute like the total amount of time it takes for everyone to get the information. So then like yeah, so it's like if I skim over the statement, sometimes I misread, but it's like a balancing act. That sometimes that usually like it usually works out, but I think like under pressure it didn't work for problem C.
I would say similar. You could see like in problem A, I just skipped one sentence, which was crucial. So that happens sometimes. I think one difference is that I usually try to skim the sample as well, if it's not too far on the page, I guess. So for example, in C, I saw that you need to print like n numbers, and well, I guess it could still be the time, but it looks like there were like 4 4s, 2 2s, and 1 1. So I was like, okay, it's probably the sizes of the components, something like that. So I think it sometimes helps to just look at the sample and like the format of input output to know what you're asked. And also, one thing I realized when practicing or competing in this format is that actually, I think it's a bit different for me compared to like normal Codeforces rounds. I think I normally don't try to read the problems as fast as possible just because it's like dangerous. You could just skip something. So I just try to kind of read more carefully and slower, but steadier and try to win the race that way. So, but in this format, you can't afford that. You just submit, you just don't read, you just, I don't know, keyboards get thrown, and yeah, it's much crazier.
Well, maybe we'll see new meta where you actually need to read a problem first and think and then type, and then you'll get better. And for this, we would need to introduce some penalty for incorrect submission. What kind of penalty do you think would work? One of the options that we discussed is a submission timeout to lock you out from submissions for 10 to, I don't know, 30 seconds. What are your opinions on this one? And maybe there are alternative penalties you would prefer.
I was going to say 1 minute, but I don't know. Yeah, I had the same idea, but yeah.
Yeah, 30 seconds doesn't seem very punishing, but I guess like submission spamming is usually only for the early problems where the 30 seconds would matter the most. So maybe that would be enough.
Have you seen our status on problems E? Is it early enough? I was spamming.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I can also
Because I'm not-
introduce a comeback mechanic, or rather a streak mechanic, where anytime you solve a problem, you get the next one a few seconds earlier than your opponent, or the other way around.
I think there's already kind of a comeback mechanic where later problems cost more points, right? Even though maybe they're not much harder sometimes. So yeah, it's even like if you lead by a lot, like for example, in this case, when I solved B, C, D, E, and didn't solve A, right? Still, like if you solve F and G, you win, right? Just because the last two problems cost a lot of points. So yeah, I think we could come up with something to make it more fun as well. I think we could try with submission timeout at some point. So that would change something. Like you would probably need to test immediately, or like I would need. I don't know, maybe someone else wouldn't, but it would take some time. So it would change the balance a bit. Yeah.
Have the next round in 1.5 minutes.
And we're somewhat ready to the next round. So any last words for your for our viewers? Dilhan, first of all, for you. Chat has been rooting for you. You wouldn't believe.
Yeah, I don't know. I had fun. I was glad to get problem A. At least didn't get swept, and yeah.
Yeah, good game. Thanks for everyone. Thanks to everyone who was rooting for me and even for Dylan. I appreciate all of you watching.
Yeah,
Over the-
thanks. Yeah, a lot of people messaged me for good luck before the round. So yeah, thanks to all of you and everyone else who's rooting for me, and thanks to all the organizers as well. Thank you.
Yay. If you don't have anything more interesting to do, stay with us and commentate the Keisan versus Kuroni that will start in under 1 minute. Well, 30 seconds to be honest. Kevin has been somewhat unhappy because his sleep schedule is broken. And had I been a little more nice, probably putting him in the morning bracket would help a lot. And also Kuroni says, good morning, chat. And it's 10 a.m. even where I am. What do you mean good morning? It's like deep in the night for most of our spectators.
We might see another fast submission for A here. This is a one-liner problem.
Okay, good to know.
I think it starts. I can.
Yep. Go
Contestants, I
ahead.
can explain. So basically, like the question is like you want to get n bacteria, and every day you can put 1 bacteria to the jar, and then at the end of the day, the number of bacteria multiples. So the question is, what is the minimum number of bacteria that you put it in a jar? So this is just counting the number of 1 bits in the given input. So
Do you have a submission?
Yeah, if you are, depending on what languages are you using, there might be libraries for that. So this can be a one-liner solution. And I think Kevin
Kuroni
is submitting.
submitted, but it's wrong answer on test 2. And now there is one from Kevin.
Yep. Oh wait, it's still running. Kuroni is also submitting, and Kevin solved it.
Kevin won. The times for submissions are 31 seconds into the contest and 46 seconds into the contest. And then Kuroni was able to fix his solution. But the fixed solution was submitted on 51st second. So it's like 5 seconds difference, which he already noticed and he also commented on. It's fun. You know, it's, I think, another reason to do Blitz Cups or Blitz format competitions can be just to wake up. You wake up, you type a problem from your phone, and then you're all energized, and it feels good, right? Can be fun. Okay, chat, who are you rooting for? How do I do polls? Is my account not good enough? Start a poll. Keisan, Kuroni, start poll. I'm such an advanced user of YouTube. Crazy.
Okay, for problem B now, yeah, the question asks you to find, you're given an integer n and then find a number between 1 to n that the products of the digits are maximum. So this will take more time. This is not one-liner. I think an easy solution here will be iterate through all the digits and then assume all from that digit to the right are all 9s, and then you reduce that digit, something like that. That should work.
Do you want to guess how many modal solutions this problem has?
10? I don't know. Depending on when this, like, when is this
I'm
problem?
not telling you. You guess. You guess numbers. Numbers go brr.
Yeah, maybe about 10.
Okay, 35.
Okay.
Overworked problem coordinators. Copy pasting incorrect submissions all night.
Oh, why copy pasting?
Okay, we're not copy pasting, sure.
Yeah, so the problem is probably go and put every digit to 9 except the most significant one.
Sorry.
Kevin submitted something?
No, I don't think.
And yes, Touris just demonstrated the correct way to win a competition is to get as many wrong verdicts on test 1 as possible. So Kevin is following suit. Oh, Kuroni calls it with a compilation error. Nice.
Kevin got wrong answer on test 9 now, which is more tricky because you don't know what the test is.
Okay, he moved to test 9 by storing the current best value. Another submission from Kaysan. That's a lot of submissions.
Still test 9.
Kuroni got drawn on test 3, but test 3 is a sample, so
yeah.
But actually, yeah, I think the test is the only test where this doesn't work. What Kuroni has. So that's gonna just be, yeah, it's just gonna be hard-coded now. Yeah.
Okay, Kuroni solved it. Yep, Kuroni. And celebrates there in the stream.
Yay. Okay, that's all the more interesting.
They're so cute and funny. You can't hear that, but it's on the stream, and like Kuroni's like, "Let's go!" And then Kevin pronounces this the what, which is inferior only to Kevin's sad. That didn't happen yet, so.
I have not managed to understand problem C, so Nicola, you might need to explain this one.
Well, the problem C is basically you have 3 types of food for your pet cat, and you have in the statement there is a schedule that on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Sundays the cat eats fish. Tuesdays and Saturday it eats rabbit stew, and on other days he eats chicken steak. And you want to plan your trip with your cat, given this number of food for each type of food. You want to start it on a certain day of the week so that you can feed your cat the longer.
You lost me at you have a pet cat.
Why?
Yep.
Lydia just got distracted. Keep going.
So that's the whole problem. I mean, if you only have, let's say, fish and not other food, then you have to start on Monday, Thursday, or Sunday.
Okay.
And you can output, I think, any of these 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Wait, so the question is the maximum number of days that you can survive, and then but you can choose the day of the week. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Okay, you have to print not the day of the week, but the maximum number of days you can survive.
Are you a dog person, Lydia? That's why you lost.
No, I am a cat person.
Okay.
I mean, I love dogs too, but I'm mostly a cat person. And I'm easily distracted by cats, so this checks out. I started a poll in our YouTube chat, Kaysan or Kuroni, and Kaysan currently leads with 70% to Kuroni's 30%.
The current scoreboard is not in favor of the chat, right?
Yep.
It doesn't mean a lot, but still. So, I mean, of course, the correct solution to this problem is just to try every possible start big day. And the difficulty is carefully calculating all of the statements in the statement. I mean, all of the conditions, taking care of the days, and then obviously the last week you won't be able to survive the whole week, so you have to carefully adjust for that. But you cannot simply loop over the days that you will survive, because there are too many of days. The total number of food can be up to 2 times 10 to the power of 9.
Kevin submitted. And it's a wrong answer on test 1.
Yep, our favorite verdict.
I mean, I would probably still simulate. I think you just need to skip full weeks. So you can just count how many full weeks you need to skip, and then you simulate the rest. That's probably what I would do, but there should be a lot of approaches.
Yeah, that looks fine. So Kevin has submitted 3 times in 30 seconds.
Kevin has run answer test 4 now. And Kuroni submits as well. Okay. And passes test 1 and fast C.
Kuroni
Wow.
snatches the problem again, just like
That's
problem B.
very much not a sweep. First attempt also. Yes. That's crazy. I don't know how to do that.
Have you checked if he tested the code?
I wouldn't say so.
I do not think so. Because the last thing in his terminal is from the previous problem, I think.
Okay.
Okay, so now Kuroni has 7 points and Kevin has 2. So the next problem is if Kevin solves it, Kevin's going to overtake Kuroni. It's going to be 8-7. Yeah, otherwise it could be 13-2. We'll see. We'll see. Either way, pretty close.
So the next problem, problem D, asks you to split the given integer n up to 2 times 10 to the power of 9 into several parts, whatever number of parts, and the goal is to minimize the sum of the lowest divisors, the largest divisors, not equal to these numbers. So let's say if I split 10 to 4 and 6, then I will, the cost of this is 2 for 4 and 3 for 6. So in total, 5. And of course, the problem has a funny legend story that probably was written first in the Russian language, because in the Russian it's more hilarious, saying that Mr. Fund, who is the character in the problem, has not yet been in the prison in capitalist countries. So that's why he splits his income of n burles into these parts.
No. And the English statement just has that Mr. Fund is a very opportunistic person in the same sentence.
Yes.
So less flavorful.
Oh, and you can't split to 1 plus 1 plus 1, right? Yeah, okay. Because otherwise there's no maximum factor, maximum divisor. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So what would be our solution?
So the input is prime, it's 1, right? Like prime numbers are good, right?
Yes.
And then there is the... You probably only want to split into primes. I feel like there is no reason not to do that, right? Which means the answer is always 1, 2, or 3. Just because of the
And
goal.
you guessed it, it's a wrong answer, test 1. This is how we'll call our competition from now on.
So Codeforces is sometimes satirically called world answer test 2, right? Because that's pretty common in problems with multiple test cases in the file. When you pass test 1, you fail test 2. But here, people submit, okay, can got answer test 14 now.
Nice, that's a good progress.
That's something new.
So I think the input is 10 to the power of 9 plus 11. Which is not a prime. And the answer is 2, while Kevin prints 3.
Wait, yeah, he has to check if n minus 2 is a prime, and then it's also the answer is 2. But he is currently just checking if it's even, then he says the answer is 2, otherwise he says the answer is 3, but it's wrong.
Ah, yeah. That very special prime 2.
No, 10 to the 9 plus 11 is not prime, but 10 to 9 plus 9 is prime, and 2 is prime, right?
Yeah, I mean, what is the purpose of checking that the number is even. That's because we can represent it as a sum of two prime numbers, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not proven yet, but for numbers less than 2 billion, it is.
Do you not believe in like math at all?
Someone is
getting the answer. Yeah.
Oh,
Kuroni is getting the
Yeah,
answer.
but of
Test
course
2.
there is
But test 2 is a sample.
that's 2. Okay.
Oh, do I have split it to? No.
Of course, the other possibility of having summing up two numbers and getting a result is summing up two prime numbers is sum up 2 with some other prime number, and in this case you get an odd integer. So
looking at the code, Kuroni's doesn't look right. I think he misread the problem or like misunderstood what he has to do.
Yeah, he doesn't
The
seem
prime-
to have a prime check, eh? Kuroni?
Yeah, he just deleted all his code and just started
That's
from
one way to
scratch.
fix it.
Yeah. And Kevin is still looking at the code and he doesn't understand what's wrong. So yeah, the trick is that it's the conjecture is that every even integer greater than 2, I guess, can be split into 2 primes.
Oh,
But for odd numbers, it's usually not the case. But you can sometimes do it if you do it 2 plus something, right? Because one of
And
the
it's-
2 primes has to be even.
True.
Right.
2 is the only even prime.
So the
So
only
you need to check
possible is 2 and minus 2, yeah. And then
Kuroni
otherwise it's
submitted-
always 3 because there's another conjecture that says that you can always split up into 3 primes.
Okay, let's do it slowly.
Well, you don't need it. If you know that you can split evens into 2, then you just subtract 3 and you just use the even conjecture, right?
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Okay, so
Could you
Kuroni
funny-
is getting closer. But
The answer is no.
okay.
okay, I
funny if
think. Okay, go.
the conjecture about the 3 numbers is proven.
Oh, it could be actually. I'm not sure because it's a different conjecture. It's weaker, right? I
Yeah.
don't remember exactly. It might be proven.
Another submission on Kevin got wrong answer 14.
Yeah, but I think Kuroni is also gonna get to answer 14 now because his code is like very. I feel like he's doing the same thing. But Kevin's mind just seems blank. He's looking at the code for the past 5 minutes and he like has no idea what's going on. That's
Yeah, I mean, and
kind of
in this
worrying.
problem you can just test all the small tests. I guess, what is the smallest for 7, right? For
No,
7 he
9,
picks-
right? Yeah. Because you need n not to be prime.
Ah, yeah, 9. Yeah, for 9.
Okay, Kuroni got it. Kuroni is actually gonna get it now because he actually is fixing it. His code is now gonna be at least the correct idea,
Yeah.
which is really bad for Kevin.
But
It's
it's
only
still
for test
answer
1 so far, but I think the idea is now correct, so just needs to fix something.
I'm 14 as well.
Oh, he needs to. Wait, what?
I love his reaction.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
hilarious.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so now they're on par.
Kuroni made another submission.
Kuroni got
AC!
it. Oh wow. Oh wow.
But
What a
was the
drama.
change?
Kevin is not looking happy. I would even dare say he looks sad.
Yeah.
Did he get a notification? Yeah, he did. He's very what kind of mood now?
Kuroni's edit was kind of complicated because he had a prime checker inside as a lambda function. He was checking up to square root of n instead of square root of some number that he wanted to check. But why did that matter?
Okay. So just a typo, right?
Yes,
Oh.
but n is always bigger than what you check. Okay, he was not only checking up to this number, but also checking this number. So he was also always checking n instead of n minus 2, for example.
Okay, we are on to problem E, but now the score is 13-2, which means that just solving this problem is not enough for Kevin. He needs to get probably 2 problems. I don't know if there's enough time to solve 3 in the remaining 21 minutes, but you never know. But Kevin needs to solve at least 2 more problems.
So I can explain problem E because I read it before. There are 2 randomly chosen from integer from some segments that are given in the input, variables q and p, and you have to find out the probability that the quadratic equation x squared plus x times square root of p plus q equals to 0 has at least one real root. So yeah, you have like this rectangle of possible values of p and q if you represent them on the plane, and you want to find out the probability that that this will give you a quadratic equation with roots. So obviously you take the determinant of that, which in this case would be p minus 4q, and you want this to be at least 0. That means that is a half plane on the plane PQ, and you have to intersect that with the rectangle you are given. So yay, we have a geometry problem finally.
Yay!
Is it geometry
Can we
or
ask for 1 interactive and 1 geometry in every set? Pretty please.
The problem is that I don't think there are too many interactive problems, and one can just go and solve all of them.
Okay.
so this one is also a bit like physics, right?
Again.
Where is this? I mean, if you don't read the legend of the statement about some object that falls down from the sky, then it's pure geometry.
Okay. Okay, geometry actually means that there's probably not enough time to solve 3 problems. So, but maybe it's easy, but it's probably you need some time to figure out all the formulas.
Yep.
The reason why I think using Codeforces rating for long-term blitz seeding can be sus is I can see people doing blitz even if they're not doing Codeforces these days.
Well,
and then Jonathan will just come and win everyone because his like current Codeforces rating is not too high, so he'll get all the best seeds and he'll dominate everyone. And it's a
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, like, we need a separate rating, but I understand the concern. I guess also it's just kind of a different format because,
I forgot to.
you know, okay, Kuroni is actually submitting.
That's cool.
It's okay. Run sort test 1, of course.
Okay, we know that one. Commentators are currently Tourist and Khan, and we'll see jonathanirvings with us shortly. They're not allowed to Google. They are actually writing almost all of the code from scratch. They only allowed a pretty small template solution to start with.
Yeah, and this problem is kind of complicated in terms of corner cases. For example, this rectangle that you're given can be actually a segment or a point. In this case, you will try to divide by 0 while calculating the probability.
Yeah.
So
no, that's still 1.
So you have to consider a few cases.
Okay. Kuroni got 3 run sort test 1 already. So
did I mess it up?
And this has no like corner case. And his code does not account for any corner case for now.
Yeah, so it's not close, you're saying. Like he would also need to fix the corner case after he fixes the main case.
Yes.
Okay. What about Kevin? He has some if, but I'm not sure if that's good enough. Okay, Kuroni got transferred as 2 now, so yeah.
Biggest.
It might be that.
No.
Yeah, let's check. Oh, the test 2, I guess, has all the different small test cases, so
Yeah,
yeah, expected
probably
double, but not none
It's
found.
either 2 or nothing.
wrong answer test 2 Codeforces. Yeah,
I see.
that's what I was talking about.
The true, the real one.
Why don't I just do this?
It's actually quite interesting because I think the problem is quite old. So, and it was not typical to give test cases there. Let's check how old the problem is. It is problem 77b from Codeforces but around 69. Diff 1, it was problem B in Diff 1.
Yeah, it's interesting. This problem also has something in the problem statement about the pretests. It says that pretests contain all tests with A from 1 to 9 and B from 0 to 9. So I think it's not typical at all in Codeforces. You usually don't have information about pretests. Of course, in the recent years, the trend is that pretests are just equal to system tests. So whenever you pass pretest, you probably get accepted on the main tests. But back in the day, it wasn't the case. But here you even are given some information. But it also gives you that pretests only are guaranteed to contain tests with A positive. So A equals 0 is something that is left out probably. It doesn't really matter for this
But
contest.
it
No,
also gives you a hint that this is a special case.
Yeah, kind of. So that's true. Anyway, Karen is also submitting. Also got wrong answer test 2 now, twice, and Kuroni as well.
Should not matter.
And we only have 14 minutes, so I would just expect that if problem G is sufficiently hard, then Kuroni can just win this round by solving this problem now with high probability. But we'll see. Kevin can also catch up a little bit. Kuroni submitted again, and still runs not test 2.
I mean, again, Kevin needs 2 problems. So if, because they have a lot of cases to cover in this problem, I would say it will require at least 4 more minutes.
Yeah, that's
Then
what I'm
let's say
saying. Like, I don't think there's enough time after this problem, so Kevin needs to get this one.
Yeah. And quick. So our expectation is that test 2 is all the test cases except A equal to 0.
I think so,
and then we will have another series of wrong answers after they pass test 2.
Maybe, it's possible.
Kuroni still divides by 0 and prints none instead of a double. What about Kevin?
Yeah, no. There's definitely still a chance. And Kevin has a lot of conditional statements now.
But
so I think
also prints none.
Okay. I would expect, I think Kevin is closer. Like, Kuroni has no special cases like at all in his code. So probably Kevin has better chances,
He has a maximum at some point, or minimum. Yeah, minimum.
Oh, okay.
I think that's exactly the same if that.
Oh, okay. Could be.
Kevin has. Let's see. So the if is compares A and 4B, and
got it.
And Kevin got it.
Got it. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yes,
so
it
now
was exactly the same case.
Okay. It was very close on this problem. But
Too
now
bad
problem F is probably going to decide the winner. Kevin needs to solve it. And also faster than Kuroni. If Kuroni solves F,
Excuse me, important announcement. We are so back.
You mean like Kevin is back into the race, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Kuroni is still the favorite slightly, I guess, just because there might not be just enough time to solve F at all, like just 11 minutes, but we'll see pretty soon. All the problems in this competition are, I think that's by rating, chosen by rating, right? By problem rating. So it's basically, this one is probably going to be 2000 rated. But it kind of varies, especially between old and new rounds. older rounds 2000 is usually easier than newer rounds 2000. Okay, let's see what the new one is. This one
So
asks to print some number of ways. Seems like a newer problem, I would guess.
Yeah, based on the mods, you can see that it's a newer problem. The failure of the
But
mod.
this mod has appeared like quite some time ago. Maybe
Yeah, that's true.
almost 10 years
I
ago.
think it didn't appear at all at some point, and then when people started using number theoretic transform, like Fourier transform, and in integers, they started using it, but they only set this modulo in problems where it required.
No, guys. This is like true vintage.
Ooh.
I feel like it's a true one.
Is it?
Am I? Or do educational rounds have their own? Oh no, sorry. Educational rounds have their own numbering. I saw 141 and I got so excited.
Yeah. No, it's 141, which means it's how much? It's 2 years old. Yeah, it's about 2 years
barely
old.
true. Meh. Okay.
Also
Fake
hard
news.
to find this problem.
Yes, because problem name hard. Yeah.
Yeah. Different arrays is not very unique name problem.
Exactly. So, should we explain the problem statement?
Go for it.
I can explain. Yeah. So you are given the array of integers, and you need to find the number of arrays that you can reach using some operation. And the operation is, reaching n-2 operation. You need to count the number of arrays you can reach, performing exactly n-2 operations on the initial array. The operations are of the following type. You go for the elements from the second to the n-1st. It's interesting that you skipped the first one, it seems. And for every element, you decide left or right. If you decide left, then you add the current value to the integer on the left and subtract from the integer to the right. If you choose right, you do it vice versa. You choose it separately for every element.
So the sum is constant, right? Because the add and the subtract is the same. Okay.
Yeah, and the subtraction is the sum is constant, and n is up to 300, and the elements are also up to 300. So the limits are very small. No, there are. Okay, You don't go n-2 times over the whole array. It's just one pass. And on the first iteration, you work with A2. On the second, work with A3, and so on. On the last one, you work with n-1st. Yeah. That's quite interesting. Maybe I was thinking maybe one needs to go from the back, because the change that you make kind of can accumulate in the integer on the right, but only in the next one. So after I iterations, only I plus 2 elements are changed compared to the initial value.
Yeah, so far both compilers know it's going to be dynamic programming, but they're not sure what exactly they need to type, so they only typed like a couple loops. And time is right now. There's only 6-7 minutes left, right? So yeah, it might be pretty close. Down to the wire.
Well, we are not in the active submission period. So Kuroni's first round was surprisingly close, 17-14 against Takulat. But then between round 1 and round 2, he practiced apparently a lot. And so he almost swept Sergei Zolotaryov from PPP 29-4. which was definitely an impressive showing. Kevin, on his side, first round again, also somewhat harder, 19-12 against Team D. He got first, he lost the next 3, and then he won the remaining 2 problems, which looks very similar to how the contest progresses so far. But remember, scoring points is a little bit different now. But then in round 2, Kaysan against Send Them to Hell, 23-0. And yes, we checked. Send Them to Hell actually came and submitted some attempts on this contest.
So someone in the chat is suggesting that the solution is not very long, which could be because it's just a DP program.
It is.
And
yeah,
usually when you count some objects, it's like you write some formula, maybe not that hard, not that complicated formula, and then you get very complicated proof of that. So
who needs proofs? Just, you know, type and submit.
yes, but in this type of combinatorics problems, usually the proof is the solution. Like you can't get one without the other. So it might be possible that the participants will think for 5 minutes and then just type one line and submit and get accepted.
It's this format will disadvantage people who uses like a mod-in library, like people who uses like a integer modulo library, or they just like doing arithmetics as if they're integers, and then once they don't have that library, they can suddenly forget that they have to do mod manually. Yeah. So like, be careful with this kind of like format where like if you're so used to like using a type that does the mod for you, and then once you don't have to code, you have to work with primitive integers and do all the modding manually, and then you might forget to mod in some places and it's already overflowing before you had a chance to mod.
Yep. So what is our status now?
Kuroni tried running something.
We have 3 minutes
Yeah.
left.
Both of them are typing code still.
Well, again, 3 minutes is like almost 10% of the whole competition. So it's not, it's definitely not zero, and we've seen plenty of submissions on the last minute in our selection process. Jungley solved this problem in 6 minutes in the real contest. Oops. Well, Jungley's strong, like, to be honest.
Well, Kuroni has more code typed until now, but it doesn't mean necessarily that he's closer to the solution. Oh, but he's compiling. He tested on the sample, but it didn't work apparently. Yeah, he got wrong answer on the sample. It's surprising he tested on the sample before submitting. That's actually
That's not how it's
unheard of.
done.
Yeah.
Almost unheard of, yes.
No way, right?
But I guess if you feel that the solution is very unlikely to work, then you test it because, well, unless you have some key combination hotkeys that submit the solution for you, it will still take you the precious maybe 10 seconds to submit the solution.
Kuroni wrong answer on test 3. That is the first non-sample case.
Okay.
That's a progress.
Well, that's good, but also bad because there's no sample to test.
Right. Right.
But still, remember that if Kevin doesn't get it, Kuroni wins anyway. So Kuroni doesn't really
90 seconds.
Need to get it, but Kevin really needs to get it.
Another
Kuroni could
submission
like
for
get it
Kuroni.
now and like prevent Kevin from trying in the next minute, but that's the only thing. Kevin needs this problem much more.
It's strange because it's some corner case, like you only have to do one operation left or right, so the answer is obviously 2, and Kuroni prints 1. So maybe the initialization of the DP.
Or like n equals to 3 test case?
Yes, and 3 different
Okay,
numbers.
1 minute left.
Last minute.
It's not looking good for Kevin. He's
Mhm.
printing some debug output, but it's pretty hard to debug. Okay, he's gonna
And the
submit.
submit?
Kevin is submitting, yeah.
He did submit.
Oh my god, it passes.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
With
Oh
41
my.
seconds to go.
And there's not even time to open the new problem.
Kuroni actually needed to get it. Oh wow. Oh wow.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Kevin looks happy now. It's a very different face expression.
Right, yeah.
That's
For
like
the
a
first,
different person.
Really tough for Kuroni.
like for the
It's very
first time in the
unfortunate.
whole match that he's happy, yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, what a fight! What a fight!
Okay. I
call
did
them in.
not see that coming. Let's get ourselves ready, gentlemen. Should we? Pin to first screen, pin to second screen. No, this works. Straighten yourself. We're going to the
Okay,
live
I'm
broadcast. Good.
I'm
You're back in
gonna
the
drop
foot.
off this
Tourist, go away. Bye.
call soon. Yeah, but okay, I can hang out for a couple more
No,
minutes.
go away.
No?
You
Okay,
need to turn
bye.
on the grabber. I need to reset the computer. Go away.
Okay, see you in 20 minutes where I will be competing against Anton.
Good luck.
See ya.
Thank you.
Oh my god. That's been something.
That was a tough one.
Thanks for the good game. It's been an interesting experience. Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello.
What's the Scent game? What are you doing to us?
Oh man.
Good entertainment value. I gotta say.
Thank
Good
you.
entertainment value. Yes,
Thank you,
yes.
sir, for the
Yes.
content.
Yes. Oh my. I mean, I was not expecting you to AC within the last. Is it 1 minute?
Oh yes.
You can't even open the new problem.
Oh,
No.
man. Wow, that was amazing. I think I tripped out on E very hard. I spent so many times just resubmitting. I don't even know why my solution is
Oh,
still
do you know what so problem E, the whole point of the tricky case of the problem was when A or B is equal to 0, I think.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
oh, that's what it is. Oh man. Okay, I see. Oh man.
It's kind of silly, yeah, but
Okay. That is insane. That is insane. No.
I
yeah.
think the problem E was the oldest one we had today in all the matches.
It does seem very
Guess.
Yeah.
Guess how old?
Guess how old?
Yeah.
2014.
2012.
That's hotter.
So it's 2011.
Yeah, it's 2011.
Did Codeforces exist in 2011 or what? How old were you guys?
Did I exist in
8?
2011?
Yeah.
No, I was 10, I think. Yeah.
From one of the beta round. Beta round 69.
Okay, well, I'm kind of glad we don't have these problems anymore.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Say thanks to Khan, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Khan.
Yeah, so I'm wondering about problem D.
I see.
I thought it was just check if it's prime, even, or odd, but
Oh yeah. Check if it's prime. So if it's even, then it's 2, right?
yeah.
But if it's odd, then it's either 2 or 3. The 2 cases when you split it into 2 and n-2.
Wait, what? How is it 2 then?
Because okay, like you want to split into primes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if 2 and n-2 are both primes,
Oh,
then it's
what?
odd. Yeah.
What? Okay. That's too hard for me, apparently.
I misread the problem for quite a while, and then I just had to recode. But I looked at the scoreboard, and you hadn't gotten it yet, so I got the energy to recode.
I see. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of mistakes, I feel like the problems definitely took longer than they should have, so.
So you know, we changed scores between round 1 and round 2 that points get, but this sequence of problems being solved is exactly the same as Kevin's first round. He got
Oh, what?
first problem, then he lost the next 3 problems, and then he finished with 2 problems in a row.
Okay.
What's that comeback strategy? Why?
That's a good question. I don't know. I feel like it was just the choice of problems. Like E, I feel like was favored for me because I'm good at like geometry and stuff, but and like math, but even though I took a while on it, so I don't know. And then F, like, I don't know how close you were on F.
F, was it DP on the prefix sums?
So, well, like you have alternating sums, right?
Yes.
So yeah, DP is
Oh,
like the
okay.
alternating sum, and once that hits 0, you have to not multiply by 2 in the next step, basically.
Yeah, I see. Oh, I was okay. Not very close on that, but well, it is what it is. So,
Yeah, I started coding something, but then I realized it was end of the 4, and I was thinking about whether that would pass, but I'm glad I
you
did
just gotta
not code
believe.
that.
It's always just.
Well, it ended up being N-cube, but
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I also don't know what's wrong with my B, actually.
What's B about?
The maximum product of numbers.
Oh,
I don't know. I can take a look.
Okay.
So,
Yes, please.
well, I don't know. You print 3 times less than it is. Then I guess it's not that easy to check what exactly is the problem.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's the first match that we have where every problem gets submission from both participants. Or at least I haven't seen anything.
I think we have 2 ACs on problem A, right? But
yes.
Yeah.
My ACs were 5 seconds after you, and it's because I misread the problem and I printed log. I had to print.
Oh, that's what I like typed as first, then I removed it.
Yeah, I didn't look at the. I didn't bother to look at the second sample.
Yeah.
That's one sample too far, or maybe 2 samples too far.
Well, like looking back, it wouldn't have changed the outcome of the match, but it was very fun. Like, I think I don't know. Did I yell too hard on the stream? I
No,
did.
this was great. Chat loved it.
Wait, can you?
The
Is
issue
it audio?
is only I and the live stream can hear what you're saying, and my commentators cannot. So sometimes they're shouting on top of you.
Oh, I see.
Which is like not clippable. But next time we'll figure it out, and we'll have a dedicated recording for every properly emotional contestant. So please keep up the good work.
Okay. Maybe I was too emotional. I waked up kind of early today to catch the other streams, and people were very calm. I think I'm the I'm like the chaotic evil kind of person. I don't know.
We need more of that.
Yeah.
I'm considering for any like future installments of Blitz style tournaments, if we ever get a lot of very rich sponsors, we'll send you heart rate monitors and stuff, and we'll see how nervous are the people that actually look very calm on the outside. Kevin looked a little sleepy at the beginning. I think he only kind of came back to life when he finished the last problem.
Yeah, well, yeah. I didn't really sleep enough. I ended up staying up too late last night, but yeah, I guess I was making mistakes like not or like reading an extra number of tests or like not what was it? I don't remember. But yeah.
Do you think contest needs to be faster in a sense that do problems need to be easier? Do you think a shorter intermission between problems would make sense? And should we add more and more and more and more problems until you're done with the time?
Those are all very interesting.
So I think the problem with adding more and more problems is I guess you need to like set the scores for the problems so that like even if you cut off at any points, like the score still looks balanced enough, right? And I don't know if it's a hard problem to solve, like setting the scores for G, F, so even if you stop at G or stop at F, or maybe sorry, H, the contest is still balanced and entertaining enough. Like at some point you risk, you know, like the higher problems mattering too much so that the lower problems don't matter at all anymore, right? Yeah.
True.
But I mean, that doesn't happen with the linear scale as we have now. Shouldn't happen because in this setup, the higher problems weight relatively less and less, so to say.
I see.
To the whole problem set.
You mean based on the difficulties? Or like the
so
time
now
spent?
the score is now the scores are more or less linear. So every problem, the next problem costs 2 points more than the previous one, except for the first two. So it shouldn't. I mean, you have to solve around 1/2 or maybe at least 1/3 of the problems.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is nice to have like increasing point values because like it's more exciting if people can overtake at the end, I guess. But
there are different ways to approach this. We can make like some kind of a high risk, high reward kind of situation where you can click a button, double down, and I don't know what will happen, but like potentially get more points for the next problem.
oh, like before seeing it?
Or during, who knows?
What do you mean?
Like if you are not, you click a button, double down, and then you have to submit within like half a minute, or you submit blind as in all the Yandex competitions or something else. Like we can do so many weird things to increase like comeback mechanic.
Yeah.
That sounds
yeah,
good.
although I don't know. I personally don't really like comeback mechanics in games that are just like put there for no reason. Like that would like if there's strategy around like intentionally not getting a problem so that you can get the comeback one in the future.
It's not for no reason. It's for the content.
Oh, that's okay. That's true, I guess. Anything for content.
Yes.
Let's say before submitting, you can press a button and say if this gets accepted, you get double the points. If this doesn't get accepted, you have to wait 2 minutes until you submit next time.
Oh, that's a hefty policy.
But
What
also
do you
getting
mean?
double the points is
Reading like problem statement in full and carefully? Is this in the spirit of the competition? Well, this would definitely encourage some cleaner submissions here.
Yeah, I think that would encourage too much testing. I actually tested a significant number of problems today, so I'm not sure how to feel about that.
I see.
You still get a lot of test one verdicts. Well, both of you, to be honest. So
yeah. Well, you can see that I didn't even bother to look at the samples, like let alone test on them, right? So
yeah, why would you like copy samples if you can just submit?
yes, true. Like the correct sequence of like actions is submit, then test on the samples. That is the correct way. Yeah. No, in general, I think like this format is really fun. Like originally I had some reservations against this because it's very similar to lockout, but like all of the problems are not presented at once, right? So like there's less you know, strategic behaviors in terms
monkey
of like,
typing competition.
Yes. So it turns out to be more of a just solve the same problems and go at it kind of contest. But it's I mean, I guess the entertaining value of just purely typing on speed is that like seeing people doing things fast is always fun, right? And I guess it's less straining on the commentators as well if two people are solving two different problems. So I mean, okay, I don't have any more complaints about that. I think like the streams that I've watched are entertaining enough. I think like the format is good.
The claim was absolutely not to build something better than a lockout, and there was no point in discussion that lockout is like boring or not exciting or in some sense bad, but rather a brainstorm of what else can we actually build, so it's as short and as fun. More formats is always the better, and then we'll just evolve into something that also works for those who both are kind of like feel like not competing as much these days. Because I feel like one of my personal goals is to how do I get elders back into competitive programming in a low commitment way, and I think this can work.
Nice. Have you gotten like the stats on like the average age of people who are in the round of 16?
Oh no, you're all comparatively young. You eliminated Yegor, which significantly lowered average age. So that's on whom that was? I forgot.
That was me.
That was you, Jonathan. Thank you, sir, for keeping it fresh and fun. But then, for example, the Western bracket is not just higher rated, but also older than Eastern bracket. And that's just, I think, natural. Every diagram is just every map is a population map. Like whatever you map on the globe, it's just how population is distributed. So it's still fun, and I hope we'll be able to find a way to mix people from different time zones even better, to allow for more exciting pairings. Are there any specific people you would love to play against?
So you can answer first, Kevin.
Anyone I would like to play against?
Not among the current competitors.
Oh, not one of the current competitors.
I don't know, maybe Mike. I want to see Mike back in action.
I asked Mike to at least come and do an interview during an intermission, and he was like, Lydia, you are doing great.
No, that would be great. Yeah, I want to, because I'm sure Mike had his part in organizing these competitions. By the way, thank you guys for putting this on. But yeah, I mean,
the problem is who to pair Mike with.
Lydia.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to be humiliated for the contest, for the content. Well, for the contest as well. Any time of the day.
No. I'm not humiliating you. I'm saying.
Dude, have you seen my rating or what? Are you trying to ask me for suggestions? Oh, I see.
No.
We need to find like an ancient evil. Snapdragon too strong. Red Eye?
Ancient Evil, maybe AC Rush? Is AC Rush that old?
AC Rush is actually not old enough. But yeah, I would love to see AC Rush.
He's still semi-active, right? Or no?
I have not seen him in a while. AC Rush, dear friend, if you're watching, we miss you and we want you back into the competitive programming community. I will pay for your flights to the World Finals if you reach out to me. Business class, I promise. Please come back. Who else should I ask to come?
About RNG?
RNG. Yeah, Maroon RK is working on it.
Bruce Mary?
Bruce Mary would be good.
Oh, Bruce Mary is a good choice, yeah.
We are 2-something minutes of the contest, and I have Anton's video and I don't have Tourist's video. Would that mean that there is yet another forfeit on Anton's way to the finals?
That'd be too easy.
Oh, well, I mean, Also, he deserves it, right?
Will I need to forfeit tomorrow as well?
No, dude. Like, let's play it out. Let's battle it out. It's gonna be fun.
So, will you stay for the commentary of the next round or rounds?
I think Kevin is gonna sleep right now.
Yeah, I'll probably try to get some sleep.
I can stay. I don't know if I can provide any value,
Meme
but we'll
value.
see.
We are
Meme
only
value.
looking for meme value, and you can
Okay.
definitely provide some meme value. Then let's actually jump into the contest part. We are
I see.
40 something seconds away from the start. Let me enable some noise suppression. Oof, it's pretty dark where Anton is. Look at him.
I need to drop out, but yeah, I'll probably
Deal.
watch part of this match because
Thank you
this
so
will be
much,
exciting.
Jonathan. I was so happy to see you. And
Thank you so
yeah,
much.
if you're
Thanks for having
not
me.
busy tomorrow, you know where to find me. I'll send a new Zoom link.
Sure. Yep. See you.
Okie dokie. What do you have now? Something 3, 2, 1, 0. The contest is started. Has begun. Khan, we need to go and proofread some Codeforces static lines like the English and notification text that contest has begun. Our first problem is Berland poker. Oh, don't you just love the Berland country where everything always happened 20 years ago?
I think there is, like, the educational rounds will always have the Berland and all the characters from the Berland blend, because it's just in the Saratov tradition.
Yeah, it's one of the educational round 88. It's not that old as I make it look like. It's just 5 years ago, but also one of the first educational rounds. Is pretty fun.
Yeah, I didn't have the time to read the problems because we just selected them 1 hour ago.
You
So
did great.
unfortunately, I
There
cannot.
is a naive solution that is 7 lines long, and it passes. For whatever reason, I'm very confused because all submissions actually are passing. Anton Trigup submitted a compilation error, Tourist submitted a wrong answer on test 1, and then fixed it in about 15 seconds for NAC. So this is 2-0 so far.
Okay, that means I don't have to read the first problem.
Yay.
And I have a minute to read the second problem.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Why are people tagging me in chat? Do you have any idea? People, stop tagging me in chat. Stop tagging me in chat.
So yeah, I can explain the second problem. The second problem gives you 2 lists that we will have open in 15 seconds in the contest. So we have 2 lists of t-shirts, and in each list only the sizes are given, like XL or M or XXXS, something like that. And we need to change the smallest number of characters in the first list. I think you can either delete a character, append a character, or replace a character, so that as a set or as a multi-set, the first set matches the second set, or the first list matches the second list. So, and the limits are pretty small, like n up to 100. So what can be the solution?
It's also like 10 lines.
It says you cannot actually delete or add the letters to the sizes. So you can only change XS to XL, but not to M, for example.
Oh.
So that simplifies everything, right?
There's already a submission. Oof.
So it's just solving on every,
Oh my.
I guess, every number of x's. So that's how it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have problem solved without a wrong answer 1 or something.
For once. Is it the first one today for a tourist? Feels like.
Yeah, could be.
Anton
Yes,
is
please.
pretty shocked with what's going on in chat.
I mean, Anton hasn't had a proper warm-up.
Yeah, true. This can affect someone. But then Anton actually was doing warm-ups before his previous rounds with Yegor Dubovik. And so sometimes we just see people run a test contest. Like 2 contestants that were eliminated in earlier rounds and did not advance to round of 16 just played an entertaining like warm-up round a couple of hours ago, just for their joy. And we hope we'll be able to provide all of you the same opportunity. And we are moving to the problem C of today's contest.
Yeah. In problem C, you have some vertical streets that you can see now on Gennady's screen, and horizontal streets, and each street is one way. So you are given left or right or up or down.
Mm-hmm.
They form a grid, and you simply have to check whether the graph that they form is connected or strongly connected.
Mm-hmm.
So if all the crossroads make a strongly connected component.
I think the constraint is lenient enough for you to just GFS on from every node. So it's not
That is
too
true,
bad.
but I think it's enough to check that the 4 roads on the outer side make a circle.
Oh my god, what?
That is insane. Oh my god.
What the hell?
So you don't
Anton is also
actually-
very
Excuse me?
shocked about that. Yeah.
Oof, moment.
Yeah, I mean, Gennady is doing exactly what I thought.
Yeah.
Because if some 2 roads in the corner don't follow each other, then this corner is either unreachable or you can't reach anything from here.
Yeah.
And for all the other points inside, you can just follow any road until you reach the border, and then go around the border and then get to where you want. So yeah, it was a funny problem. And if you don't notice that actually only the 4 roads matter, then it's quite difficult to implement.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So in the problem D, you have an array and you have to find the longest subsegment that has no more than k different numbers or k distinct numbers.
Mm.
So it's some 2-pointers problem.
A guy in the comments is like, bro, let me read the title at least, because both of our contestants are, well, Anton is only sharing his IDE screen, so he cannot really read the problem statement on his PC. And then Tourist's screen, he switches from the problem statement into the IDE in, I don't know, maybe 2-3 seconds, starting from the moment of the problem appearance.
Yeah, so this problem should be also solved in a couple of minutes, I would say, if everything goes as expected.
What do you mean already submit? Why? I don't get it.
But now it's wrong answer.
Oh, that's
1.
wrong answer test 1. We are
Yeah.
so back.
Okay, he already resubmitted. Let's see.
Yeah, he was printing R+1 instead of R.
Oh,
Okay.
that's unfortunate. That's how I failed one of my like graduation informatics tests.
I see.
Well.
Yeah.
Oh, now we are less than 10 minutes through and we are through 10 problems.
Ew. Like I Bernie Sanders meme. I again ask you to consider adding more problems on the fly.
Yeah, maybe we should have added at least one in this particular contest, right? Beforehand.
I don't know. Let's hope that E will we'll hope that both contestants as the last tourist round. Yeah, we'll see.
Did I have time to read the problem?
No, I'm reading it as he solves it.
Okay.
Also, tourist's webcam is in amen mode, but yeah.
Oh, this reminds me. Do you know of like this LeBron sunshine meme? He's basically
No.
looking like that.
Okay, I'm Googling.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Maybe there is something. Hiding camera ban. Yeah, this is one way to win. Is this a 1v1? Yes, it is. And it's also the best part about this 1v1 is that it's a 1v1 that reuses old problems. So it's actually a great format that can be held in an async mode without us having to prepare new problems. So you can just reuse whatever is on Codeforce, and again, potentially on other platforms as well.
Oh. E is, I think, rather difficult to implement. I don't know. So I can brief the statement.
Yes,
basically,
please.
you have a graph. Sorry, an undirected tree where every node has a weight. Every edge also has a weight. And basically, you should think of like nodes as gas stations and edges as roads. And you want to go from some U to V, such that okay, every time you can buy gasoline on every node that you pass through, and then when you go through a road, you lose that amount of gasoline. You don't want to run out of gasoline anywhere, but at the end you want to maximize the amount of gasoline that you have at the end. So this is some I believe this is some sort of DP on like the paths on the tree, but like there are nodes and yeah, and it also feels like, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the trick is that you don't go with the shortest path, because maybe there is some, like, maybe you can go somewhere and buy a lot of gasoline and then return back. So you have to account for that. But yeah, in this sense, of course, it's a DP. I think maybe you can imagine that like a shortest path from A to B on the top, and then all the other edges of the tree hang out from this path. And then for each vertex on the path, you can compute with a DP where you can go downwards to get some gasoline and return back.
I see.
Alexander says no. Golovanov says no. The path is simple in the statement, so you're not really allowed to do so. I have not read the problem statement, as you clearly understand, but still.
Okay. Yeah, to the simple path.
Yeah.
But then like, what's the question?
The annoying thing is you're not allowed to like run out of gasoline in the middle of like traveling. Otherwise, it's like very easy, like find the maximum path.
Wait a second.
No, but I guess no. I guess the point is that you even if there's such a path, then you don't want to go through it. Like the DP that just says find the maximum path would work anyway, right?
And it's a wrong answer. Test 6.
I don't get what we choose. Why don't we just buy all the gasoline at every station?
No, we do buy all the gasoline at every station, but you have to go through a simple path, right?
Yes, and there is only one path. Because it's a tree.
Yes, that's right.
So I guess we just need to find the path, right?
Yes, just find the path, yeah.
Okay, then it's much easier than we thought.
No, so like the point I was saying earlier is the problem itself has the part where you say that when you go from U to V, you don't want to run out of gasoline. But like thinking about it, I don't think that even changes the problem. Like just find the maximum path, and that is guaranteed to not run out of gasoline, I think.
Yeah.
Maximum focus. Tourist was even reading the problem statement. Like, you know how when you read a complex sentences, you highlight them with your mouse, like a couple of lines every time. Like this precisely reading problem statement. Unheard of.
Wait a second. You are not given the start and end point. You can
No,
choose it
you're
yourself.
not. You're not. You need to choose the best starting and
Yeah,
end points.
that's the question. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Can Anton come back by this problem? Can I count? Yes, sure. Like our problems cost all the even points. So the next point will cost 10 and the problem after that will cost 12. 8 plus 10 plus 12 is so much.
I mean, even this point and
Even
the
8
next
plus
one
10
is enough.
and then nobody solves 12 is good. And a
Anton
submission
has a
from Anton?
submission.
Runtime 1. Okay. A fix. There is no clear, like, this second submission from tourists, so there is some time to submit another submission. Is there?
Are we now
Both
rooting
submitted.
for Anton?
1 second difference.
Oh.
Anton wrong answer test 2 and tourist submission is passing.
Okay.
Oh no.
So what was the change? The change was something was not computing correctly. Yeah, it's hard to explain. So yeah, the things are not looking good for Anton.
And this is, yeah, and this stops Anton from potentially winning this round, right? Because we only have 2 more problems and they cost 10 and 12 points.
Unless we add one more.
Unless we add more, but we are afraid that it's gonna break the system. So we probably won't do this right now just because we are scared.
Yeah, maybe we should not. Also because they don't expect that there would be another
I
problem.
mean, we're here for the memes, aren't they? I think they're also here for the memes. And I feel like the tone of voice of my Discord announcements kind of gave it away that I'm doing whatever I want, and my goal is not to have a fair competition, but rather something weird, which I think we kind of achieved. So this is cute. Why Anton so happy? Have Anton coordinated this problem?
Do you think he's happy? I'm not sure.
He definitely smiled very nicely.
Maybe there is a joke in the statement.
That's cool. That's a good joke then.
No, there is something about Berlin, so I'm pretty sure that again it's
an educational
problem. Well, it doesn't have to be the case, right? Well, it's 1000 quarterfinal of ICPC, so kind of.
Oh my, this should hurt, right? Okay, it's time for me to read the joke.
No, I mean, I don't think there is a joke, or what? So...
No, I wasn't able to find anything hilarious, but I'm sure Anton will share his ideas about that problem.
Sort of heavy implementation, on this problem.
So what do we need?
So I think okay, so we need to maintain a query, like some data structures where basically you have these operations add CI copies of a number into the list, subtract CI copies of that number from the list, of some number from the list, and find the smallest k values, sum of the smallest k values of the list.
Ah, okay. And the k is fixed already,
K is
always.
fixed.
Okay. Oh, that's not that trivial. I mean, I would go with maybe 2 sets, like taken numbers and not taken numbers.
Yeah.
But then in case we remove, let's say, a lot of equal numbers from the taken ones, we have to balance the sets, and there could be many little numbers.
Yes.
So that's a problem.
I'm thinking of, okay, so the values are 10 to the 6 to begin with. So what is the time? Okay, so 3 seconds. So what I would do, if I were to code this in a contest, is I would just use a segment tree that supports binary search. But yeah, of course, maybe it's possible for one of these or any of these contestants to do that, but like coding binary search on a seg tree is not a trivial task.
I mean, it's not very hard either. You just go down and compare the values in the vertices with what you found.
Yeah.
Are there any easier ways to do that? I don't think so, right? Yeah, basically we need to code any data structure that supports inserts and deletions. Well, we can maybe get away with a square root decomposition.
M is 10 to the 6. Oh, I guess M is 200,000, so maybe it works.
Yeah, could be. Let's check if we have any author's solution that marked as this. Oh, they're all called.
You can also get away with a Fenwick tree and do like jumping on it. It's definitely fine.
So all the solutions that are called n square root of n are getting time limit.
Oh.
So unfortunately, it seems no.
We have a submission from Tourist.
And it is, you know it, wrong answer on test 1. Is using autocomplete allowed in Codeforces contests? I think that stupid autocomplete is allowed even on a regular contests. And here I specifically asked everyone to not use like smart autocomplete at all.
Yeah. Oh, so Tourist has gone for a Fenwick tree and a binary search to query.
Yeah.
Is that fast enough?
I think it's fast enough.
That should be all right.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, the segment resolutions from the authors take 1.2 seconds, so not that fast.
Oh, 1.2 is like so fast compared to the time limit, I think. Like if I see 3 seconds time limit, I should what I expect is for my solution to run on 2.5. So something like that. So 1.2 is
yes, but
nice.
But then if you add another logarithm on top of that, that is like 20 times slower in theory, in the numbers.
Yes. But well, I don't think any of our contestants will do like actual binary search, right? They would just walk on the tree if that's what they would do.
No, Gennady just wrote the binary search and the query to Fenwick.
Wow, that's interesting. It could be fast enough. I don't know.
Could it be that the Fenwick tree plus binary search is actually faster than log squared? I'm not sure.
No, it's not. I don't think so. But also, I think like if you just do binary search, it's very fast. Like I think like the strategy here is if you just do binary search, then like what's the worst that can happen, right? Like you get CLE, so you come back to just like do the
and this one got accepted.
So I think the strategy is just to do like the naive binary search, and if it's TOE, just go back and do the proper one. I think that's a good strategy.
Can we have a proper descent on the Fenwick tree?
Yes, yes, we can. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then yeah. It's actually very fast. I think one of the problems was that since the problem is quite old, the outer solutions use some C++ version where the reading is slow. So the solutions that just optimize the reading take this 500 milliseconds instead of 1.2 seconds. So the actual solution is quite fast. It's the reading that made this time limit be quite high.
So for G, I can explain the problem. You have n numbers, A1 to AN, and basically a subset of numbers is called good if their GCD is one, is at least one. Sorry, like it's more than one, and you want to find, and the cost of that subset would be the size of the subset times the GCD, and and yeah, and you want to find the sum of the cost of all such subsets.
Oh, okay. All such subsets that the GCD is more than one. Okay.
Yes.
So I guess we have to loop over the GCD value.
Yes, I think
or
so.
like some divisor value.
Yeah. So just loop over the GCD values and basically calculate like how many subsets, or not just how many, right? Like the sum of the size of the subsets that satisfies this GCD value.
Yeah, and we only have to do the inclusion exclusion to make sure that this is a proper GCD and not just some divisor.
I think pretty classic. Yeah, very classic DP here.
Yeah, should be quite easy. Basically, you can simply subtract the answer for each divisor D, subtract all the answers from its of its divisors from it, and then you get the actual number of subsets where GCD is exactly D.
The bound of the values is just 1,000. Sorry, 1 million as well. So it would be very fast just to do that inclusion exclusion. So that will take 1 million times log of it. That's fine.
Yes. So our prediction is that the last problem will be solved in maybe 5 minutes or so.
I think 5 minutes, yes. We'll
Maybe
see
even
a sub
faster than that.
30.
Speed reading and speed typing contest. Yeah, chat is completely right. This is by design. This format is not trying to satisfy the most sophisticated idea-oriented problem solvers. It's here for your entertainment. And how do you train for such competitions? Well, first you train for any competitions by reading, solving problems and up solving them and etc. And then you figure out the speed part, which is why I think it looks so good for LGMs. It may not look that impressive if you're offering easier problems for middle school students, but it's just so damn impressive in here. Pure APM is shocking. Tourist has solution written on the ceiling. I definitely heard that about one of the chess grandmasters. History repeats itself.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find again what is the oldest problem here, because they all look quite new. For the older problems, we have this notice that the time limit is computed differently. But there are no such problems in this contest. So we have education around 88, education around 46. That's for A and B. Then the problem C. The problem C can be quite old, I think. On the other hand, it has a picture, so it's Bayan 2015 contest form up.
Oh my.
And that was obviously in 2015. Oh no, that was 2014.
That's a while ago.
Yeah, that's
Yegor
that is a
participated in Bayan contest. Advanced to the final round and even went there. I think he finished in top 3 or something. They were giving real gold medals back then.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, then the problem D was from educational round 5. So that's also a good candidate. That's 2016. Fortunately, that's older than the Bayan contest. I mean, that's newer than the Bayan contest.
But marginally.
Yeah, then the problem about Orejos. How is it even translated into English?
You don't. Untranslatable play of words.
No, I mean, how is it translated in the statements? The fair nut. Okay.
Okay. We are now over 30 minutes, and the last problem is still not completely solved.
Well, Surus just made a submission, so we'll see.
Still wrong answer.
Oh, yeah.
And submission came in slightly after a 30-minute mark, so it still count. It feels like, you know how the last 10 minutes are kind of like the last hour at ICPC contest, like the freeze. Yay.
Oh, he got the thumbs up as well. Very
nice. That's been pretty cute.
Yes.
It's been fun. Let me do my submission in trying to configure a video for us.
Yeah, let's have them in here. And oh, is last problem the oldest? No. So the oldest ones actually from the Bayan.
Oh no, I also pinned you on the wrong screen. Whatever, should be fine, right? Ah, nice. It's been entertaining, a little brutal, but still like somewhat fun. Yes. I hope Anton can share at least part of that sentiment.
Yeah, let's see what they say.
Hi, Anton.
Hello.
Are you feeling well?
Yeah, obviously.
Not too discouraged. Also, thank you so much for all the reactions. I think that's plenty of like clippable material and
yeah. No problem.
Quotes for I don't know, Telegram stickers or something. Also, I don't see your webcam, but maybe that's on purpose. Oh, now I see you well.
What the hell just happened, guys? What's going on?
I mean, I'm not sure why Tourist is like so motivated.
That was brutal to watch, to be honest. Very merciless.
Yeah, we tried to keep up just reading these problem statements, but that was quite difficult as well.
Yeah, if you saw like in the commentating channel, I made a prediction that he'll have enough time to be commentating his own match after getting A, B, C, D, E in 15 minutes, which turned out to be exactly right.
Yeah, like you're a brilliant analyst on top of being a great accomplished contestant and a problem author. So, I mean, I would not be able to predict time so accurately. So,
Yep. So what do you think about the problems? What do you think was the oldest problem?
The oldest. B looks pretty old because Xenia doesn't work here for a long time, right?
Aw, that's one way to guess it. Good.
Yeah, maybe D because like it mentions Java for some reason. Like it recommends you fast read input in Java, which is like completely irrelevant in modern times. So it's B or D. Yeah. Problems E and G and A and C are pretty good. So adapted they appeared. Adapted they are pretty old. Hello, Gennady.
Hello.
Hello.
Um,
I need some cigarettes, you know. Yes.
Do you actually smoke, or is it an extra metaphor on the layer?
That's a metaphor.
Okay.
So how do you feel after this wonderful match?
Feel like Lydia said, motivated, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I think it just went too well.
Or we didn't have an interactive problem.
Exactly. That's actually makes it much easier. I think on interactive problems, I might like just stop for 20 minutes. Yeah, you asked about the oldest problem. Well, D has this like input out huge, right? I know that's not very common. But yeah, I know. I think the problems were mostly somewhat standard again, which kind of helped me. But yeah.
Okay, what do you think was the nicest problem of the set? And then I will tell you which one was which one was oldest.
I think C is the nicest, but I probably just have seen it at some point. Like I think it, I don't know, maybe that's something that I guess can happen with this kind of contest where if you didn't do the contest, but you maybe read the problems or something. I feel like I have seen it, so I just knew what to do immediately. So maybe a bit like it there.
I agree. C is the nicest. E and G are also, I think, are reasonable.
Yeah, and C is actually the oldest problem.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay. So why do I remember it? That's so weird.
And the name of the contest was Bayan Contest Warm Up 2014.
Okay. I might have looked at it some time ago. I don't know. It's kind of weird. G is good. Yeah, I think it's somewhat, you know, the methods to do it are not very uncommon, but it's nice still. Yeah.
Yeah, we were not sure if the log squared would pass that easily. Somehow, at least I was not sure.
On G or what?
Yeah.
On F.
On F? Oh, on F? Yeah.
Oh,
I
sorry,
wasn't. Wait, what? On F I had log, right? On E I had log square, I guess. I don't know.
Wait, where was log squared? There was a Fenwick tree and the binary search. Was it this round?
Oh, this one. Yeah, but I think Fenwick tree is just too fast. I think when you do binary search in Fenwick tree, that's something I've been like saying since maybe high school. That I think it's just log basically. It's usually so fast. Like if you compare it to like segment tree, I think, or like especially if it's top down, I think binary search in Fenwick tree is like about the same speed. So that usually doesn't matter. You can just do it. You can also binary search Fenwick tree in log if you really want to, but when you are here, I guess you just want to type the easiest thing. So that was the easiest for me.
Yeah. But you can also switch after you get time limit to something better quite easily.
Yeah. It's like, it reminded me of how, was it turmax who got time limit in test 100 earlier today? Kind of crazy. He lost the problem.
He didn't have time to switch.
Yeah. He lost, like, his opponent sold it right after him, right? So he lost the problem because of that.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, I think it just went almost flawless for me. And yeah, maybe it was a bit like in some moments.
Were there any flaws in Anton's experience? Guess it was
Any
always
flaws?
also
I would
flawless,
just say,
but
I would say it's a little bit more difficult when your opponent shows up. I did not like expect that it would be this much more difficult, but yeah.
But we've had a lot of warm-up matches, haven't you?
Yeah, I thought it could be fun if I just didn't show up, and like no one shows up against Anton until the final.
That would be good.
He just wins.
Yeah, that's cause emotional damage.
Yeah, like okay, just to clarify, I did a lot of warm-ups, and I have never experienced anything close. Like what's yeah, those warm-ups were useless for nothing could prepare me for this. I will say this.
So apparently it's time to try and figure out how to do a double elimination bracket, right? Just so it's longer and more exciting.
Yeah, I think in the future we can have different formats. We could have some kind of Swiss. We could have double elimination. Yeah, I think there are a lot of options, and yeah, it should be fun. I think that there is a lot of potential.
You can also say that the winner cannot take part more than twice.
Oh, again.
Oh wow, that's quite an idea. Quite an idea.
That's quite the standard way to deal with this problem, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you just want me to not show up to the finals. I understand.
Yes, so we have around 9 minutes until the last match of the day.
No, 19.
19 minutes.
Oh no, why?
Keep
Yes,
stalling. Make them talk. Also, we are missing one of the contestants of that final match of the day. I was hoping that it's going to be a face reveal for Indyuk Vtsiane, but apparently he's not too excited about revealing his face. So if you have his Telegram, that's probably a good moment to send him a message.
But I mean, if there are 80 minutes, then I think we are fine for now.
No, I'm in full panic mode.
Yeah, it would be unfortunate if you had another no-show, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine Golovanov advancing to the next round without a fight. That would be unfortunate.
Why would it be unfortunate? That's
Meanwhile,
well-deserved.
Alexander in chat.
There is nothing bad about advancing when an opponent doesn't show up. I still think it's pretty respectable achievement. You know.
That's true.
I
But
agree.
wouldn't you want to be the
points,
only one
right?
with that achievement? That would feel kind of nice.
I don't think we have anything in the rules about the 0-0 score at the end of the contest, right?
Don't give hints. Do you want to share the first place? Like, what are
Yep,
those chess references? Go away.
Share the first place, exactly. Become co-champion.
Oh, no way.
We're champions in the core tournament.
In the core tournament.
Yeah. Okay, we are repeating the same jokes again.
I
So,
mean,
yeah, I think
jokes about Conqueror of Tourists will never get old for me. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got a suggestion to get renamed to Conquered by Conqueror of Tourist.
Oh my.
Yeah, but I don't think it
Okay.
fits into 40 character limits on
Oh,
Codeforces.
what was the limit? Okay, wait, it's kind of close, right? Yeah, it's too much. I think some other contests, like maybe some contest on Katis. I don't know, some maybe HPC Regional Mirrors had like Conqueror of Tourists at some point. I think someone had this idea already, yeah. But yeah, I think also like warm-ups, I don't know, it's also just fun to do them. I think it's not just for preparation. Like some people just do warm-ups after they're eliminated already. So I think it's just fun for people. So
yeah, I thought someone would self-organize and do the losers bracket through a warm-up chat because like what stops you? But then apparently no.
So when will this format be revealed to the public?
Excellent question to Mike Mirzayanov. So currently, there is a procedure to build a contest like this, which works. So you can designate a custom group, and then contests in that group will have this featured mode. There are a few like flags that currently can only be enabled through API, but they are coming to public interface at some point soon. What is a little more interesting is what kind of a tournament-based bracket building format should we implement together with this? Because right now it's a Discord bot written carefully by Khan, and me asking it to implement random comments and to do random matchings. So what would you like to see? Are we doing Swiss? Are we doing single elimination? Are we doing double elimination? Are we doing none of the bracket building and just let people self-organize?
Swiss tournament with one match like every weekend sounds reasonable. I don't think that it's reasonable to expect people to dedicate entire weekends for this tournament.
Oh, for sure.
Like if you advance to final, you would have to, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you can do even multiple, right? Like a usual Codeforces round is like 2 to 3 hours, right? So we could even do multiple matches. I also thought we could maybe make them shorter, but I don't know. Like for example, I don't know, 5 problems, 3 problems, 1 problem. Like it doesn't even have to be odd. I don't know, but just some kind of less problems, less minutes, and then have more matches. But it still seems kind of hard to fit the full like Swiss, I don't know, tournament in one 2 to 3 hour block. But yeah, if we do it once every weekend, there is a chance someone just doesn't show up. It's increased, I feel like, so it's would be a bit annoying.
Yeah. How many tournaments or how many matches one needs to play to run out of suitable problems?
Yeah, solve all of Codeforces. Yeah,
Actually, not too many.
but it's like, what is it? 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, 1,600? Just fixed difficulties,
yes,
right now?
Right now it is, yeah.
So we are not using the 1,100, 1,300, right? So we have some more.
Yes,
and also I wonder.
Probably we can run the tournament on 3,000 rated problems. Probably most people didn't solve many of them.
Very exciting AdCoder spin-off.
Actually, you should just use AdCoder problems for this contest.
I mean, they even have the lockout system implemented in AdCoder, right?
Yeah, people are sleeping on it. Like, if you want to play a 1v1 tournament, absolutely use AdCoder lockout because it's here, it works, and it can absolutely scratch your PvP itch if you want to battle out your ICPC teammate for who's next to, write yet another annoying geometry or implementation problem.
I think the problem is AdCoder is also, there's just going to be a problem which no one can solve, like in one of the first ones, and then like the contest just stops. With AdCoder, there's much more risk like that. With Codeforces, not so.
Yeah, only if you get some interactive problem.
Yeah, interactive's terrible. I don't know. I'm so bad.
Imagine we actually implement a timeout and then eventually people will submit so many incorrect submissions on an interactive problem that they time out for the rest of 40-minute period. And that's it. Unlucky. It's like when you lock yourself out of the apartment and the keys are inside and you're like, womp, womp, womp.
Yeah, but you cannot lock out yourself for more than one penalty at a time. So it doesn't work like that, right?
I can see where we can have like a a growing timeout for every next submission? Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, this is fun. We still don't have our final contestant, which is a little less fun.
All right, using the pause, I will just use this break to encourage everyone to participate in MIT Spring Invitational Contest. Yeah, Tourist won our Winter Edition contest. I think he enjoyed the contest. So maybe he could, I know, give some advertisement for our Spring Edition as well.
Yeah, of course. So in winter, it was a team contest. So I was in a team with Eknerwala and Keisan. And we indeed won. So it was very fun. I think the spring edition is individual. So they have a qualifying round as well. The winter, you just come, anyone can come and just compete. So it's more like a open event. This one is more like there's only 2 qualifying rounds, right? I think this year.
There will be 2 qualifying rounds, yes.
Yeah, so I don't know what the structure is, but I think the problems are really good, and they are prepared by the likes of Anton, who we see on the screen, and other experienced MIT. Are all of them MIT or the problem setters?
Yeah.
Probably, right? Yeah, but MIT has a lot of very smart people, so I think the problems are really good every time. So yeah, just come, compete in qualifying rounds, and then there is also the best competitors are gonna qualify for the finals, and then they're going to be flown to MIT campus. And it's also a very nice campus. So yeah, encourage everyone to do your best.
Yep. Thanks for advertisement. We'll pay for tickets for everyone who advances to the finals. Plus, the problems are going to be very nice this year. So
you are paying for travel?
Yeah. I think so. Last
Dude,
year
your
they were
budget
paying
is like larger than ICPC North America now. Cool.
A bit larger than Codeforces Blitz tournament, but
oh, this one for sure. This is my glass of coffee.
And also new problems, right?
Yeah, and they have budget for new problems. True.
Have you considered conducting Blitz tournament like on problems crafted specifically for this event?
Yes, and we decided that we're all too lazy.
You have so many. You have so many Div 3 teams who are just working out of ITMO University for a bowl of rice or something. So like, I'm sure they could manage to do something with that.
It's less of an ITMO University and more of a higher school of economics these days, but true.
Sure.
Oh, let's go. I think we have a contact with our remaining contestant. Please stall for just 9 more minutes.
Yeah,
I should be able to connect him.
I think another problem with setting problems for this type of contest is it's a bit non-rewarding for the setters, right? Like when you just set it for a.
I mean, is it rewarding for contestants? Guys, you're fighting for literally 0 prize.
Well, that's not the question, right? But like setting a problem which is like which appears in 1 round where like 2 people compete, it's a bit hard.
No, but it would not be for 2 people. Like we have 64 or 128.
Well, the finals
and
will
everyone
have for 2 people, right?
Yeah, sure, but that's fine. That's fine, I think.
Yeah, we actually only need log number of rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, unless you have double elimination, right? But
no double elimination for large contests. Just
I mean,
double elimination is like
elimination,
two log or
log plus
something.
1.
No, just Swiss.
Is it log plus 1? I think it's 2 times log because the person who drops in the first round and goes through to the finals, I think it's like 2 times log or something.
You effectively have twice more participants because everyone has to be eliminated twice. No, it doesn't work.
I think it works a bit differently, but it doesn't really matter. It's just, I mean, if it's Swiss, then like everyone competes every round, right? So we could do that. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to make it like even more serious and have a budget of more than 0 for the contestants and for the problem centers, then yeah, could be pretty fun.
So yeah, the main point is if we create new rounds, then we need to coordinate time a little too precisely. And I think that being able to be, flexible, at least in the first rounds, was a pretty nice improvement. We basically had we only had one like no-show, and this was for a very respectable reason of we are happy to congratulate Winger with the birth of his son. That happened on the period of our elimination rounds, and everyone else was able to figure out a nice time to participate, which is a very fun and cute thing to do.
Yeah, I think it's nice to allow people to agree on the time, but also there is the standard Codeforces time where most people compete at, right? So we could just use that.
Actually, on that note, I am against holding many rounds of this format because we already, like, you already had to set D1 on Monday instead of weekends. So now normal people like who have work couldn't compete for 2 months. So yeah, the more Blitz contests we have, the less opportunities for regular D1 rounds we have, right?
Yeah, we should just not. I don't know what the decision is, like how they make the decision about putting it like Monday or any other day, but yeah, we should just put it on the weekend after we know there's not going to be a D1, right? Not the other way around. Like it shouldn't be every weekend probably still, but you know.
I was actually thinking about multiple rounds per week, so that we have so that everyone has an opportunity to do them in the comfortable time zone. We do one for East, and then we do one for Europe, and then we do one for West. No, well, maybe not.
Okay, let's talk about the upcoming round. I think we have 5 minutes left, and we have 2 new contestants.
Yep, everyone's connected. So first of them is Golovanov 399, a very seasoned contestant who is now watching the live stream and should probably stop watching the live stream to prepare for the round because it's just a few minutes remaining. He's obviously vibing to a music that he actively listened to, almost singing these days. And his performance in previous rounds was was a 17-4 against some awesome guy 856, and awesome guy is indeed his name. And then 23-0 against Tianfeng, and Tianfeng did not skip the round. He actually came and competed against. But again, you've seen Golovanov in so many contests that I believe there is no like real introduction needed.
Yeah, that's well, Golovanov is probably the favorite of this round, just based on the rating points at least. But his opponent actually performed really well in the first 2 rounds. Induk Tsiania is the handle, and the first round was 21-10 against the Seth Triple L. Is it Triple L? Probably 777. So it was actually Induk solved 5 problems in a row of the first 5 problems. So it was very commending. And then the second round was a very unexpected upset against a teammate of mine, actually, against Eknerwala. It was 17 points to 16. And it was a very, very close match and a very unexpected result. So let's see how this one goes.
And for those who have not yet translated the username stands for Cyan Turkey. So he's, contrary to the name, is not Cyan anymore, but maybe the username was chosen when Cyan was the top of the dream. And this is what we get. Okay, I have everyone connected. So if you're interested in staying for the round, definitely stay in this chat. If anyone wants to run, that's the appropriate moment to do so and say bye to our viewers.
Oh, I think I'll need to drop out, but thank you very much for having me for the last round.
Thank you, Kuroni. See ya. And come tomorrow if you're not busy. Thank you, Anton.
Yes. All the best to the next contestants.
See you guys.
Thank you, guys.
And we are into the live broadcast. For a couple of last days, I was complaining that I had no idea who Induk Tsiani was. And I was asking around to de-anon him to me and stuff, and his email said nothing to me, and then his Codeforces name has no extra information. We were not able to identify anything beforehand, but then now that he was missing for a little while, Codeforces coordinators finally shared his username with me, and it turns out that 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, we had a discussion about him potentially hosting a live stream for one of the contests in Moscow. So it's been fun, and apparently that's a person who already reached to about some of the live streams, and well, I hoped he will be on this side of the screen where I am currently running OBS and doing all that boring thing, but turns out that no, first time we'll see him on the other side of the screen, and so meet him at the bottom right. I think he's Higher School of Economics student of first or second, I guess. No, he was first year student in December 23. So he's now a second year student at Higher School of Economics. An up and coming competitive programming star. We'll see. Competition in Higher School of Economics is pretty crazy, but we have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the round has begun. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and the first trick is that problem A requires reading from files.
Oh, let's go. We'll see a generational split here, because being a second year university student puts Procher at what, 19? Maybe 20 if I'm very generous years old, and it's been before reading and writing to files were the thing.
Yeah, some people might not even know that's true how to do it, because I think the last time I saw a contest where you had to do it is like several years ago. The problem is also called reading, which is very suitable, and I don't know what the problem is about, but I expect that you might need to be very careful when reading it as well. I don't know.
I mean, the problem is very simple. You have an array and you have to print the indices of k largest elements.
Okay. It's not too hard.
Golovanov was about to submit, but then on the submit page there was input-output, so he returned back and uncommented this line.
And Alex got his first problem. Okay, that's a name warm-up.
Okay, a thumbs up from the opponent. Let's move on to the second problem soon.
Yeah. The second problem is called maximum of minimums.
Oh wow, that's some spoilers. We have 30 seconds to go, but the name sounds complicated. I don't know.
It's like a conqueror of conqueror of conqueror, but it's a maximum of a minimum.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So the problem will be as follows. You have to split the array into the given number k segments. On each segment, the minimum is selected, and then you take the maximum of the k minimums, and you have to maximize that maximum. So you have to maximize the largest minimum of the k parts. And I think Induke's screen resolution is so high that we can't really see what's going on.
You know, babies who still have good eyesight can allow themselves a proper 4K without scaling. And here I am switching both of my screens to full HD right before the stream, just for some extra visibility. 10-hour stream is not a joke. I did not expect myself to be able to pull this one off.
Okay, so in this problem, maximizing the maximum of minimums. So it means that if you have the biggest number, if you can just put it in a separate segment, then that's the best you can do.
Yeah,
Which means that the problem only makes sense for k equals to 2, I guess, because k equals 1, you just take the whole array, so just the minimum of the array.
K equals to
equals
2,
3
you just
or more,
try.
you just
Sorry.
K equals 2, you just try every possible split into prefix and suffix and check them.
Yeah.
Is he
Okay,
coding
cool.
on TV? No, that's classic Eastern European Counter-Strike kind of setup where you sit really closely to a really large monitor.
You have to actively turn your head to look at a different part
Yeah.
of the screen.
Yep.
Yeah. I've recently seen a lot of people use monitors which are like the ratio of width to height is like maybe 5 or something. I don't understand how, but it's very like long and not very tall. So you can fit a lot of things on the screen, but it's not very useful here, I feel like. Because you usually just write code and it's just a small vertical strip, you know?
Yeah, code is usually vertical. I really like the screens that you can rotate 90 degrees.
Like actually, I don't know, like
Is
if
there
you
a
look
submission? No? Golovanov opened the submission page, but then stopped
I think
again.
I think that was a check for the opponent's submissions.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
So yeah, so like the bottom screen, definitely you can just put the statement on the right and the code on the left or vice versa and just see everything without the need to switch between tabs. But yeah, I usually just switch, even though it's, I don't know, it's probably better to have everything on the screen, right? It's more convenient.
Yep. And
okay,
it also solves the problem that when your editor is on the full screen, then your code is usually to the left part of the screen, which is, so you always look like to the left, which is not super convenient.
Mm-hmm.
But then if you place your code to the right side, then it's more or less in the middle.
Give me a second to reload my scoreboard. I feel like, yeah, my second problem did not load properly. Should be better now.
Yeah, but no one still submitted yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I guess the commentators that have been here. So what's the distribution about of dark mode to light mode? Is everyone using dark mode or is someone using light
Yeah,
mode?
we had a few contestants using light mode. jonathanirvings has the same, like, you know, off-white, yellowish tint that someone on your team uses.
Yeah, Kevin used like
Kevin.
yellow, I think, right? Yeah. But dark is
not a
probably
lot.
more common.
On that matter, I think a more pressing Golovanov submitted. Am I blind? No, that's for whatever reason it loaded previous problem for me again. So the more pressing question would be dark mode for Codeforces when, like, blitz is a blitz. How are we making our contestants not blind?
Like, I don't know, I'll just use whatever the mode of the app is, and I don't really care. And I've seen that actually quite a lot of people use, for example, Discord in light mode, while it is dark by default. Because in light mode, it's just easier to read.
It's interesting. I'm not sure I've seen any of our contestants use Discord in white mode, but also have not seen our contestants use Discord too much. Mostly IDs.
I haven't seen on desktop, but on mobile, I've definitely seen not long ago someone.
Okay, for sure, Codeforces API is having some glitches. So my screen shows that there is just one problem every once in a while. So let me try and improve it. Let's see how this works.
I mean, the overlay looks fine.
It didn't before my refresh. It sometimes goes from 2 problems to 1, which is sus. It's okay, we'll figure it out. It's a lost, yeah, yeah, the screenshots.
Oh, Golovanov submitted.
Did he?
Oh, and it's
Let's see.
running, and it's
Oh,
running.
test 51?
Oh my God.
How
Can
did
I
you get it?
guess as a finger, or did I
Oh,
interpret the gesture incorrectly?
how do we get?
How do we
Yeah.
get from answer 51? Expected 10, found 1. So we split into 3 parts. In the middle there is a 10, and on the sides there are all elements are equal to 1.
Oh, so he doesn't have this condition that is just like if k is at least 3, just print the maximum. It has something more complicated.
Yeah. Apparently
Okay.
there are no cases at all in his solution.
Okay, this problem is actually kind of old as well. It's 2018, so it's been a while. Interesting.
Now we have a submission from Induk.
Oh, run answer test 4. Test 4.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, what? Go on if I feel like just deleted all the code or something.
That's unfortunate.
But it's so weird to do it when you had to answer test 51.
But as we discussed, the solution must be much easier.
Mm-hmm. It also should be like a reasonable something to benchmark against. Don't you think so?
And another submission from Induk.
Oof.
And still test 4.
Still a 4. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now Golovanov is on the right track at least. I don't know about Induk, but Golovanov's solution, oh, k equals 2 is still, oh, I guess that's right. Just the maximum of the first and the last. I guess that's right, yeah. He might get it now, submitting again. Yeah, he got it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Not the fastest of the stars, but we have 2 problems solved now.
But there's definitely been a nice competition on the second one.
Yeah, it was very close. I think both had a good chance. Oh, doesn't Duke know that it's solved?
He just learned it. That's okay. He's just reacting very in a very animated manner.
Yeah, and he tried to submit, but he couldn't, unfortunately.
Golovanov is not happy with what happened, I guess.
He's just overly
Happens, yes. Look at the expression.
Oh, I think there is some, I think he's running into some kind of caching issue or something on the website. I'm not sure.
Yep, we do too. But that should be fine.
Okay.
Also check out the Golovanov's plug from Topcoder. A really nice thing to have on the background of your standard webcam shot. Very cute.
This is from CodeJam, I'm pretty sure.
CodeJam? Right.
Yeah.
CodeJam, sure.
Yeah, I think both CodeJam and Topcoder made these custom flags, which they just put on the on your workstations at the on-site finals.
Mm-hmm.
And in Topcoder, it made even more sense because they have usually they had like semifinals and then finals, so they changed the changed up the workstations between rounds. In CodeJam, well, I guess there's also distributed and the non-distributed, the standard one, so it also makes sense. And it's also nice. It's something you can bring home, and then you have a nice named flag.
Yep.
So
as
the
we'll
next
be
problem.
wrapping up, I'll show flags from Universal Cup finals that they've stolen from 2 teams. Also a great thing to bring home, and that signs your workstation. Yes, sorry. Problem C, please.
Yeah, the problem C is given to integers. You need to start appending digits to integer A so that each time it divides integer B.
And
No,
there's
it
a
is divisible
submission,
by integer B.
and it's wrong answer on test 1. Interesting.
And I guess the trick is that even though on every step you can choose, like loop through all the digits. No, wait a second. This is again the wrong thing. It can happen in the future that you won't be able to continue, while with some other approach you would have been able to. So I guess it should be like a DP again.
And another submission from Golovanov.
And he gets it.
And this one is correct.
Okay, so now it's 9 points to 0, which means that Induk needs at least 2 more problems now. Now, this problem went much easier for Golovanov, I guess. Only took 3 minutes compared to B, which took like...
Damn, that's pretty
9.
strong. And also his fix from wrong answer 1 is just like rounding something.
Yeah.
Oof. This is pretty strong.
Yep.
I'm happy to see that most of contestants use the 1 minute break to stay hydrated.
I do it every time.
All of them.
I do it all the time. Yeah, I think there's some technical issue. So but the score is 9-0, so you can see now.
We'll make sure that we update you on a score at a timely manner. But so far, ABC are at Golovanov's, and Prokhor is still waiting for his first points of this round.
Yep. As a reminder, this is the round of last 16, which is the winner, which means the winner of this match advances to the quarterfinals, where they will play against the K-Sound 48, who advanced to the same stage earlier today in a very spectacular manner, making a clutch accepted submission in the last minute. And those matches are going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow around what's the right time? Someone can tell me. But we will have 2 more quarterfinals, 2 more semifinals, and then the final to crown the champion of the Blitz Cup 2025.
The matches tomorrow starts at midday UTC.
Midday UTC, which means 3 p.m. Codeforces time, or whatever is your time is in your time zone is. But I know, for example, in the United States, there is daylight savings right between today and tomorrow.
Oh no, really?
So I hope no contestants, oversleep, because we don't want any more no-shows. But yeah, come and watch. Should be exciting. So both competitors are still just thinking about problem D, apparently. I guess Induk starts typing.
Problem D is again interactive. So as we know, that can bring troubles to the...
No, that can bring wrong answer test 1s and idleness limit test 1s. And all the other dear things. These are the few of my favorite things.
So
okay, interactive, yeah. So that might be the last problem of the round.
I can quickly explain the problem.
Yeah.
So there is a hidden binary string of length n, and we can ask at most n queries of the form we choose some subsegment of this string, and we get the number of subsequences 0, 1 in this part of the string. So basically it's number of pairs of zeros and ones, so that 0 appears before 1. And we have to guess the string in the end, which could be impossible in some cases. So we also have to ask questions in such a way that we know for sure that no sequence of queries would provide us with the solution. Like, for example, that's easy. If the string is completely full of zeros or ones, then there is no way we can distinguish these 2 cases, because every query would just return 0. But I guess in all the other cases, we are fine.
Yeah, probably that's right. So this one seems less complicated in terms of the number of corner cases that you might need to find or like carefully consider. But still, it's not very easy. And yeah, I would just say interactive problems are never easy in terms of, especially this format, where you really want to go as fast as possible. I think it's very, well, I know for sure it's very easy to get a lot of round submissions and all possible verdicts.
Yeah. Well, there are a few other examples of where you cannot distinguish. Basically, where there is no 0 before 1, you can never distinguish them. So all the strings of form many 1s and many 0s are also distinguishable.
Mm-hmm.
But then if there is 0, 1 somewhere in the string, I think it's solvable.
Yeah,
We have a submission on problem D, but it is a wrong answer test 1.
Yeah, but this is not surprising
Let's keep
because
looking.
you cannot even test the interactive problems. Like you have to now he's testing, right? But it's not very easy even. So it's harder than just copying the input and just running and checking the output. But that being said, I still think that interactive problems are interesting.
Is it a me
in
problem?
many cases.
Do I have technical issues or?
We do have some technical issues on the screen right now, but hang on with us. We will fix it as soon as possible.
Okay, let me do something strange.
Yeah. In the meantime,
Golovanov is back.
Had one submission on D, and that's on the 4th problem, on the 6-point problem, I guess. Well, it is D, but problems are weighted differently. The weights, as a reminder, are 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. And only the first person to get the problem gets the points. So
interesting.
So I guess the way to solve this problem is start with a query that gets the whole string. If you get 0 as an answer, we just reply impossible. Then we can remove the first character from our query. If that decreases the reply, that means the first character was 0. Otherwise, it is 1. And then we continue doing so until we get 0 as a reply, which means that the remaining part is some 1s and then some 0s. So we can return the last character and then start to do the same thing from the right. Maybe that is one query more than we need, but I guess shouldn't be that hard to fix.
totally fine.
Even if
Yeah,
it is.
I think that's something like that is the solution. So let's see what happens. Yeah, unfortunately, there are still some technical issues, but Golovanov made 2 submissions so far. Both of them got run answer test 1, and he just made the 3rd submission as well. And it also got run answer test 1. And we are not sure what. Yeah, what?
We now have. Yeah, we now have a reliable way to look at Golovanov's screen, so we should be able to see it in a timely manner as soon as his problems will finish testing. But I can see 3 wrong answer tests 1, and then the last one is wrong answer test 2.
Yeah, so that's what happens.
That's a progress. That's a progress. Good job.
Okay, it's just 4 submissions so far, not that many. We have not seen any submissions from the opponent, but yeah, it can come any moment. And then if it's accepted, first try, then the match is still very much open.
Unfortunately, we don't have any access to the screen.
I think this is a real Golovanov screen.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay, good.
No, I mean to the screen of his opponent. So
That's
you don't know
true.
what's the progress
We'll hopefully get him back after this problem. But let's see how much time it will take them to figure out the interactive, the 9,000 Scoville program, right?
Okay, accepted. Golovanov solved this problem.
Ooh, nice. Let's go.
And
And
he
now
also
we
went
have.
complain in Discord.
Yep.
Which is reasonable.
Yep.
Because
yep.
there are indeed some technical issues which not sure how much they influence the competitors, but they might need to refresh the page sometimes just to submit the problem. But yeah, in any case, the current score is 15 points to 0. But the next two problems are going to be worth 8 and 10 points, which means that if Induk solves both of those problems, the score will be 18 to 15, so there is still a good chance.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a chance of having both of our contestants back on the live stream. Let's see if that works. What would be extra awkward is, well, you saw us chatting with the contestants on Discord, and it feels like Induk's computer got BSOD or like something just crashed. And I have a tingling suspicion that one of the reasons of that crash can be the screen capture software that I'm using. So let's hope that the damage is not permanent. And for now, we'll be back with both streams for a little bit.
Yeah, so problem E seems to be a counting problem. So you're just given 3 integers, nm and k, and you need to put some numbers, I guess like only 1 or -1 in each cell, so that the product in each row column k. Yeah, I think Golovanov, he is very good at math, and he might have an advantage on this type of problem. I think that's his specialty in general. And we can see that indeed he started typing already, while his opponent has.
The answer is 2 to the power of n-1 times m-1, except if it is -1 or 0, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Because everything except the last row and the last column we can put arbitrarily. Then everything in the last row and column except the very corner cell is determined uniquely. And the very corner cell is just determined both by columns and rows. So it has to be very specific, like the product of all rows should be equal to the product of all columns. So if k is -1 and the parity of rows, number of rows and columns is different, then the answer is 0. Otherwise, it's set power of 2.
And we have a submission from Golovanov on this problem.
Running on test 1.
Well, oh, it passed.
And it is accepted. Oh my God.
Nice.
Yeah, press F. Press F. That's a very dominant performance. I am absolutely blown away. The real standings are currently 2 + 3 + 4 + 6 + 8. So that would be 24 to. Do I know how to count? I don't know how to count. Why do I have an even number? 23. 23 to 0. That's a, well, pretty overwhelming experience. But we'll see what the next problem brings to us. Problem F is about to open in 10 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, so the next problem is kind of a little bit complicated because you will need to not only compute the answer, but to print what actually needs to be done. And the problem is as follows. You have a graph that is not connected. And at the cost of one, or in one operation, you can move one end of an edge to another vertex. If you want to move two endpoints of an edge, you have to spend two operations. And the question is, what is the minimum number of operations you need to spend to make the graph connected? And what are these operations?
All right, yeah, probably the fact that you need to construct the answer means that you would need to spend a few more minutes. So only 10 minutes left, so definitely no chance, I would say, to solve two problems at this point. And yeah, even one problem is not deciding the outcome of the match, so we can congratulate Golovanov with advancing to the quarterfinals, where he will play against Kaysan 48
And it's a
tomorrow.
very sleepy Kaysan 48.
Well, he didn't perform that well today, so I think that match is very unclear to me. So let's see. Let's see. It's
And
not
our best
predictable,
people
I mean.
will have a full night of sleep. No, a full night of time to debug the API contest status that we see misbehave a little bit now that it shows that there is just one problem solved with 2-0 advantage. It is indeed not 2-0 at this point of time in our match.
Yep, the actual score is 23-0, which means that this match is over, but there are still 10 minutes, so they can have try to earn some respect points by solving the remaining problems.
I really enjoy how our contestants are actually actively trying to keep it going and to
that's actually nice.
finish
I'm not sure,
the last minutes of the competition.
There's no reason, right? There's no real reason to do that, but yeah, why not? Just I think the real reason is that people here just love solving problems.
Yeah, that's a very easy filter. If you've ever been red, you probably really love solving problems. Against an opponent, against judges, against problem set, with time limit, without time limit. It's been pretty enjoyable.
Oh, it's strange that they don't seem to code the problem, or what is happening?
Well, they're typing something a little bit, but definitely not as actively as we've seen before.
Yeah, maybe they're kind of lazy to actually code this problem at this point, I guess.
Yeah, decides that not enough to try really, really hard. What if we start blitz competitions from the hardest problem and then just show problems in a decreasing order of difficulty?
Well, there's just a risk that some problem is too hard, and then we actually will need to figure out what to do with the 0-0 score.
Rainbow moment.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess that's one option. But I think it's better the way we have it. So Golovanov is typing something for the past few minutes already. His opponent apparently still thinking. And talking to himself. Okay, also started typing now.
Mm-hmm.
And you have 7 more minutes, almost 7 more minutes left. So let's see how it goes. And yeah, the actual score is 23-0.
Thank you, Mike.
Also, there's another comment in the chat that sometimes you can check the checker verdict when you get to an answer on test 1.
Mm-hmm.
You can see what the checker told you, like why it's wrong answer. And I would guess it's very useful with these interactive problems.
I'd say it's
So-
useful for all the problems. I mean,
Well, I
it
guess
just tells you
the fact
exactly
that you have
what problems.
checker message. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't help when it just says expected 2 and you printed 3 because you see that right away. But I mean, it's also useful that it shows your output, right? So
Yeah.
instead of running locally, you can simply look at what Codeforce is telling you.
Yeah, I thought about that. So like you get a free run on test 1, but it's probably not very useful because I don't know. Like what do you do with that? Like you just see the wrong answer and then you understand why it's wrong. Well, maybe sometimes. But I usually try to run as soon as I submit. So basically sometimes you can run it on test 1 faster than Codeforces, and then you don't need Codeforces to tell you what the result is. Okay, so once again we are in round of 16. So this is the last match for tomorrow. Sorry, for today, by the way.
For today.
And there is the bracket, which I don't know if you can show on the screen, but we can send the link in the chat.
And there is a submission from Golovanov as well, and
got that
it
as
is
well.
correct. Oof.
Yep.
Which solidifies his GG. No, it's not a hypothetical, but rather an absolutely known fact that out of 7 problems that we max can have here, he now has 33 points, and the next one will be only 12 points. And that's a final result. Well, not final result specifically. There's still 4 minutes to potentially solve one more problem, but in reality, we know that that would be it. And Golovanov's opponent tomorrow will be Ksan48. So your plans for tomorrow are Alireza Kaviani versus Geothermal will open the day at noon UTC, followed by winner of this round, Golovanov 399, facing off against Ksan48, who narrowly escaped elimination a few hours ago. Then this will be followed by a match of turmax against whoever will win Alireza in Geothermal match, followed by Tourist versus the winner of Ksan and Golovanov. And then the final round with the winners of the last two matches. This all will happen tomorrow. In 3 minutes, this face-off will come to an end, and we'll invite our contestants to the Zoom commentary to help us with their insight on and how it's going, and tell their experience from the contest today. The prizes are non-existent. We are here just to have fun, enjoy the gameplay. Probably this is a good way to, solve all problems that you have skipped for one or another reason. Each of our contestants has a couple of hundred unsolved Codeforces problems so far, so there is definitely a way to go back and finish them.
Yep, that's exactly my plan for the night and for the rest of the day. So I will just try to solve all the problems on Codeforces and then be prepared tomorrow.
How many problems can a person solve in a day? Like even if you take easy problems.
I mean, 7 and 40 minutes we saw.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can do more than that in a day, but definitely not 7 every 40 minutes in a day.
Not every, well, why not? We've been hanging out with you guys here for what, 10 hours? Almost 10 hours. So maybe every 30 minutes, instead, just solving 7 random easy-ish problems would be enough to eliminate all the remaining problems and tourists backlog on Codeforces.
Actually, the profile should say how many problems you solved, right?
Well, now
That's
we know that it's more
alright.
important how many problems you haven't solved.
But that's the compliment. So I have 2,700 apparently, according to Codeforces. But I
Golovanov
think
has 3,700.
yeah. Like if you open Codeforces like problem set standings, the top person there will have like over 10,000, I think. Which means we still have 7,300 problems left for me.
Of unspecified difficulty, but yes.
Well, yeah, but there should be various difficulties, I think. So I don't know. I think there is still plenty.
Oh my god,
wonder
must be
if-
solved 10,000?
Yeah.
Dude.
Must be very intense.
Should we judge all the VJudge accounts? What the hell?
No, it's fine. No,
Fine?
no one's
Do
looking
this-
at those standings.
Okay.
And round is over.
Oof. Well, it's been an interesting round. Let me invite our players into the chat. Hi. While they're
Hello.
joining, first of all, it's a little unfortunate that by the end of the day we still faced some like connectivity issues and performance issues on Codeforces side. I've been very happy with the performance of the previous hours, and hopefully we'll be able to resolve the issue shortly to ensure the best performance for tomorrow. At the same time, it looks like it did not affect our contestants too much. Maybe just maybe like the software that I'm using to capture screen and webcam affected contestants more than the Codeforces issues, which is also still obviously not the most enjoyable thing in the world. Hi, Prochor, good to see you. You're muted. Let me click your button on you. I hope we'll get Golovanov here as well.
Yeah.
How are you? Still holding?
Not the most enjoyable thing I have ever taken part in. Well, I don't know, GG. Like I actually enjoyed it. It was a bit tough on some tasks. On C, I remember that I thought I clicked submit, and then I saw that Golovanov won it. And on task, I think it was
Yeah,
E,
yeah.
and on task E. And then my computer crashed. But it was a very good game. I enjoyed it. Well played.
Sorry for the computer. I hope it was not a permanent damage. And we'll definitely work on improving the screen capture software so it's a little nicer on you.
Yeah, I hope so. Well played. I hope my opponent enjoyed it as well. I don't know.
Hi, Alex. Did you?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Yeah, I enjoyed the game, although it was like it has some special flavor of like not really being sure that you have submitted the problem when you actually press the submit button.
Yep. I saw that you also caught a page with bugs on Codeforces.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a stressful experience.
No, the page with bugs, I submitted the solution. I returned back to the solution to like review it or to at least compile it, and I immediately found a bug after I compiled it, and it didn't compile, or after like it was wrong answer on the first sample test. I don't remember exactly. And so I fixed it. I returned to resubmit, and then I saw the bug page, but I was not in any way affected by it.
Yeah, the the tasks were, I think, good for the format, because what I noticed that some of the other contestants had tasks that were not really up for the occasion. So, for example, you don't really want to see a 2000 rated task that mostly consists of you writing 100 lines of code when you have 40 minutes or so. And I think that the problems were really good. Like the last problem was, I think, if I correctly understood it, was just like write one standard algorithm, write a tree on it, write some bin-ups. So maybe that was for implementation, but other than that, the tasks were really good for the format.
You know the best part? We have not spent any extra effort choosing them. We chose them randomly with the appropriate rating, and they were not trash. Lucky us, right? Very easy, very nice.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the problem E was kind of kind of different from the others in a sense that it was, I don't know, either well known or just like mathematical problems are always biased in terms of difficulty or in terms of difficulty tags, at least, I think. So
And yeah, also related to the fact that some of the contestants may have seen the problem, I think that the difference between people who have seen it and have not seen it is bigger in mathematical problems inherently. Because if you know that, for example, this thing is always optimal, or that this thing is or that this is counted by this formula, it is a much bigger advantage than if you know which algorithm to use, but it still requires 50 lines of implementation, like at least 50 lines. I'm saying 50 lines because that's the threshold for a long task in this mode, at least in my experience.
yeah, like in particular, I have not seen this problem E in the past, I think, but I have seen this construction a million times. So
I have not seen the construction, but yeah, I think I lost by like 10 seconds or something. Or for future contestants, don't try to compile your solution. If you think that this is a mathematical task, just send it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, compilation and testing is not a thing. Yeah, just submit.
sorry for that. By the way, the administrators and commentators, guys, have you found out what was the reason of all these technical difficulties?
No idea so far. I know that I think that I crashed Prochor's computer with the screen capture tool. And I have no idea how did I crash Codeforces with screen capture tool, but we'll see, and we still have a couple of hours to figure that out for tomorrow. Tomorrow we will probably be a little more generous on like making sure that you all are well tested, connected well in advance and stuff.
By the way, Prochor, did you notice in the first problem the input and output txt files?
I did, but I thought that it wouldn't matter. Did it really force you to read from it? I thought that there was a patching process some time ago that just like converted it automatically. Not sure.
I also thought that Codeforces supported, like in these problems, it also supported reading from standard input and writing into the standard output. But yeah, I have not tried in this problem to submit it without free opens, but other participants say in Discord that it affected them.
Well, that's not...
I really liked how you went to submit, noticed that there is a file input and file output, went back to update it, and then and then only then submit it properly.
Another thing that I remember, it's just so I'm not sure. Can we talk about like the method for Discord registration, like the process when you
sure, go ahead.
need to verify your handle? Yeah, so just a bit of background. In order to verify your handle, you were given a link in Discord to a task, and then you needed to send a compilation error in order to like prove that it was you. And the first task I got, it was a special task, which was with its own language, and it was impossible to get a compilation error because anything compiled. And the task was to make it run and output some arithmetical expression.
Oh, lucky you! That's a cool choice of problem that bot had for you. Did you just decided to wait a little bit and try again?
I submitted I submitted hello world. It compiled. I understood that was a lost cause and waited like for 45 seconds.
Oh, that's hilarious. I was giving like Russian Cyrillic letters to someone as a character that will definitely not compile in a random thing or like a language or a program.
I mean, I thought when building this bot a few years ago to identify for testing Codeforce rounds, I thought that, well, if someone wants to identify and because the bot doesn't select the problem, it just selects some number between 1 and 100 and some letter between A and E. And some problems do not exist at all. Like there is some testing rounds, I don't know, where there is no such problem like D. I think even in this championship, someone got this link, which does not exist. But I mean, you just try again and it works.
Nice, sturdy solution. Good job.
How do you compare this match, guys, to the previous 2 matches, and what's your experience in general in this event?
I'll let my opponent speak first, if that's okay with him.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, funnily enough, like today I was spectating most of the matches.
Oh my God, how many hours did you sleep, dude?
I slept for about 6 hours and a half maybe, but so I have a decent amount of sleep, thank you. But during these matches, numerous times I was like looking at the problems that I was thinking like, what is like the problem with this? Like, what is the issue? I think the solution is straightforward. Why are they thinking so long while they are more experienced than me, for example? And sometimes I even like Googled this problem and typed it myself and submitted it. But when like during this contest right now, I was making too many stupid bugs, like, or in problem B, for example, I understood the problem statement incorrectly. And first I thought that we need like to maximize the sum of minimums instead of the maximum of minimums or something like this. Then I understood it somehow else. I think, and like the first solution also got to the 16th test. So yes, this
oh,
is
yeah, you got
correct.
an SM51 or something, right?
Or maybe 51. I don't remember the numbers. Yes.
And you just removed the whole code or something?
I don't remember exactly what I changed, but yeah. Yeah, so it is actually more stressful to me as well to participate than like than to like I used to think that I'm like an experienced competitive programmer, so that it would not affect me like this participation. I can like literally not care, as they say, and like just not do any mistakes, but not make any mistakes. But it turns out that yes, now I understand why people are struggling. Yeah, so that's my experience. What about you, Prohor?
For me, in task B, I had 2 VA4 submits that were me thinking that they were on the positive numbers. So one of the was -1 and not -1, but that's on me, because like if you're not sure, just take it like minus infinity and don't think. But that's yeah, there were some. The previous round I was playing against, I think I was playing against. I'm not sure how to pronounce his handle on Codeforces. Yeah, thank you. So I am in UTC +3 in Moscow. He is in UTC -8. So that was a fun match to schedule. I was playing at 10 a.m. He was playing at 11 p.m. So I think that I was at a pretty big advantage there. So that was something. Another thing about the format, a lot of the time, the last task is not solved. It was not solved in any of my 3 matches. Not a lot of time is left for it, and even more often than not, it's not a question of like whether you solve it, but whether you will get a task that relies on implementation somewhere between positions D and G. So if you get it on like A, B, or C, something that is implementation by the standards of the position, you will. That means you spend 3 minutes instead of like 1.5, or your competitor spends 3 minutes or instead of 1.5. But on position G and F, and the implementation tech problem means you take 20 minutes or like 10 minutes. Yeah. So that is another thing that in the future, if you I'm sure this is obviously being thought about. It's just my 2 cents that that a knockout tournament would be incredibly cool if it actually if it had tasks specifically for it. But and in order to minimize the amount of tasks needed, you could just hold them in parallel. I understand that that really wasn't the streaming experience, but for example, if you want to hold, you take 128 people, that's 2 to the 7th power, if I remember correctly. So that's 7 rounds, plus minus 1.
And then we ask all of them to agree on one time. This will be the most exciting part, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You hold regional competitions like ACPC does. Yeah. Just because. Yeah. I understand that it's impossible to obviously get all the tasks needed. 7 tasks that are good for this format may not even be constructible in a day or something like that. It requires a lot of effort. But maybe in the future, if you get like 5 really good blitz rounds, get the best of the world competing, you get some really watched event. 7 new tasks, I think, would be really good, especially for this format, where a lot of the time an contestant's experience is decided by whether the problem has some dissimilarities in it, whether there is file input or file output, whether you need to implement bin ups, something like that in 40 minutes, in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
On the other hand, on the other hand, if this should be a watched event, like this is for streaming, then commentating about like 164 different matches at once would be probably a pain. Lydia, you can like share your experience of conducting the simultaneous ACPC World Finals stream.
No, I was lucky that they only had
Delegate
2 world finals at once, and to have my brilliant co-commentators who also Prohor eliminated one of them from the contest, which is fun. He just now gets a minute to rest, a chill weekend for Ekner will be fine. But indeed, commentating on a very simultaneous thing is more complicated. But on the other hand, maybe that would be a good thing to encourage you all, my dear contestants, start streaming your participation in the contest. No need for commentators when you do all the comments yourself. So we'll definitely figure out a nice way that works for all of us.
I was afraid that usually, like when I participate and I make a stupid bug or something, I just slam my desk or something like that. I was afraid I was, I'll just punch it. Oh, I'm on cam. Yeah, so I was just like, oh no.
Puppy-like, you take off your headset and you throw it at the screen of your monitor and you break the monitor, and then you're a legend for the next 23 years. So this is also not the worst outcome for all of this. Okie dokie. I'll take over the shot now. Hello, everyone. It's finally sunny outside of my window. Thanks for sticking with us for 9 hours. 10 hours? Already 10 hours and 56 minutes. It's been a long one. Tomorrow will be shorter. I was very happy to have you all with us in the live broadcast. See you the other day. Send us a message in chat to support, or leave a comment on the Codeforces post that announces this broadcast if you have any more comments, good ideas, or ways to improve it. If you want Mike to release Blitz as a separate standalone format without matchmaking, because we have not figured that out, but at least with private rooms that you can join for a Blitz, also let him know in the comments of that post. That's it for today. Thank you for my fantastic commentators, contestants, for for reading all the problems, making sure things work, and that's it. I want to go to sleep. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Like and subscribe.